The case of Sabrina Queeter, a heinous crime in an affluent London neighborhood. Compulsive thoughts are a mental disorder defined by the occurrence of ideas and actions that occur against a person's will and from which they are unable to break free. In some extreme cases, these thoughts can literally take over the mind, and when combined with a complex manipulative nature, innate cruelty, and a manic desire for dominance, the result is a time bomb. Sabrina Queeter, a British woman, had every opportunity to live the fabulous, wealthy, and carefree life she had envisioned since she was a child, but it was never enough. No partner was good enough for her, and she always felt like she was born for fame, attention, and luxury. Her unrealized ambitions and obsessive fantasies eventually led to delusions and violent outbursts. Unfortunately, Sabrina discovered a defenseless man on whom she vented her rage. This case became one of the most notorious and high-profile in British history. An innocent girl who cared for her children was the victim of a deranged situation. Sabrina Queeter her early years. Sabrina Queeter was born on December 5, 1982, in a London suburb with a distinct blend of French and Algerian heritage from her parents. This unique combination most likely contributed to her striking appearance and fiery personality. Sabrina, the eldest of 4 children, was the family darling, constantly praised and held up as a role model for others. Her family moved to France when she was 2 years old, settling in Paris where she spent the majority of her childhood and youth. Sabrina's complex personality began to emerge during her school years. Her former classmates later described her as arrogant, domineering, self-absorbed, and exceedingly selfish. She had few friends, both at school and among her neighborhood peers, and she considered everyone around her to be unworthy in comparison to other bright and outgoing girls her age. She was especially hostile, seeing them as competitors and enemies. With her stunning appearance, a striking brunette with brown eyes and an impressive physique, Sabrina could have pursued a modeling career if she could connect with people instead of manipulating them. As a child, during her youth, she participated in sports and expressed an interest in music. However, her inconsistency, impatience for quick results, and lack of effort hampered her success in all fields. Years later, Sabrina claimed that she was treated harshly by her maternal relatives in France during her childhood. However, these claims were never supported or proven. In contrast, her family insisted that she was indulged and constantly sought attention. Sabrina suffered a back injury while participating in sports as a teenager, which led to her dependence on prescription painkillers. She attempted to obtain these drugs illegally, resulting in her arrest and a police warning. Sabrina was always hyper-focused on herself and her appearance, craving constant attention. She was confident that her future held a wealthy, glamorous life filled with celebrity interactions and her own stardom. Her fantasies seemed to overshadow her reality at times, as she believed she had earned her place in Hollywood. Sabrina holds an English and French literature degree from the Sorbonne. However, since 2006, she has claimed various fashion industry professions such as stylist, makeup artist, fashion designer, and designer, despite her lack of actual expertise in these areas. Complex relationship with Wissam Madouni. Sabrina Queeter is known for her stunning appearance and a penchant for captivating men and exploiting their affection, but she never considered any of her suitors to be worthy of a serious relationship. She was literally waiting for a prince who would fully obey her. Sabrina was still unsure of her life goals after graduating from school, believing she was entitled to everything without effort. Nonetheless, she enrolled at the prestigious Sorbonne University while also working at a sweet shop for financial support. At the age of 18, she met Wissam Madouni, who was 6 years her senior, worked as a manager at the headquarters of a major French company, and attended one of Paris's most prestigious universities. Despite not being particularly attractive, he wished to pursue a master's degree in order to advance his career in the celebrity world. He fell deeply in love with Sabrina and was willing to satisfy all of her desires and fantasies. Sabrina found Madouni appealing, seeing him as someone she could manipulate as well as a ticket to a wealthy life. He was ambitious, capable of great professional success, and eager to pamper and spoil her. The couple started dating in 2000 and decided to live together after a few months. Sabrina quickly revealed her true nature, attempting to control my duties in every way. If her demands were not met, she resorted to tantrums, threats, and even physical violence. Furthermore, she soon began openly cheating on Meduni, with no attempt to hide or justify her actions. She could have flings with anyone, from a random acquaintance to Meduni's best friend or colleague. Despite numerous attempts to end the relationship and leave her, Meduni always returned, unable to let go of his deep love for Sabrina. Meduni received his master's degree and a significant promotion in 2001, and he began earning a substantial income, which he lavished on Sabrina's expensive clothing and entertainment. Its family owned several properties in Paris, and he managed them, giving Sabrina all of the rental income. Meduni, who also had Franco-Algerian roots, saw Sabrina as a kindred spirit. According to some reports, the couple married in a special Muslim ceremony in the fall of 2001, as evidenced by a certificate issued by a mosque in Argentina. However, the religious ceremony was insufficient to establish the union as official and legal. The couple had a son, whose paternity Madonia officially acknowledged. However, years later, a Frenchman named Anthony Francois claimed to be the child's father, and a witness in Quitter's trial described her as volatile, unpredictable, promiscuous, and manipulative during her relocation to London. The global financial crisis hit hard in 2008, causing the company where Youssef Meduni worked to go bankrupt, costing him his high-paying job. Around this time, Sabrina Quitter developed a strong desire to move to London. She made the decision without consulting her partner, leaving her with few options and hoping for a new career in one of the world's major financial hubs. Meduni followed her to London, where he found employment in a major English bank. However, Sabrina has struggled to establish herself in the fashion industry. Her ambitions to be a designer, model, or makeup artist were stifled by a lack of skills, experience, and formal education in these areas. Consequently, she had to lower her expectations. She worked in a variety of positions over the years, including nanny in a call center, cafe, and even network marketing. Sabrina Quitter's search for love took an unexpected turn when she rekindled her teenage passion for music, adding the titles of musician and composer to her resume. Despite her enthusiasm, Sabrina struggled to secure professional opportunities in the music industry. She attended a number of auditions and social events in the hopes of making valuable connections. Sabrina was fortunate to meet Mark Walton, a well-known musician, songwriter, and one of the founding members of the popular Irish boy band Boyzone. After leaving the group, Mark went on to become a successful producer and music mogul, working with Jennifer Lopez, Jessica Simpson, and Lady Gaga. By 2016, his net worth had surpassed $1 billion. Mark was exactly the type of person Sabrina had hoped to meet on her way to a life of fame and luxury. She impressed Mark with her beauty and charisma. He was captivated by her and openly admitted to falling in love at first sight, unable to think of anyone but the beautiful woman. Their relationship grew quickly, and Sabrina worked hard to remain pleasant and endearing, eventually ending her relationship with modernity because she saw a bright future with Mark. His previous relationship and child did not deter her. Within weeks, the lovers had moved in together to a luxurious home in an affluent area of London. Mark covered all of Sabrina's expenses, including the rent for the lavish house she chose for several months, in order to bring and live the opulent life she had long desired, which included socializing with celebrities, attending elite events, wearing couture clothing, and even appearing in glossy magazines. Sabrina found it difficult to manage Mark because she was afraid of losing him. She couldn't control her nature for long, and soon began to be jealous of every woman around Mark. Sabrina's demands grew over time, requiring more gifts and luxury. Mark spoiled her with designer clothes, jewelry, and trips to upscale restaurants and clubs. But it wasn't enough for her. The couple's home had a high turnover of staff and nannies, as Sabrina's paranoia led her to believe they were either stealing or trying to seduce Mark. Her irrational behavior eventually. Mark was driven to his breaking point. In 2011, he ended the relationship and moved to California, leaving Sabrina with nothing. Losing Mark also meant losing the luxurious lifestyle she had enjoyed. Sabrina began conducting interviews, accusing Mark of cruelty, violence, and substance abuse. She called him crying, begged him to return, and even threatened to commit suicide. But none of these tactics brought him back. Who is the father of the second child? After realizing she had lost Mark Walton, Sabrina Quitter contacted her ex-partner, Wissam Madouni, who was a successful bank executive and immediately forgave and accepted her back, despite still having feelings for her. They resumed living together. Sabrina discovered she was pregnant shortly after her reunion with Madouni. She quickly notified Walton, who, through his lawyers, expressed a willingness to provide for the child and Sabrina by offering a monthly allowance. However, Walton insisted on a paternity test after delivery to confirm his fatherhood. Sabrina's refusal to take the test, which could have resulted in substantial regular payments, indicated her uncertainty about the child's paternity. Instead of agreeing to the test, she demanded that Walton double the proposed allowance. After his refusal, she declared war on the musician. Sabrina took to social media to spread false claims that Walton was obsessed with her, insanely jealous of modernity, and physically threatening them. She accused Walton of breaking into their home, assaulting Madouni, frightening the children, and sexually assaulting her in an unnatural manner. However, she was unable to back up her claims because Walton had a solid alibi and had been in the United States since their breakup. Sabrina temporarily stopped accusing her ex-boyfriend after Walton filed a defamation lawsuit and the police threatened her with legal action. She settled in Wimbledon, southwest London, with Madouni and their 2 children, leading a seemingly peaceful existence as the conflict appeared to be resolved. Sabrina Queter, a French nanny who was used to handling household chores but found it difficult to manage 2 children, decided to hire a nanny who could also help with housework. She advertised a job online and conducted interviews in person. The majority of candidates failed to meet her expectations, and those who did not last long in her household. Sophie Leonette, a young French woman, responded to the advertisement. At the time, Sophie, 19, was in her provincial hometown in France, so the interview was done via video call. This modest, unassuming provincial agreed to all terms including childcare, housework, and cooking, in exchange for a symbolic weekly salary of £50, which included full board and lodging with the employer. Sophie was born on January 7, 1996, in the small town of Troyes, near Alex, and her parents, Catherine and Patrick Leonette, were simple workers with a modest, if not poor, lifestyle. Sophia graduated from school with a diploma in childcare but did not want to work in her province, preferring to relocate to a larger city, known for being shy, quiet, and unassuming in appearance, but extremely kind and open-hearted. Sophie was loved by those who knew her despite her poor vision. She wore glasses, which she was slightly self-conscious about, and their conversation made her realize that Sophie, the plain Gain, would be an ideal target for her manipulations. Furthermore, Sophie was eager to gain experience and good references, so she was willing to work for the minimum wage. Sophie thought Sabrina seemed like a serious and reliable employer, which she told her parents before leaving for London. Kind employers rose to a sophisticated status. Initially, Sophie Leonette seemed to be doing well, believing that working for the Tweeters would be a great way to start her nanny career. She quickly bonded with the children, completed household chores as required by her contract, and had enough time and resources to improve her English and explore city attractions. This peaceful period lasted several months, and everything seemed fine. Madouni lost his job, and the family's only reliable source of income became Walton's monthly child support payments. To bring it back, Walton was asked to pay more money, which prompted him to request a DNA test to confirm his paternity. The family faced serious financial difficulties, including high rent and basic living expenses. Of Sabrina, unwilling to cut back on her luxuries and desperate to maintain her socialite lifestyle, she became irritable and aggressive, frequently venting her frustration on the young nanny. The couple tried to start a bakery with their last funds, but it failed. Sabrina then turned to Walton and asked for a large sum of money to start a clothing line, only to be met with a categorical refusal, resulting in tears and complaints about poverty. Sabrina frequently complained to Lynette about her ex-lover, and the nanny attempted to console her employer. What happens next varies according to the source. According to one version, who either devised a scheme to use Sophie as a weapon to blackmail Walton. She intended to portray Sophie as Walton's, an accomplice and lover who was allegedly planted in their home to disrupt their lives and endanger the children. Sabrina claimed that the provincial fool was in love with Walton and used her as a tool for vengeance. She believed that recording and presenting the nanny's confessions to the police would be sufficient evidence to seek restitution from Walton for his heinous act. Sophie refused to make false statements on camera. Another version, as argued by Quitter's lawyers in court, suggested that Sabrina believed in her conspiracy theory because of her mental illness and saw Sophie as an enemy and a threat to her family. She allegedly did not force the nanny to give false testimony, but she truly believed Sophie was Walton's accomplice who infiltrated their home to harm them. Regardless of the truth, Sophie's life quickly devolved into a living nightmare, a torture chamber in the basement of a wealthy home. Sophie Lionnet, a young French woman, was initially burdened with extra work that did not correspond to an increase in her meager salary. Eventually, she was engrossed in endless chores from dawn to late night, with no personal time and effectively imprisoned within the house walls. Sophie's pay was soon halted entirely, preventing her from fleeing or returning to France. Her employers seized her passport, making her a captive. Her interactions with family were strictly monitored. The situation worsened. Sophie was barely fed and constantly pressured to make false statements about Walton, whom she had never met or known. She was only communicated with through screams, insults, and threats, and was accused of stealing money and valuables. She was threatened with imprisonment if she didn't comply with their demands regarding the musician. When screaming and blackmail became ineffective, the Sabrina Coiters used more brutal and sophisticated methods. Sophie was effectively relocated to a cold basement where she spent all of her time when not working, eating scantily once or twice a day and becoming emaciated and weak. However, the cold and hunger were not her worst experiences. Physical abuse became the most traumatic stage. It began with slabs and hair pulling, but quickly escalated to Sabrina breaking Sophie's nose and a violent assault. The sight of blood seemed to enrage Sabrina, making beatings a daily occurrence for Sophie. Every day brought new methods of cruelty intended to cause unbearable pain and suffering. The basement of this wealthy house in an affluent London neighborhood became a true torture chamber for the lioness, with no hope of rescue. In late summer 2017, Sabrina Quiter brought the unfortunate Sophie Lioness to a police station, claiming Sophie was ready to testify against Mark Walton, with whom she allegedly had a romantic and criminal relationship, and who had allegedly sent her to their house to abuse the children. However, Sophie remained silent and refused to say what Sabrina demanded, so the police decided to speak with her privately and take her to a separate room. Sabrina was furious, fearing Sophie would reveal the horrors taking place in their home and implicate her and her husband. Sophie mysteriously chose not to reveal anything or seek help. The police's reaction was also peculiar. Despite seeing a malnourished, scared, and weakened young woman, they did not contact a doctor or psychologist to ensure her health and safety. At that point, the 21-year-old man weighed less than 40 kilograms, had lost some of her hair, was missing a front tooth, and was limping noticeably. Despite this, the officers remain unconcerned and simply allow everyone to leave. A disturbing phone call and a funeral pyre. Sophie Lionnet sobbed as she made her final call to her mother in mid-September. Sophie told her mother that she wanted to return home but didn't have any money. Catherine, without going into detail, simply told her daughter that she would buy her a ticket and that she should pack her bags immediately. This was the last time she heard Sophie's voice. A few days later, on September 20, 2017, in the evening, the Cougars' neighbors called the police. They were alarmed by a fire in the yard, not so much by the fire itself as by the nauseating, sweetly greasy odor it emitted. A neighbor reported that it smelled like burning flesh and hair, as well as something identifiable, and that the 6 smoke clouds that stretched half a block immediately impregnated clothes and skin with a stench. Firefighters and a police car arrived on the scene. The house owners, who appeared calm and unaware of the reason for the emergency services visit, met them after extinguishing the fire. What appeared to be a charred human hand was discovered among the ashes. The couple was immediately apprehended, and severely burned human remains were recovered from the fire. The deceased's gender and age were indeterminable, but the body was quickly identified as Sophie Lionnet, as evidenced by the melted metal frame of the glasses embedded in the skull, which Sophie always wore. The cause of Sophie Lionet's death was difficult to determine because her body had been almost completely burned. Forensic experts discovered multiple rib fractures, jaw cracks, and evidence of blunt force trauma on her skull and limbs, indicating that she sustained these injuries while alive. In addition, she had several missing teeth and a severely damaged nose. Sophie had suffered prolonged and brutal beatings, resulting in broken bones and knocked-out teeth. However, the extent of the fire damage made it impossible to assess the state of her internal organs and identify any penetrating wounds. The discovery of horrific video recordings in the house depicting Sophie being tortured and coerced into confessing collusion with Walton and intent to harm the children exposed her captor's true sadistic nature. Sophie was brutally beaten with an iron cord, a golf club, and even electric shocks. She also faced humiliations, such as being forced to submerge her head in the toilet until she suffocated. Experts believe Sophie died of asphyxiation before being burned on the pyre, sparing her the agony of being alive during the burning trial and sentence. Sabrina Queter and Ouissem Madouni denied guilt and expressed no remorse for their heinous crime. Following the murder, Madouni calmly went to a nearby supermarket to purchase firelighter fluid for burning the body and dinner for his family, as if nothing had happened. The first court hearings against the sadistic couple started in March 2018. Sabrina attempted to portray herself as a victim, blaming Mark Walton for driving her to a pathological state with his constant torment. Sabrina was diagnosed with mental disorders, but she was not insane and could understand her actions. We were physically healthy but psychologically dependent on Sabrina and blindly obedient to her. Sabrina's former lover, who testified in court, described her as a cunning manipulator rather than a mad woman because she planned her moves so carefully. Another witness stated that she always made up enemies, but did so rationally and for selfish reasons. On June 26, 2018, the court found the couple guilty of torturing, humiliating, and murdering their nanny in aggravated circumstances. They were sentenced to life in prison, with the possibility of parole after 30 years, and neither admitted guilt despite ongoing appeals to reduce their sentence. Sabrina attempted to feign insanity, hoping to be transferred from prison to a hospital, but was unsuccessful. Mark Walton testified at the trial that he felt guilty about his ex-lover's actions because he committed these atrocities to gain his attention and financial compensation. He expressed his heartfelt condolences to the victims' parents and voluntarily issued a large check to assist the bereaved families who had lost their beloved daughter. Share your opinion with us in the comments and subscribe to the channel for more. The mysterious disappearance of Maya Millety. In January 2021, the city of Chula Vista, California, had not been quiet for days. During lunch, office workers discussed city news. By late afternoon, they had consolidated what they'd heard over a family meal. Have you heard that? They stated that a young woman, a mother of 3, had mysteriously vanished, and each of them gave their own version of what had happened. But none of them wanted to be in her shoes personally. Maya Millety, a 40-year-old Filipino-American woman, disappeared from her own home on January 7, 2021. Outdoor surveillance cameras captured my return home. Outdoor surveillance cameras captured my return home around 5 p.m. Following that, the woman was not seen again. The relatives of the missing woman, who were knocked down, stunned by grief, distributed leaflets with Maya's photos and hung posters throughout the city. Their concerns were understandable. My eldest daughter's birthday was on January 10, and she would never, ever miss out on this holiday. According to the woman's relatives, they all spoke in the same voice. She last contacted him on January 7 at 8:15 p.m. Dozens of volunteers and police officers searched for Maya Millety. They searched the wooded area, nearby neighborhoods, the creek, and an abandoned golf course, but found nothing. Larry Millety, the missing woman's husband, never participated in the search for her. Furthermore, after some time, he severed all ties with her relatives. For a long time, the police assumed that Maya had left her husband after another argument. However, when she left the house, she may have been caught on the neighbor's CCTV camera, so she either stayed in the house, climbed out the window, or left in another way. What could be the reason for such strange behavior on the part of a man? Maya, who stood out from the crowd due to her unusual beauty, most likely had a lot of admirers and possibly more than one affair. It is possible that she lost her feelings for her husband without informing anyone. She ran away from him, but not alone. Perhaps this is why he was angry and did not take action. Larry claimed that I believed she was still alive because she voluntarily left our home at least twice in 2020. Without saying goodbye to myself or our 3 children, we prayed for her safety and well-being. God blessed Amidabel Alonso with 6 children. Maya was born 5th. The girl was born in May. Her parents gave her the name May. She was successful everywhere. The girl's determined nature aided her in this endeavor. Thus, it is an elementary school. Following her family's immigration, she was among the top 5 students in her class.
In March 1995, the girl enrolled in Redford High School in Honolulu, Hawaii, and began to express herself. She actively participated in a variety of school and extracurricular activities, with a particular emphasis on drama club and dance lessons. After graduating from high school with honors at the age of 17, Maya got a job at McDonald's, where she met her future husband Larry Millett, and they developed a relationship. When Maya turned 19, they married. At the same time, the girl enrolled at the University of Hawaii at Manila, a land-grant state research university. Life was boiling for the youth. While Maya was attending university, her husband Larry was training in the Navy in Virginia. The couple eventually decided to relocate to Chula Vista, California. Maya continued her studies at the University of San Diego because she did not want to stop. After graduating with honors, she became a civilian contract specialist for the United States Navy.
Where are the strange noises coming from? What are my thoughts? Am I already going crazy? And are they unreal? The phrases "I love you," "love me" echoed slightly throughout the house. They kept the young woman awake all day and night, haunting her in various locations throughout the house. My family did not stop looking. They immediately hired a private investigator to focus the attention of those who cared. The family repeatedly asked the public to assist them in their search for her. On February 5, 2021, the Chula Vista Police Department and the Millett family held a briefing to encourage as many people as possible to search for her. Soon after, skeletal remains of Maya Millett were discovered in Orange County. However, this was not the case. It was later claimed that the remains belonged to a man. It was later discovered that the remains were actually animal bones. Good Morning America covered Maya's disappearance on April 6, 2021. The missing person case sparked national attention in April 2021. My sister appeared on Dr. Phil's talk show to discuss the situation, and Maya took everything very seriously. Despite coming from a large family, she had a strong attachment to children. She was in no hurry to get them. She did not want to give birth until she and Mary had a consistent, stable, and high income. That is the American dream. After all, they had to give their children the best possible future in order to make it happen. They had to work extremely hard and diligently. The right moment arrived in 2010. Then my son Larry had a daughter, Laura. A year later, Milani, her second daughter, was born. In 2016, Maya was an excellent mother to her heir son Lazarus, Tristan. She dedicated all of her free time to her children, giving them her all. She attended all of their school events and accompanied them in her SUV. Some women's children become the center of their universe, intelligent, indulgent, and caring. Maya was one of these women. By the end of 2020, the couple's relationship was strained. Larry assumed Maya had a lover. Her husband's jealousy knew no bounds, and while she could previously tolerate these attacks, she could no longer. Later, the DA's office reported that Maya had warned Larry about his anger. Police say Maya texted a friend just 2 days before his disappearance to end their marriage. I informed him that I was filing for divorce, whether he liked it or not. She claimed that I was no longer trying to make peace for the sake of the children. Larry frantically controlled his wife's every move. The jealousy was turning into complete paranoia. Larry could visit her office at any time to ensure that Maya was not alone with another man. Larry was also irritated by the fact that there were so many men on his wife's team. Larry once had the audacity to email my former boss, Derek Soft, and request that a male colleague be transferred to another division. He followed her around the clock and even got the kids involved in their arguments. Larry once hid a child's cell phone in his wife's car to track her movements. Larry became increasingly violent. He nearly strangled Maya after the couple separated, but not for long. Maya moved in with her brother in early 2020, but she and Larry rekindled their relationship after about 6 weeks. On August 12, 2020, Maya texted her brother, Junior, he never left me alone. He checks all of my emails, messages, messengers, and Facebook updates. He even checks my Venmo app. And then what happens? He simply tightens the reins harder. Larry was not initially a suspect, but police are now very interested in discovering his identity. Investigators contacted my relatives, who stated that shortly before the disappearance, the couple had gone camping and spent the entire time fighting. Maya returned from her camping trip and informed her family that if anything happened to her, Larry would be notified. According to the case file, my friend informed police that Maya had made a different statement in December 2020. I don't think he would hurt me, but I believe he would hurt the kids to get back at me. Prosecutors say the mother of 3 did not elaborate on what she meant at the time. When we fall in love, for better or worse, we only see the object of our adoration in rosy light. Frequently, we project our personality traits and outlook on life onto our partner without noticing the red flags, as they are known in psychology, that may indicate the presence of an underlying problem or a potential threat to the well-being of the relationship. We justify abusers, manipulators, narcissists, and aggressors by citing deficiencies in upbringing and stress, but we should look deeper. Apparently, nature is so laid down that families were created mostly in youth when the whole world is presented in rose-colored glasses, so to speak, for a great, sometimes blind love, so that the human race did not stop. And after a while, having gained the necessary life experience, we see in a partner what was so carefully hidden from us at first glance, and we consider re-educating, smoothing out all the sharp edges in order to reconcile. But you can't change an adult man. It only remains to prevent him from expressing his negative traits. This is the case for jealousy. If a person experiences certain traumatic events, paranoia is not far behind. Returning to the sound Maya heard, it's possible that the woman had developed hallucinations as a result of her family's problems. But this was not the case. The situation took an unexpected turn. Maya remained sane, which is not the case with Larry. A police detective named Lorenzo Ruiz told the public the story of Larry's internet search, releasing screenshots of queries such as subconscious wife training and subconsciously training your wife to give pleasure. Larry began to exert influence over my subconscious mind after we were unable to reach an amicable agreement. By installing various devices throughout the house that produce this sound, Maya discovered Larry's cutting ruse. According to Matthew Grindley, an investigator for the San Diego County District Attorney's Office in late 2020, Maya sent Larry messages demanding that he stop playing audio messages that harm people's mental health. This is a type of influence that causes a person to take specific actions. Maya heard the sounds every day. My sister-in-law, Genesis Tab Alonzo, later told investigators that Larry had independently recorded all of these words and confessed to Genesis about it. Who could have motivated Larry to do such a thing? Perhaps the job specifics and the training he received while serving gave him the idea. The answer will astound many. The investigation discovered that Larry sent over 1,000 messages to various spellcasters and psychics between September 2020 and Maya's disappearance. He spent more than $1,000 with them on approximately 70 spell charms. During a home search, police discovered a book titled Magical Love Spells. Larry sent messages to similar witches and warlocks at least once a day. He requested a spell to cause Maya to suffer some kind of physical injury that would render her unable to move around on her own, possibly becoming disabled in general and completely dependent on her husband. Larry hoped that Maya would appreciate his concern at such a difficult time, as well as the fact that he had not abandoned her in her hour of need. After all, he is a very good man. This is what he wrote in his messages. I'd like a powerful spell to bind my wife, Maya Milite, to me forever, causing her to love me unconditionally as I love her. I hope you can cast a spell that causes bodily harm or maiming, but not killing. Maya was finally convinced of her intentions after witnessing everything that was going on, including Larry's gradual mental breakdown. Maya and her husband decided to divorce in December of 2020. Every life event, including actions, has an initial mechanism known as a trigger. According to police, Larry's desire to lose his beloved grew stronger with each passing day. On January 7th, the day authorities believe Maya contacted a divorce lawyer, he was desperately trying to overturn my spouse's decision to file for divorce. I'm shaking inside, ready to snap, he wrote to one of the spellers earlier in the day. Maya contacted a divorce lawyer. By the way, attorneys reported that Maya planned how she would serve Larry with divorce papers because she was concerned about his reactions. She considered moving elsewhere, then suing him, and even made a backup plan to stay in a friend's vacant apartment. However, Maya did not want to leave her children behind. When the defendant learned she was seeking a divorce, she did not want the children with him, according to prosecutors. Larry's extreme behavior, triggered by jealousy of his spouse, could also be attributed to the man's mental health issues, which had been dormant for some time. Perhaps he always behaved differently than others. Larry, on my end, did not put out the trash. Larry's behavior was increasingly reminiscent of a psychopath. Larry has an absolutely horrible temper. Maya sent a text message in June, according to the case file. In his own home, he built a small altar in the center of which he placed a joint photo with his wife. Larry smeared his own blood on the photograph and surrounded it with 4 candles. On January 23, police officers obtained a search warrant for the Millett family's home. They discovered 16 firearms in Larry's home, 2 of which were illegally possessed. Larry's 4 licensed guns were missing. When police officers asked where the weapons had gone, the man explained that he had loaned them to his friend and uncle. Larry received a restraining order for the weapons in May 2021, and he was required to surrender them to the authorities. This was justified by the fact that police discovered peace chairs and Larry's young son surrounded by guns in his home. It was possible that the children had access to it, so the court issued the order the day after my disappearance, around 6:45 a.m., out of fear that they would harm themselves. A neighbor's surveillance camera captured the Millett family's black Lexus GX 460 SUV. Larry drove the man home at around 6 p.m. Where he had been all that time is unknown. Another suspicious moment: the car was originally parked in such a way that the back of it was not visible to the neighbor's security cameras. As we mentioned at the beginning of this story, my family was planning a birthday party for her oldest daughter on January 10, 2021. So when Maya stopped answering calls and texts, one of her siblings went to Chula Vista to make sure everything was fine. When my brother met with Larry, the latter informed him that the night before, following their argument, his wife went to one of her rooms, locked herself in, and was not speaking to anyone. Larry took his son to Solana Beach, a coastal town in San Diego County. When he returned, Maya remained in the locked bedroom on the 2nd floor. On January 9, Larry repeated the story about the locked room to my relatives, but no one believed him. The relatives demanded that Larry give them access. My family entered the room, and it was empty. Maya was nowhere to be found inside the house. However, her car was parked outside the house. Only her credit card and driver's license were missing. Following that, around midnight, Maya's older sister Chris filed a missing person report with the police. Larry Miller expressed concern about his wife's fate on January 15 after she missed his oldest daughter's 11th birthday. Furthermore, on January 8, the day after my aide disappeared, Larry did not text any of the psychics. According to prosecutors, on January 9, he requested that all spells on Maya be lifted and spells be cast on a man with whom Maya was allegedly having an affair. Maya was unlikely to have left her home. Otherwise, the security cameras would have captured it. On the unfortunate day, another strange thing occurred. Larry and Maya's children were playing in the yard around 10 p.m., which was noticed by the Millett family's neighbor. He was surprised because it was late and cold outside at 9:57 p.m. The neighbor's surveillance camera caught the sound of 9 loud bangs. Police speculated that they could have been gunshots. Police were unable to determine the nature of the sounds based on audio analysis of the video. Larry had a large gun collection, including a .40 caliber Smith & Wesson pistol, which police were unable to find in the house. According to court records, Billy Liddell, a junior attorney working with my family to investigate the case, discovered one incident from 15 years ago, specifically on the evening of April 30, 1997. In San Diego's Bay Terrace neighborhood, Maya met Larry Millett in high school after he relocated to Hawaii from San Diego with his family. Larry's arrest in 1997 for a juvenile gang related assault may have prompted the move. I have reason to believe Larry was involved in a gang, the attorney argued as a juvenile. Larry was arrested following a stabbing. The victim of the attack received multiple stab wounds and was transported to Mercy Hospital, where he eventually recovered. Criminal records, on the whole, tend to resurface in later life. Larry admitted in a January 2021 interview that he and Maya had an argument in 2020. Larry's cooperation with the police ended on February 3, 2020. On July 22, Larry was officially identified as a suspect. Investigators assumed that the 41-year-old man murdered his wife on the night of January 7 and then disposed of her body. Larry told the same story during interviews that my relatives had heard about the argument in the room his wife had locked herself in. By strange coincidence, his phone was turned off for approximately 11 hours on January 8. Larry did not show up for work that day, and no one was sure what he was doing. It was impossible to track his movements. Unfortunately, the neighbor's video surveillance camera is a silent witness to the events that occurred and is unable to communicate. The camera captures Larry driving his car up to the garage in such a way that the rear of the vehicle is not in view. Larry may have known which part of the scene the camera was capturing and positioned the car accordingly. During this time, he was able to safely carry his body through the garage before loading it into the trunk and driving away to dispose of it. Following his arrest, the man was kept in custody and denied bail. Larry Millett was arrested on October 19, 2021, for the murder of his wife Maya based on circumstantial evidence, and his parents were granted legal custody of the children. The court barred Larry from having contact with his children in order to prevent further emotional trauma. However, the man violated the injunction more than once. He called his relatives, who allowed him to speak on the phone with his children. He made over 100 phone calls and spoke with his children for more than 9 hours, according to prosecutors. During some of the calls, Larry made disparaging remarks about my family or requested that news headlines be read to him. He asked an 11-year-old girl and her 10-year-old sister to watch a movie called Shot Caller, which is R-rated and contains a warning, according to Deputy District Attorney Christy Bowles. Essentially, it's the story of a businessman who goes to jail. Larry suggested that children watch it to determine the type of environment he was in. Result of the court: Larry was prohibited from making any phone calls other than those to his attorney. However, Larry was granted permission to communicate in writing with his children as early as October 2022. He was still prohibited from communicating with them via personal visits or the telephone. To ensure that the children continued to attend their current Chula Vista schools, they were given custody to their paternal grandparents on October 19, 2021. My sister also sought custody of her nephew but was denied. My family was allowed to visit the children, but they still wanted to seek full custody of them in court. The judge directed Larry Millett's parents to facilitate maternal visitation with the family and work to obtain mental health services for the minors. When visiting the children, relatives are not permitted to discuss any details of ongoing criminal or probate cases with them. In fairness, the children were left in the care of the parents of their mother's alleged killer, in a town where everything reminds them of the tragedy. Perhaps the court should have sided with my sister and granted her custody. Larry's lawyer filed an appeal in June 2022, claiming the man lacked the mental capacity to stand trial. However, after a psychiatric evaluation, Larry Millett was found competent. It is unlikely that an insane man would have been aware of his actions in cleaning up his tracks. When Larry's seized cell phone was examined, all of the text messages he sent to his wife were found to have been deleted. When asked where the correspondence had gone, Larry explained that he just wanted to free up space on his phone. That's an unusual response, because the messages don't take up much space on the device. During trial, it was discovered that Larry had taken a large sum of money from his bank account. Larry may have been planning his escape with the money in hand. Perhaps he simply wanted to relocate to another city and begin a new life with his children after being charged with murdering his wife and possessing illegal weapons. Larry Millett's trial is set to take place in 2024. However, the trial has been postponed and rescheduled several times. Could it be a case of so-called circumstantial evidence? After all, circumstantial evidence is evidence based on inference linking it to a fact. For example, fingerprints found at a crime scene. Direct evidence supports the truth of a statement directly. That is, without the need for additional evidence or inference, it is easy to become perplexed without the necessary legal knowledge and experience. In any case, the situation is unfolding before our eyes and picking up speed. One thing remains constant and tragic. The seemingly prosperous family is destroyed. The mother has vanished and is presumed dead. The father is in prison and appears to be the perpetrator of the atrocity. The 3 kids are left without parental love. 3 innocent souls permanently traumatized, left to live in a society that will repeatedly remind them of what happened, whether in reproach or out of pity, breathing the wound. Share your opinion with us in the comments, and subscribe to the channel for more. The case of Jennifer Sabina. Why would a loving husband mutilate his wife? Many of us have heard about the severe psychological condition known as post-traumatic stress disorder, PTSD, but few have considered what lies behind those three words. The term refers to mental disorders that develop as a result of a single or repeated exposure to a severe traumatic event, violence, accidents, disasters, wars, and so on. This type of disorder is frequently found in military personnel who have been involved in combat and witnessed the deaths of others over an extended period of time. Even after returning home, they have difficulty adjusting to civilian life. According to a World Health Organization report, 1/3 of soldiers returning from conflict zones experience some level of PTSD. Tragically, their loved ones suffer as well, desperately attempting to assist them in overcoming the crisis and resuming their normal lives. The family of Benjamin Sabina, an Iraq War veteran, struggled with this issue for many years. Unfortunately, the disease proved insurmountable, and Jennifer Simon's case shook the peaceful town of Wauwatosa, Wisconsin, with its brutality. Furthermore, this was the first time a police officer was killed in the line of duty in the town's history. Behind it all was a tragic story that lasted nearly a decade and resulted in the death of a young woman. Let's start at the beginning to make sense of the situation and see if there was any way to avoid such a dramatic denemia. Jennifer and Benjamin Sabina, before they met Jennifer Louise Sabina. Nate Miller was born in 1982 in Milwaukee County, Wisconsin. She was the oldest of 2 children in her family and grew up with her younger brother Jacob, with whom she maintained a close relationship. When Jennifer started school, her parents decided to split up and file for divorce, after which her father moved to another state and stopped being involved in his children's lives. Her mother worked hard to provide for the children, but Jennifer was always her primary helper and supporter. She kept the house in order, cooked meals, and looked after her younger brother, while their mother worked tirelessly. Jennifer excelled in school and aspired to a career in law enforcement. Benjamin J. Sabina, also a Milwaukee native, was Jennifer's age and went to the same school. Despite the coincidence, they did not know each other personally. After graduating from high school, Benjamin joined the United States Marine Corps and served 2 tours in Iraq. He was honorably discharged in 2005 after suffering a severe concussion and numerous injuries to his body and limbs, which is how the couple met. While serving in Iraq, Benjamin signed up for Facebook, a new and rapidly growing social networking site. He searched for his hometown and came across the profile of Jennifer, a charming, smiling girl. After looking up her information, he discovered that they had attended the same high school, but he could not remember her. After some thought, Sabina decided to approach the attractive girl. He greeted her, informed her that he was currently serving in Iraq with the Marine Corps, and asked how she was doing. Jennifer did not respond immediately, but did write briefly that she was doing well. It was clear that she was not eager to communicate with a stranger, but the young man was not perplexed. Benjamin began writing to her every day, even when she did not respond. Gradually, he drew the beauty's attention, and they began to talk casually about various topics, remembering the school where they wanted to study together and trying to figure out why they hadn't met before. A mutual liking developed between them, and they even began planning a reunion when Benjamin could return home. Jennifer had graduated from the police academy, had received specialized training, and had successfully passed all of her exams before becoming a police officer in her hometown of Wauwatosa, Milwaukee County, Wisconsin. It had been her dream job since high school, and she was extremely proud of it. Jennifer expressed her joy to a pen pal who sincerely congratulated her on her accomplishment, severe injury, and return home. Benjamin was expected to return home in November 2005. However, in February of that year, he and several of his comrades were targeted by mortar fire. Almost all of Benjamin's comrades were killed that day, and he miraculously survived, albeit severely wounded. His kneecap was almost shattered. His left arm was nearly severed by shrapnel and held together by a few tendons and a piece of skin, and he sustained shrapnel wounds to his chest and head, as well as a severe concussion. The Marine was transported to a military hospital, where he was carefully picked up piece by piece, and, once his condition stabilized, he was transferred to Germany for treatment and rehabilitation. His arm was saved. Although it had lost sensation and function, his knee was in far worse shape. Doctors were skeptical that Benjamin would be able to regain his footing. During this time, Jennifer, with whom he communicated on a daily basis, was extremely supportive and encouraging. She stated that she was constantly praying for his recovery, expecting a miracle and hoping for the best. The miracle occurred and Sabina gradually began to recover, eventually learning to walk. A few months later, the demobilized Marine was transferred to California, where his military unit was stationed. After completing the necessary paperwork, he returned to his hometown of Wauwatosa as a combat veteran, and among the disabled veterans were his parents and Jennifer, with whom he had grown close through correspondence. We were waiting for him. By then, Benjamin had resumed his rehabilitation program, which was producing positive results. The muscles in his damaged limbs recovered and strengthened, and he began to exercise, eventually being able to use his left arm normally and, contrary to the doctor's predictions, beginning to walk and run. When they first met Jennifer, they realized they didn't want to park for a day. The couple spent all of their time together discussing everything in the world, and it appeared that they had known each other their entire lives. A passionate romance blossomed between the two young people. Jennifer saw her lover as a hero, surrounded him with care, and supported him in everything. Benjamin was extremely grateful to her for this. And at the end of 2005, he offered to make her his lawful wife, which she gladly accepted. They registered their marriage right away and married on New Year's Eve of 2006. Severe post-traumatic stress disorder. The young man's time spent in war zones left him with not only scars, but also deep psychological trauma. Benjamin suffered from complex post-traumatic stress disorder, PTSD, which included all of the typical symptoms such as nightmares, increased anxiety, psychotic experiences known as flashbacks, depression, and suicidal ideation. For the former Marine, any loud noises, popping fireworks, or even the sound of a passing airplane could trigger memories of his horrific experiences. He regularly underwent therapy and worked with specialists, and there were times when the disorder receded so much that his loved ones assumed he had returned to normal life, but this was a false impression. According to Benjamin's own account, during the war he witnessed the deaths of at least 50 of his comrades, many of whom were close to him, and their loss caused him personal grief. Jennifer and Ben went to church together, and the man sought help for his psychological problems. A variety of therapeutic approaches, both medical and spiritual, proved effective. Recovery seemed imminent, but some symptoms appeared to have become chronic. Jennifer and Benjamin were still young, full of optimism and plans. They decided to postpone having children until his condition had stabilized. The couple believed they had their entire lives ahead of them, and that there was still time for everything. However, 7 years after the wedding, Benjamin's condition had not improved. He continued to suffer from nightmares, panic attacks, and suicidal ideation. Furthermore, due to his injuries and disorders, the former Marine was not only forced to end his military career, but he was also unable to obtain another prestigious and promising position. Warning signs emerged in 2012, 7 years into rehab, when Benjamin's progress began to deteriorate rapidly. Jennifer told her best friend Linda in October that her husband had acquired a gun, which he rarely let go of and even slept with under his pillow. He would frequently wake up at night with nightmares, screaming, grabbing the gun, unable to recognize his surroundings, and feeling as if he was still at war, surrounded by enemies. At times like this, his wife would do her best to calm him down and return him to reality. These nightmares became regular, and the doctor's sedatives did little to help. Furthermore, Benjamin began to have thoughts about voluntarily ending his life, which he discussed with his wife. In an effort to reassure him, she told him that he couldn't live without him and that she would accompany him in his care. By then, both spouses were in their 30s. Jennifer had a promising job, was well regarded at work, had many friends, and was adored by those around her. Benjamin received only a government-appointed disability pension. He only socialized with close relatives and parishioners, as the couple went to church on a regular basis. He had almost no friends because people avoided and feared him due to his strange behavior, and occasional bouts of aggression, Benjamin was most likely dealing with PTSD and depression, as well as an impending midlife crisis. Everyone around him seemed to be moving forward, striving for and achieving something, except himself. Even his wife's care and support began to appear as a mockery to him, and he was plagued by feelings of guilt and shame for his own inferiority. Jennifer was transferred to the night shift in early December 2012, and she now patrols Wauwatosa's streets from dusk to dawn, keeping order. She was very concerned because her husband would be alone at night, and if he had another nightmare or memory, there would be no one to help him, as the 7th wedding anniversary approached. Jennifer was considering taking a vacation, possibly to the ocean for a change of scenery and relaxation. On December 17, she shared her plans with a colleague, but they were not meant to be realized. Because a week later, there was a terrible tragedy that claimed the life of a young woman in a peaceful town. On the evening of December 23, 2012, Jennifer began working the night shift shortly before Christmas. Throughout her shift, she texted her husband, concerned about his condition. Jennifer's messages stopped around dawn, though her husband continued to text her, asking if everything was okay. At 5 a.m., the dispatcher attempted to contact Jennifer several times. However, when the patrolman did not respond, he decided to locate Jennifer's squad car, which was discovered at the city's fire station, only 5 minutes away from the police department. Patrol officers frequently stopped by here to eat or write a report at the end of their shifts. However, the officer remained unresponsive, which raised serious concerns because it had never happened before. Another officer was dispatched from the station to the fire station, where he made a horrifying discovery. Jennifer's squad car was parked at the back door of the building, just a few feet away, right near the exit. Jennifer lay dead on the snow-covered pavement in a pool of blood. She had multiple gunshot wounds to the head from close range, and her face was almost unrecognizable. The officer immediately reported the incident to the station, which dispatched an investigation team and a medical team to the scene. Thus, on the night before Christmas, Officer Jennifer Sabina became the first police officer in the quiet town's history to be killed in the line of duty. Around 6:30 a.m., a suspicious widower named Benjamin called the police station to inquire about his wife's well-being and why her phone was not answering. He was told that there had been an incident with Jennifer, but was not given any details, and he was instructed to report to the station immediately. He showed up less than half an hour later, looking anxious. Strangely, no questions were asked. Benjamin did not attempt to find out what had happened to his wife, whether she was hurt or still alive. He answered a few standard questions, including what happened the night before and where he went while his wife was on duty. According to Benjamin, after his wife left, he went to the store briefly before spending the remainder of the evening and night at home playing video games and texting Jennifer until she stopped responding. In the morning, he called the station and was told to come in. He was not charged at the time, but he did question standard procedure. However, the police discovered fresh abrasions and dried blood on his hands. In response, Benjamin stated that he suffers from post-traumatic stress disorder and that pain frequently helps him regain consciousness. When the former Marine learned that his wife had been fatally wounded, he had a serious breakdown. He jumped up and yelled that it couldn't be true. He knocked over a table and began pounding his fists against the wall. It took several strong officers to subdue and calm the emotionally charged widower case investigation. At the crime scene, in the fresh snowfall, there was only one set of footprints going from the tire tracks to the fire station's back door and back. This indicated that the perpetrator was alone, based on the size of the footprints. The adult male ballistics analysis produced even more intriguing results. 5 bullets were fired by the officer from 2 different weapons: a 9mm handgun and Jennifer's service weapon, which the perpetrator had taken with him. All of the bullets were pointed at the head, 2 in the back and 3 in the face, implying personal animosity, deep hostility, or a desire for vengeance. However, the young woman did not have any enemies. Everyone who knew her personally adored and respected her, speaking of her only positively. On the same day, video from all of the street surveillance cameras leading to the fire station was requested. It turned out that there were almost no cars on the small town's roads in the early morning. However, around 4 a.m., a black Toyota Prius with tinted windows and black rims approached the fire station. The car vanished from camera view at some point, but a short time later, it was seen driving in the opposite direction, heading directly home. It is worth noting that Benjamin arrived at the police station that morning in the same car for questioning, removing all doubt that he was immediately pursued, arrested as the prime suspect, and his home was thoroughly searched. The first thing that investigators noticed were the holes in the living room wall. The drywall had been punctured, apparently by fifth, and bloodstains were visible around the edges. It was clear that this was where Benjamin had acquired the abrasions on his hands, and it had occurred no later than the night before. The couple left messages for each other on the refrigerator door using colorful sticky notes. Jennifer's notes exuded love and care, whereas her husband's were either dry in one word or so insincere that they read like quotes from romance novels. A shell casing from a 9mm pistol was discovered in one of the dresser drawers, and the weapon was soon discovered in the bedroom, on the side of her husband's bed. The police spent a long time looking for Jennifer's stolen service weapon, but it was eventually discovered in a ventilation duct under the ceiling. Forensics confirmed that it was the same weapon used to shoot Jennifer Benjamin's version. After his arrest, Benjamin initially stuck to his original statement, claiming that he had not left the house and denying any involvement in his wife's death, insisting that he loved her and could not have hurt her. However, when confronted with irrefutable evidence of his guilt, he began to sob and testify. He revealed that he had suffered from various forms of post-traumatic stress disorder for years after returning from the war zone. He was unable to be helped by his wife's love and care, his church, or experienced doctors. He recently began to consider voluntarily ending his life, which he shared with his wife. She continued to discourage him, claiming that she couldn't live without him and would follow him. It is claimed that Ben chose to dispose of his lover out of mercy. He reasoned that they were both religious individuals, and if Jennifer committed suicide, it would be a serious sin, condemning her soul to eternal punishment. So he decided to spare his beloved from eternal agony and bear the entire burden by ending her life and then his own. Benjamin knew that his wife, like her co-workers, came to the firehouse at the end of her shift to write a report. He watched her for days to make sure he knew exactly when and where she parked her car. That fateful evening, he arrived on time, about 15 minutes before his wife emerged. He waited for her at the door, then fired 2 shots to the head with a pistol he had brought from home. He then claimed that she turned around with her service weapon, which he had taken from her, and fired 3 more shots to the head. However, experts believe that the first 2 shots to the head were fatal, and she was unable to turn around or reach for the gun. Furthermore, the entry wounds revealed that the last 3 shots were fired into her body while she lay on the ground. Furthermore, it was unclear why Ben shot her 5 times in the head, severely disfiguring her face and necessitating a closed casket funeral, trial and sentencing. In the end, Benjamin pleaded guilty but blamed his actions on a severe mental disorder, claiming that he was unaware of his actions. As a result, a psychiatric evaluation was ordered, which revealed that despite having severe complex post-traumatic stress disorder, the man was fully aware of his actions. Furthermore, Sabina planned the crime in advance, attempted to cover his tracks and hide evidence, and continued to send messages to his now deceased wife's cell phone to avoid suspicion. Witnesses, including friends and co-workers of the deceased, testified that the husband was jealous of his wife's professional success and frequently took it out on her. In addition, Benjamin was insanely jealous of Jennifer's male co-workers. He believed that his wife could leave him at any time because she is surrounded by young, healthy men who do not suffer from the same physical and psychological problems as he did. His jealousy and suspicion, combined with his anxiety, drove her to despair. Sabina appeared in court in a wheelchair, his hands and feet bound due to his repeated attempts to harm himself. He entered a full guilty plea. Pride apologized to his mother-in-law and promised that if he could go back in time, he would never hurt the woman who loved him, and he loved him, and he loved.
Benjamin was convicted of first-degree premeditated murder in June 2013. Despite having serious mental health issues, he was sentenced to life in prison with the possibility of parole in 35 years. Jennifer's mother stated in court that she had forgiven her son-in-law and left his fate in God's hands. The defendant's mother testified that her son returned from military service a completely different person, deeply distressed, physically and mentally broken. And finally, she and her daughter-in-law attempted desperately to assist him, but the darkness in his soul was overwhelming. In addition, Officer Jennifer Sevens' death sparked a heated debate about whether her name should be included on a Washington memorial honoring law enforcement officers killed in the line of duty. Initially, the decision was made to exclude her name due to the circumstances surrounding her death. However, following widespread protests and collective petitions from Wisconsin residents, her name was eventually added to the memorial wall.
Share your opinion with us in the comments and subscribe to the channel for more. In the tranquil coastal town of St. Augustine, Florida, July 8th, 2010, was a day that those who knew her would never forget. A solitary beach house served as the backdrop for a perplexing mystery. Friends and family struggled to understand the mysterious disappearance of a 45-year-old woman who had been a fixture in their lives. Her presence, last seen at a neighborhood gathering on July 6th, appeared to have faded into the shadows, leaving a trail of unsettling questions. Brittany Tavar, 45, a resident of St. Augustine, Florida, had a heart as big as the ocean and a smile that could brighten even the darkest day. Brittany had a large family with many siblings, but they all lived far away on the other side of the country. They loved her despite the distance, but life's twists and turns had separated them. People who knew Brittany spoke of her fondly. She was known for her kindness, generous spirit, and unwavering respect for everyone she met. Brittany had a talent for assisting others, which defined her in an intriguing twist of fate. Brittany had once set her sights on Hollywood, hoping to discover her dreams amidst the city's glitz and glamour. After her Hollywood venture failed, Brittany returned to St. Augustine, her hometown. She forged a new path here, eventually becoming a photographer and real estate agent. Her camera lens captured the beauty of the town, and her friendly demeanor helped others. Brittany's love of making friends was what truly set her apart. She had a knack for turning strangers into friends, and her network in St. Augustine quickly expanded. People from all walks of life were drawn to her infectious personality. However, life is unpredictable, and Brittany had no idea what was going to happen next. Brittany's last appearance in the community was on the evening of July 6th, just 2 days before her mysterious disappearance. She was upbeat as she mingled with neighbors and friends at the lively party. Later that evening, around 9 p.m., she made a routine stop at a nearby gas station to fuel her Toyota RAV4. However, after this seemingly routine pit stop, Brittany became an elusive mystery when friends worried about her disappearance went to her house. It appeared normal from the outside. There appeared to be no activity inside the house. Her car was noticeably absent, prompting a few of them to speculate that she had temporarily left her home for a few days. Her family was concerned, however, because they knew it was unusual for her to leave without informing anyone. Police did not launch an investigation right away because nothing seemed out of place, and there was no evidence of foul play or that Brittany had suffered any harm. Friends and her partner, Tim Martin, gained entry to her home through a locksmith, and upon closer inspection, a strange scene unfolded before their eyes. The house had an almost unnatural cleanliness, as if it had been thoroughly scrubbed, leaving a distinct odor of cleaning products, particularly bleach. Brittany's 2 small white Bichon Frise dogs, Colbert and Huey, were also missing, but her cats remained inside the house. The hum of the air conditioning system in the background added to the mystery, which was unusual for Brittany, who was normally concerned about power consumption and would not leave it on even if she was only going away for a few days. Brittany's friends told the police that she had expressed concern and fear to them. She had spoken with some of them about her concerns. This unease stemmed from a contentious dispute she had with her neighbor, and what had once been a cordial relationship had devolved into a cauldron of hostility, marked by physical skirmishes, legal skirmishes, and Brittany's fervent attempts to obtain a permanent restraining order against Anna. The timing of Brittany's disappearance was especially puzzling because it coincided with a critical court hearing in this long-running dispute. Brittany meticulously gathered evidence and prepared for her upcoming trial, making her sudden disappearance even more perplexing to those who knew her well. She was looking forward to her appearance in court and did not want to miss it. Brittany and Anne had previously been close friends, bonding over shared memories and camaraderie. However, Anne's idyllic friendship began to unravel when her boyfriend crossed the Atlantic from Ireland, prompting her to seek accommodations for her roommate in order to make room for her view. Brittany, ever accommodating, agreed to house Anne's roommate, but later changed her mind. This abrupt reversal heightened tensions between Brittany and Anne, laying the groundwork for a contentious dispute. The conflict escalated to alarming proportions, culminating in a shocking physical altercation that resulted in Brittany's arrest on battery charges. Her once welcoming demeanor had changed to one of resolute determination to seek legal protection against Anne's perceived threats. Brittany carried a video camera with her at all times, documenting every interaction with Anne in order to gather irrefutable evidence for the impending court battle. Among these clashes, the day Brittany disappeared emerged as a watershed moment. She had long anticipated the day she would appear in court for the civil suit seeking a permanent restraining order against Anne. She had worked hard to gather evidence and prepare to present her case to her friends and family. The idea of Brittany willingly missing this critical hearing seemed implausible. While Anne naturally became a person of interest in the eyes of investigators, initial inquiries indicated she had a credible alibi. A few days after Brittany's last sighting, her two beloved dogs, Colbert and Huey, were discovered wandering separately in Hopkins, South Carolina, adding an unexpected twist to the case. In the midst of this neighborly feud, another aspect of Brittany's personality emerged. A compassionate spirit who had opened her home to at least 8 different homeless people over the years. Brittany welcomed them warmly, offering shelter in exchange for their assistance with various household tasks. Among them was Joseph Dean Roberts, a 26-year-old who had recently lived with Brittany. Brittany had only met Joseph a few weeks before her mysterious disappearance at a local Barnes & Noble bookstore. Despite their brief interactions, Joseph had shared his harrowing story with her. He had become homeless after losing his job at the Kangaroo gas station on St. Augustine Beach. Brittany, known for her boundless kindness, extended her hand and offered him a place to stay. Joseph's first impressions painted him as an unassuming average young man, which was confirmed by his friends. They saw no reason for concern, believing him to be a typical houseguest. However, Joseph had a tragic backstory, telling Brittany's friends that he had lost his parents and that his living situation had become hostile, prompting him to seek refuge under her roof. Brittany went above and beyond when she moved in by purchasing a computer. They shared ambitions to start a web design business together, which reflected Brittany's adventurous spirit. The police, who were always eager to try new things, became increasingly interested in Joseph as they learned more about his relationship with Brittany and the events surrounding her disappearance. He was pulled over for speeding in Brittany's car in Evanston, Wyoming, the day after her disappearance. Strangely, he was released without being questioned about her location. However, as the investigation progressed, a more sinister pattern emerged, implicating Joseph in the disturbing chain of events as investigators dug deeper into Brittany Genevieve Tavara's mysterious disappearance. Joseph Dean Roberts emerged as a key figure in the unfolding mystery. His actions and connections to Brittany sparked suspicion, leaving a trail of questions that demanded answers. Joseph had become a person of interest for a variety of reasons. First and foremost, he was the last known person to be with Brittany on the evening of July 6th, just before her disappearance. Second, he had been in possession of Brittany's car shortly after she went missing, which was a disturbing fact that could not be ignored. The circumstances surrounding his encounter with law enforcement in Evanston, Wyoming, were quite perplexing. On July 11th, he was pulled over for speeding while driving Brittany's car. Despite being alone and in possession of her vehicle, the police officer who stopped him made no connection to Brittany's disappearance and released him with a warning. Joseph's actions did not end at the traffic stop. Later that day, he was seen at a Walmart in Ontario, buying items that raised eyebrows. He acquired a tent, a black t-shirt, and tan cargo shorts. These unusual purchases fueled the growing suspicion of Joseph's involvement in Brittany's disappearance. The investigation took an alarming turn when it was discovered that Brittany's credit card was still being used, despite the fact that she had vanished without a trace. Authorities closely examined the credit card transactions and discovered a troubling pattern. Brittany's card had been used in multiple states, including North Carolina, Idaho, and Oregon. This financial trail painted a picture of someone taking advantage of Brittany's possessions, fueling fears that she was in serious danger. With mounting evidence and growing concerns about Joseph's potential involvement, authorities took a proactive approach and issued a public alert. The message was clear. Joseph Dean Roberts was a person of interest in Brittany's disappearance, and he should not be underestimated. Law enforcement warned that he could be armed and dangerous, prompting a nationwide search. The hope of finding Brittany alive persisted, but the details revealed a chilling and ominous picture. The search for Joseph Dean Roberts intensified, motivated by a desire for answers and justice in this haunting mystery. In the never-ending search for answers in Brittany, Genevieve Tavar's disappearance reached a watershed moment on October 12th, when Joseph Dean Roberts was arrested in Seattle for shoplifting. This seemingly unrelated incident would cast an ominous shadow over the ongoing investigation, eventually revealing the grim truth about Brittany's fate while Joseph was in custody. Florida authorities rushed to Seattle to question him about Brittany's disappearance. Their hope remained steadfast that Brittany was still alive and awaiting rescue. They had no idea that the chilling revelation that was about to unfold would put an end to that glimmer of hope. During questioning, Joseph Dean Roberts, the man who had shared Brittany's life and home in the weeks preceding her disappearance, began to reveal the chilling details of what happened that fateful night. According to Joseph's confession, a heated argument broke out between him and Brittany on the night of July 6, 2010. The tension rose, reaching a terrifying climax as anger turned to violence. In a moment of brutality, Joseph had resorted to using a hammer to strike Brittany in the head several times, but she had not died immediately. Joseph recounted with chilling detachment that Brittany was still alive, albeit briefly, in a gruesome twist. Joseph described taking a knife from the kitchen, intending to silence the woman who had once provided him with shelter and kindness. Joseph used a sharp object to deliver the fatal blow to the neck. The aftermath of this heinous crime was a scene of unspeakable horror. There was blood everywhere. Joseph needed to act quickly to cover his tracks, so he used bleach and a slew of towels to remove the heinous evidence of his crime. The amount of blood was so large that it required 6 trash bags to contain the aftermath. In a chilling twist of fate, Joseph's original plan was to hide Brittany's lifeless body in the attic. However, he quickly realized that her remains were too heavy to carry up the stairs. Instead, he resorted to wrapping her lifeless body in sheets and garbage bags, leaving her tragically unrecognizable. Brittany's body was then placed in her own car. However, the question remained: why had Joseph chosen to accompany Brittany's beloved dogs on his sinister journey to conceal his heinous crime? Joseph's twisted logic came to light. He understood that leaving the dogs at Brittany's house would raise suspicions. He needed to buy time, diverting attention away from the atrocities he had committed. Brittany's life was ended. Joseph set out on a grim journey with her body hidden in her own car and her once loved pets by his side. He drove Brittany's car, carrying her remains, and abandoned her body in a desolate wooded area near Interstate 95. Joseph attempted to bury her, but the difficult terrain made the effort futile. Instead, her body was exposed. In a disturbingly casual revelation, Joseph admitted that after completing this macabre task, he returned home when asked if he had gone to sleep. His response was chillingly straightforward: "Yes, I did." Following this eerie interlude, Joseph embarked on a cross-country journey, crossing state lines. While leaving Brittany's car in a Seattle library parking lot, a stark reminder of the disturbing nature of his actions. The release of these gruesome details sent shockwaves through the investigation and the community, which had hoped for Brittany's safe return. Her body, which was severely decomposed, had to be identified using dental records. She died as a result of apparent blunt force trauma. It was a horrifying reminder of the brutality she'd experienced. Joseph Dean Roberts, the man who had shared her home and her trust, had thrown Brittany into a nightmare from which she would never recover. Following Joseph Dean Roberts' chilling confession, the mystery surrounding Brittany and Genevieve Tavar's disappearance begins to unravel. The police discovered that everything Joseph had told Brittany was a lie. He had spent several months living in the woods near the bookstore where they had met. Law enforcement believed Joseph had a habit of wandering along Florida's beaches, attempting to persuade women to give him a place to stay. The strategy had been successful on numerous occasions. Brittany was not the first woman to offer him shelter, and those who had welcomed him into their homes at first thought he was harmless and, in some cases, pitied his situation. However, a troubling shift in his behavior usually occurred soon after moving in. For example, a woman Joseph worked with at the Kangaroo gas station offered him a room to rent in her home. From August 2008 until January 2009, he appeared pleasant and honest at first, despite his inability to afford a motel. He even discussed his mental health issues, such as depression and angry outburst. However, within a few weeks, his behavior deteriorated. He became disinterested, neglected personal hygiene, and began using illegal substances in the home. When she discovered this, she immediately asked him to leave, and he left the same day. A month later, another gas station employee named Cheryl Davenport offered Joseph a place to stay after he was fired for theft. Cheryl thought of him as a friend, and she was aware that his mental health issues had caused strained relationships with his family. In exchange for housing, she asked him to care for her 3 young children. Unfortunately, the destructive pattern repeated itself. Joseph stopped bathing and resumed his prohibited substance use, prompting Cheryl to ask him to leave. During this time, Joseph moved in with Brittany in tragic circumstances. Before she had the chance to request his departure, he committed a heinous act of violence, brutally killing her. Brittany was unaware of Joseph's history of severe anger issues, which led to this horrific tragedy. Joseph's account of Brittany's brutal murder prompted his immediate arrest. The gravity of the crime he had committed was obvious, and the legal system moved quickly to hold him accountable for his heinous actions. Joseph initially pleaded not guilty to first-degree murder, setting the stage for a trial to prove his guilt beyond a reasonable doubt. However, as the case progressed, legal discussions and arguments became more prominent. Questions about Joseph's state of mind, the circumstances surrounding the crime, and the pursuit of justice led to a watershed moment in the case. Ultimately, the prosecution and defense reached a significant agreement and accepted a guilty plea to a lesser charge. Joseph Dean Roberts, the man who killed Brittany in an unspeakable act of violence, has pleaded guilty to second-degree murder. This plea represented a significant turning point in the case. The court accepted the plea and sentenced him to a 30-year term in a Florida state correctional facility. While this outcome may not have provided the full measure of justice that Brittany's loved ones had hoped for, it did ensure that Joseph was held accountable for his heinous crime. He would spend decades in prison, paying for the life he had taken and the anguish he had caused Brittany's family, friends, and the community that had rallied in her memory. Share your opinion with us in the comments and subscribe to the channel for more. The Beverly Liggett case exemplifies madness by inheritance when a favorite son becomes an executioner. Unfortunately, genetics is inextricably linked to a wide range of inheritable diseases. These include some mental illnesses. However, an existing predisposition is only a risk and probability, not a guarantee that the child will inherit this or that disease. Naturally, every parent hopes that his children will inherit only the best, and that diseases will avoid offspring. Many experts believe that there are no specific genes for the transmission of mental illness, meaning that no single gene is necessary or sufficient to cause the disease. Nonetheless, mental illness is often passed down through families. This is precisely the issue confronting our heroine today, Beverly Liggett, who sincerely believed that her children would be unaffected by such a condition. And while Beverly, his daughter, grew up to be a perfectly healthy and balanced woman, the son appears to have suffered a double blow, which he blamed solely on his mother. It should be noted that this man's intelligence was unaffected by his mental disorder. On the contrary, Beverly Liggett was very clever and calculating, which makes his atrocities even more sickeningly creepy. Beverly Liggett was born on October 1, 1956, in Colorado's capital, the picturesque city of Denver. She was raised with her older brother Stephen and sister Martha in a typical family of Barbara and Edwin Liggett, who spent their entire lives in their hometown, rarely leaving its borders. Beverly attended a local college after graduating from high school, but was unable to attend university for a variety of reasons, including her health and drug use. The girl worked as a salesperson but married at the age of 26 and had 2 children. She devoted herself to her family for many years and was solely focused on raising heirs and building a home in 1988. Beverly gave birth to her long-awaited firstborn son Ra, followed by a daughter named Libby a few years later. The young woman genuinely didn't care about her heirs and lived for them. However, her marriage ended in the latter half of the 1990s. The husband abandoned the family and relocated to another state, no longer caring about his ex-wife's fate or participating in the lives of his children. Beverly was forced to work 2 jobs at once. However, thanks to her diligence and determination, the family of 3 did not require anything. She and her children relocated to the suburbs of Denver, a small and relatively new town founded in 2001 for the town's centennial, where they rented a cozy, spacious home. In the mid-2000s, Beverly met a man named Seth Miffy on one of the dating sites and began corresponding with him, which eventually led to a romantic relationship. He inspired her lover to finally pursue her dream of higher education. Liggett chose medical school because he'd had always wanted to help people and felt that helping others was her calling in life. At the time, she was over 50 years old, and she was twice the age of her classmates. However, she quickly found common ground with them and is remembered as a sociable, attentive, and responsible miniature brunette nicknamed Caring Angel. Beverly's incest romance lasted approximately 5 years before the couple decided to officially legalize their relationship. For the 2 of them, the step was serious, but they were prepared. Beverly was overjoyed because she finally had a college degree, a higher-paying job, and was about to marry the man she loved. Her children had reached the age where they could live independently. However, her son's area was a source of genuine concern and apprehension, and there were several good reasons for this. A hereditary disease. The Liggett family had a sensitive issue that they tried to keep hidden from others and never discussed with outsiders. Beverly and her sister Martha were diagnosed with bipolar affective disorder at a young age, which is characterized by frequent mood swings from manic to depressive states. The disorder occasionally worsened. However, Martha experienced minor discomfort associated with this disorder, and the prescribed medication quickly produced positive results. Beverly occasionally required hospitalization because she was on the verge of committing suicide. This was the reason she was unable to attend university at the time, and it was also the reason her marriage with her children's father ended. It's also worth noting that her mother, Barbara, suffered from long-term depression, but she had this problem in her 40s. After that, no one provided qualified assistance to the woman at the time. As a result, she spent almost her entire life fighting her illness alone. Beverly was certain that the mental disorder in their family was passed down exclusively through the female line, because the disease manifested itself in her mother, herself, and her sister, while her brother, Stephen, remained completely normal. In this regard, Beverly feared for the health of her daughter, Libby, but just the daughter of the disease bypassed, hitting with redoubled force on Ra, the special child from early childhood area with a rather strange withdrawn boy prone to tantrums at the age of 5. He was diagnosed with autism, and later a whole host of other mental disorders and abnormalities were added. He could withdraw into himself and completely abstract from what was going on around him. But he was particularly fond of chemistry and physics. The boy solved complex problems quickly, performing the majority of his calculations mentally. His intelligence was above average, but his social and communication skills were virtually non-existent. Flatmates avoided or mocked the strange and unsociable Pierre. Ari had no friends, was uninterested in learning about the world around him, and was aggressive and violent, resulting in animal cruelty and attacks on other children. The boy was repeatedly hospitalized and given medication to treat his condition. However, at home, he frequently stopped taking the prescribed medication and quickly returned to his previous state. His parents attempted to persuade him to take the necessary medications, but as he grew older, it became more difficult for him to ask or speak calmly, and he always got his way with tantrums. The boy could isolate himself and not speak to anyone for weeks, but he could talk for hours to himself or to an imaginary interlocutor. When things get bad, he became dangerous to others, and his relatives occasionally insisted on his mandatory hospitalization as a dangerous teenager. As a teenager, I learned that his mother and grandmother also had mental health issues, and his mother had to be hospitalized on occasion. During that time, Barry despised his mother and blamed her for all of his problems. He believed she had given him a disease that was ruining his life. The young man grew increasingly uncontrollable. He threatened his loved ones with violence and was constantly perplexed as to why his own sister's family curse had been ignored. Being with him under the same roof became dangerous, and the first couldn't stand the head of the family. He filed for divorce and literally fled. Despite his diagnosis, Ra was able to enter university with a high passing score. However, he was expelled in his first year after bringing a homemade firearm to campus and threatening a fellow student with death. At the time, he was arrested for the first time, but was only sentenced to an educational talk, the confiscation of the weapon, and expulsion from the university. Beverly contacted the police about a year later and requested that they come to their home right away to apprehend her son, who was threatening to kill her and her daughter, and appeared to be very serious. However, the police handed over the violent young man to psychiatrists, who, after a brief hospitalization, released him home and prescribed medication. Ari, of course, did not accept the hateful stepfather. Ari was 18 years old when Beverly met and started dating Seth. The couple quickly decided to live together, but Ari immediately took his mother's new chosen one in the bayonet. He tried everything he could to get him out of the house, including threats, scandals, and even fights. The appearance of another man in the house, which his mother perceived as a personal insult and betrayal, prompted him to do his best to support his beloved. He looked for a specialist who could assist the young man in paying for his clinic treatments, but the more he tried, the longer he despised him. The thought of this man becoming his stepfather and a member of their family, combined with his fear and depression, makes him aggressive and dangerous. That Missy repeatedly told his wife that her son was old enough to live independently. He could study or work normally if he took his medication correctly. Beverly Leggett was well aware of this, but she loved her son and could not abandon or take him out, so she continued to endanger her own life through her obsession with guns. The young man's hobbies evolved over time, becoming increasingly bizarre, sophisticated, and dangerous. He had a weakness for weapons, and more specifically, he was obsessed with them. In the basement of his own home, he gathered homemade firearms, literally from improvised materials, on his knees, demonstrating once more that the man was very smart, clever, and enterprising. However, Ari was not limited to a single weapon and came up with the idea of creating an explosive device. He found all of the information he needed on the internet and purchased or ordered the components he required, as well as the substances he couldn't find. He made the decision to synthesize at home himself. Using his extensive knowledge of chemistry, Beverly was suspicious when she found her son in the backyard of the house, and because he refused to answer questions and behaved strangely, she immediately called the police. As it turned out, she did it just in time, because the police discovered an almost ready bomb in the house during their search. In addition, they discovered and seized a modified rifle, several pistols assembled from various model parts, a silencer, and a large number of spare weapon parts. Our computer search history from the previous few months was reviewed and studied. The FBI became seriously interested in the young man because they suspected he was planning a large-scale crime. In Ari's room, there were also numerous jars of poisonous substances on the shelves, such as arsenic and potassium cyanide. He could not explain why he bought them. The young man was arrested the same day, but he was only charged with misdemeanor possession of weapons and careless handling of dangerous chemicals that could result in death or serious injury. However, he pleaded guilty, cooperated with the investigation, and received only a 1-year suspended sentence, after which he returned to his home and resumed terrorizing his mother and sister, citing the threat of reprisal and the medical profession's indifference. Ari became enraged and hateful following his arrest and suspended sentence. Not a day went by without him threatening to kill his family in their sleep or burning down their home after locking everyone inside. He was then hospitalized again, this time for 3 months, in a psychiatric hospital. In addition to previous diagnoses, doctors found signs of schizophrenia and acute psychosis in the young man. Following another course of treatment, the young man became quiet for a while before returning to himself. He didn't talk to anyone, spent most of his time in his room on his computer, and appeared to take his prescribed medication faithfully. However, only a month later, he had another breakdown, triggered by the news of his mother and Seth's impending wedding. Ari also overheard his mother and stepfather discussing their plans to buy a house in another state, relocate, and restart their lives. Libby's sister had already moved out with her boyfriend, leaving Ari on his own. The 25-year-old man was upset about it. The young man went completely crazy. He threw a tantrum at his mother, screamed her, waved a knife in front of her, threatened to kill her, and ensured that the body was never discovered. Beverly immediately called the psychiatric hospital, told them everything, and asked for her son to be forcibly hospitalized again. But the attending physician dismissed her request, believing that there was no reason to do so and that the previous course of treatment had yielded positive results. So he did not believe that Aria posed a threat to others. Beverly had one last conversation with Seth that evening, who was working in another city and couldn't get to her right away. Beverly Hill's mystery disappearance occurred on October 14, 2012, less than 2 weeks after the woman celebrated her 56th birthday. She failed to report for hospital duty that day, which had never happened before. Colleagues were the first to sound the alarm after failing to call his lover and receiving no response to his numerous messages. Sat dialed Libby's number to find out when she last spoke with her mother. As it turned out, Libby had been attempting to call her unsuccessfully since the morning. He called the house phone and was horrified by what he heard. Ari picked up the phone and unsuccessfully attempted to imitate his mother's voice, pretending to be her and claiming that she was fine. Seth immediately called the cops and asked them to send a unit to their house as soon as possible. When the police arrived, they discovered that no one was home and that there was no reason to break in at that time. Therefore, the only attempts made that day were to trace Beverly's phone signal and check her bank card activity. Beverly's car had also gone missing, prompting a statewide manhunt, and it was the vehicle that led to a lead just 2 days later when a patrol officer saw it in a Denver suburb and decided to check the paperwork to see if it was the right car. A creepy discovery in the boot. Even before checking the license plate number to ensure it belonged to the missing woman, the police officer noticed something strange about the car. When the last outs were gone, the police officer approached the driver and requested identification. The driver was a young man whose long hair partially obscured his face. He was visibly nervous, and when asked to show his documents again, he simply pushed the gas pedal to the floor, accelerated, and sped down the road at full speed. The police officer began pursuing the fugitive and radioed for assistance. But only a few minutes later, while attempting to make a sharp turn at high speed, the car skidded, veered off the road, and struck a tree. The driver was wearing a seatbelt, and the airbags deployed, leaving him unharmed as he attempted to flee, but was thrown to the ground by police officers as soon as he exited the car. Upon inspecting the vehicle, the police discovered several large sealed plastic containers in the vehicle's boot, which they opened with shock and horror. Inside were fragments of a dismembered female body covered in a strange-smelling murky liquid, the interrogation and the carrogation, and the killer's attempts to avoid responsibility. When Ari was brought to the station for questioning, he revealed that he had schizophrenia, autism, psychosis, and bipolar affective disorder, which his psychiatrist confirmed. He also stated that due to his diagnosis, he was unable to distinguish between right and wrong, and thus had no idea what he was doing. He then inquired about whether he would be tried if his diagnoses were confirmed, and what punishment he would face if he refused to plead guilty. During interrogations, he would refer to himself as a god or claim to be possessed by demons and needed an extra fist. At times, his speech became incoherent, as if he was talking to an invisible interlocutor while completely ignoring the police. The psychiatric examination confirmed that the accused suffers from a variety of mental disorders. However, it has been demonstrated that he is capable of providing an account of his actions. During the interrogations, the psychiatrist who observed the man's behavior concluded that even when he was talking to himself, he listened carefully to what was said to him and what questions were asked. This was evident in his reactions, clarifications, and abrupt mood swings. Ari's main motivation for displaying his insanity in such a vivid and demonstrative manner was to avoid severe punishment and minimize his responsibility before the law. He was clever and intelligent enough to attempt to confuse the investigation and persuade others of his insanity, the investigation, and the unexpected results of the search. Despite the fact that everyone knew he had committed a terrible crime from the start, his guilt had to be proven. This required hard evidence. It was decided to begin with a search of their family home, where, as expected, the murder occurred. The police discovered washed-up traces of blood on the kitchen floor, corridor, and bathroom. A bloody hacksaw was found in the dishwasher, which the young man had apparently used to cut up his mother's body. The bathtub, with its jagged edges, served as the setting for this heinous act. Beverly was poisoned with potassium cyanide, according to the expert examination, and her body was dismembered with a hacksaw before being packed into a container. Vials containing the aforementioned poisonous substance were discovered in the kitchen of Aries' room, as well as in the basement of the house, where the man had a sort of chemical laboratory. In addition, under the bed in his bedroom was the corpse of Beverly's favorite cat, which had also been poisoned. This implied that the perpetrator had practiced on the animal before killing the mother. Remember the strange liquid in which the dismembered body's fragments were placed. As it turned out, it had a special chemical composition that can accelerate the process of tissue decomposition. The killers had already found the recipe on the internet and decided to literally dissolve the corpse and hide the bones in the mountains so that they would never be discovered. Based on all of the evidence found, the following picture of the massacre emerged. On the eve of the tragedy, Ari had a heated conversation with his mother, threatening to kill her again. He was so convincing, but Beverly, terrified for her life, called her son, the psychiatrist, with a request to immediately hospitalize him. However, the specialist ignored the request, believing that his patient posed no threat to others. In the evening, after testing the poison on a cat, the young man poisoned his mother, took her body to the bathroom, and began cutting it up with a hacksaw. It's still unclear how he got his mother to take potassium cyanide. It probably took me all night to finish the gruesome job because when Sass called the house phone in the morning, the perpetrator was still in the house. Aries and carelessly cleaned up the blood stuffed into the saw into the dishwasher and packed the body into several chemical-filled containers. He placed the containers in the boot of his mother's car, which he used to leave the house. The following events are already known to you. When this version was presented to the defendant backed up by hard evidence, he began to justify himself and change his testimony. He claimed that his mother committed suicide by voluntarily ingesting the poison and that he only discovered her lifeless body. According to the guy, he was terrified of being left without a source of income because he did not work and lived at her expense. He then decided to dispose of the body so that she could be considered missing. According to his plan, he would continue to live in the house and use the deceased's bank cards and accounts. The young man's story sounded crazy, and no one doubted that he was mentally ill, but it was also clear that he had meticulously planned the crime in advance. It was not a temporary insanity, a state of affect, or an outburst of rage. He had carefully planned each step and carried it out. Arias's possession of chemicals that accelerated the decomposition of the body, which he had purchased in advance, was one of the most compelling evidence that the crime was premeditated. Furthermore, according to his search history, he thoroughly researched them months before the crime, trial, and sentence. As I previously stated, the psychiatric examination confirmed our diagnoses. However, experts concluded unequivocally that he was aware of his actions and had carefully planned the massacre of his mother. He continued to insist on his insanity, despite realizing that it was pointless to pretend to be insane. The trial was held in November of that year, a month and a half after the crime that shocked the entire state. Lawyers worked tirelessly to demonstrate that the defendant cannot be held criminally responsible due to his illness and requires treatment. Ari claimed that his mother hated him and therefore passed on the hereditary disease to him, whereas his sister was completely normal. He also described himself as a victim of crazy Beverly and blamed all of his problems on his parents. Seth testified in court, saying that his late lover and he were both afraid of Ari because they didn't know what to expect from him. He was extremely cruel to others, exhibited sadistic tendencies, and refused to take prescribed medication to control outbursts of aggression. He also stated that Beverly's fear for her son had evolved into her fear of her own son. The court convicted every Liggett of first-degree premeditated murder and sentenced him to life in prison without the possibility of parole. The jury unanimously concluded that his actions were cold-blooded and calculated. The 26-year-old defendant listened to his verdict in silence, his head down and seemingly unconcerned. Following the trial, Libby Liggett admitted that she believed her brother was completely guilty of what he had done. However, she noted that the tragedy could have been avoided if the specialists to whom the family repeatedly turned for assistance had performed their duties and responded to the alarming messages in a timely manner. Beverly, as of today, Ari Liggett is serving his life sentence in a Colorado state prison. All of his attempts to appeal and challenge the court's decision have been unsuccessful. Share your opinion with us in the comments and subscribe to the channel for more. As you begin to investigate the Leslie Palacio case, it's impossible not to be puzzled and disappointed that justice hasn't yet been served. Despite the fact that the police have all of the evidence and know who the killer is, he remains at large. Today's story highlights the difficulty of investigating crime when suspects are outside the jurisdiction, and victims can only hope that the perpetrators are apprehended and brought to justice. The morning of the 29th brought anxiety to the home of Australia Philosophia, mother of 5 beautiful daughters. Taylor, her eldest daughter, came down to the kitchen and reported that the bed in Leslie's room remained untouched. Her belongings were gone, and it was clear she had not spent the night at home. One of the sisters joked that it must have been a good night at the club. Leslie had probably spent the night at Eric's. In fact, everyone became alarmed because Leslie had never done this before. Kyla kept looking at her phone during breakfast, expecting Leslie to text her soon. Leslie remained silent despite the passage of time. By noon, it had stopped appearing normal. By late afternoon, the reseller had decided to go to Eric's house on her own to find out where her daughter had gone. When the Palacio family arrived, they noticed Eric's mother and sister actively removing furniture and other items from the house. Obviously, taking furniture out of the house is normal, but the situation in Mrs. Ibarra's crying face gave Rosella a strange feeling. Something wasn't right here. When asked where Leslie was and why Eric's phone was unavailable, Eric's mother and sister pretended they were unaware that the couple had spent the evening together. Rosella clarified whether Leslie had slept over at their house that night, citing her daughter's messages indicating her intention to visit Eric. After receiving a negative response, Leslie's family realized how serious the situation was. Fears became reality, and the family took immediate action. The older sister, realizing that Leslie could not have vanished so easily, began calling local hospitals and searching the internet for reports of accidents in the previous 24 hours. However, both the search and attempts to contact Eric were unsuccessful. He had either turned off his phone or it had died. Kayla couldn't even hear her voicemail. With Sally, I had no choice but to contact the police. The following day, August 30, Leslie was officially reported missing. Leslie Palacio was born on May 5, 1998, and the move marked the beginning of an intense fight for justice. In Las Vegas, Nevada, USA, her short but full life was filled with love and care for her family. The girl was always open and friendly, and she brought joy to any company. She valued everyone she met in her life, and they reciprocated. Leslie wished to connect her life with medicine. After graduating from high school, she enrolled in Las Vegas Medical College at 20 West 20. She was already confidently pursuing her dream of becoming a phlebotomist and working part-time as a laboratory technician, combining theoretical knowledge and practical skills. Leslie proved herself to be a gifted student. Her academic achievements were commendable. She had a natural ability to absorb new information and was always eager to expand her knowledge. That is why the girl chose to work part-time as a laboratory assistant. Leslie unexpectedly realized she had found her calling and quickly became an integral part of the team. Colleagues thought the student was not only a responsible and professional lab technician, but also a warm-hearted person. The girl's responsibilities included conducting various analyses and tests. However, Leslie saw this work as much more than just a way to fulfill her duties. She saw her calling in making patients test, taking experiences as comfortable as possible. Her caring and patience fostered a sense of trust. Even those who were concerned about the procedure felt at ease in her presence. When the youngest of the nurses asked if Leslie was afraid of having her hands pierced all the time, she laughed and replied that she now had the superpower to poke people. Vital, a young optimist, already has evidence in her every action. Leslie, by all accounts, had the potential to become a highly sought after and valuable specialist in the field of medical laboratory diagnostics. And she would have, if things hadn't turned out so dramatically. Leslie has always helped and cared for others since she was a child. Rosella Palacio, the second of 5 daughters, took on the role of mother when she worked as a hotel cleaner. Rosella recalled her daughter kicking her out of the kitchen when she attempted to cook dinner after cleaning more than 15 hotel rooms in one shift. Take some rest. Leslie gently encouraged her desire to alleviate her mother's burden after work. Her daughter took it upon herself to prepare dinners and, in her usual easygoing style, found cooking to be a source of inspiration. From then on, she always ensured that her family members were well fed. Even if she was away and couldn't prepare the family dinner herself, she was always calling home to ensure that everyone had eaten. because Leslie's family came first. She easily inspired her sisters with her enthusiasm and ideas. For example, even during the pandemic, Leslie continued to participate in sports by organizing workouts in her backyard. She praised her mother's various exercises, and she and her sister danced daily in front of a mirror to music. Her love of experimenting with hair color and image led to a joint business plan with her older sister to open a boutique. The sisters started designing and sewing dresses at home in their own distinctive style. When the coronavirus pandemic struck, Rosella was laid off due to downsizing. Leslie suggested that her mother start her own small cleaning business and assured her that she would gladly assist her with the cleanings in her spare time from work and school. "Mom will be fine soon, as you can see," she assured Alia. At a family council, they came up with the name Palacio Cleaning Service. Leslie went missing around that time. Her dreams were just beginning to come true when their family firm received its first contract. However, on August 29, 2020, all of the Palacio family's plans and dreams came crashing down. Leslie finished the lab assistant program at the end of August 2020, and the family firm received a large order, so she decided it was time to unwind from the stresses and worries with an evening of dancing and fun. The pandemic-related restrictions were gradually lifted, and Las Vegas began to come alive. Unfortunately, none of Leslie's friends wanted to keep her company. People were beginning to let go of their fears and resume their normal lives. They were still nervous and anxious about being in a closed space with so many people. Leslie didn't give up hope of convincing someone to have fun, so she posted on Instagram about her desire to spend the evening somewhere. Unexpectedly, she received a message from Eric Rangel, i.e. Barra. Leslie and Eric's parents had attended the same church for 14 years and occasionally socialized. So the children had known each other since childhood but had never had a close relationship. Leslie knew what Eric liked. The guy who texted her showed interest, but Leslie never reciprocated. She was polite to him. On any other day, Leslie would have declined Eric's request to keep her company, but not this time. She was looking forward to a fun evening to break up her usual routine. The entire day was filled with anticipation. When none of Leslie's friends wanted to keep her company, she accepted Eric's polite and warm invitation to reminisce about Las Vegas nightlife. A night out with Eric seemed like a better option than going nowhere at all. "We anticipate a fun adventure." Leslie had no idea what terrible things waited her, but she probably had a premonition about something and was trying to convince herself that there was no reason to be concerned. Anyway, Leslie agreed with her sister to send her regular messages informing her where she was. She also told Kyla in great detail where she was going, who she would be with, and where she might end up. After a while, the elder sister received an unusual message. "Can you believe Eric is not going to drink this evening? We're at a party, but it looks like I'll have to celebrate alone." Afterward, the sisters exchanged joking messages about the subject. To live a healthy lifestyle. The first place Eric and Leslie went was the casino at the Longhorn Hotel. Police officers later discovered surveillance footage of the couple getting out of a white Ford F-250, owned by Eric at 0:30 a.m. on Ayub 29 and entered the casino before leaving shortly after at 1:56 a.m. The couple then left the casino. Leslie kept in touch with her sister, telling her what was going on. At 4:40 a.m., Leslie sent her sister another strange message. "I need to talk to you about something unpleasant." Kyla inquired as to what had occurred, and she stated that a text box appeared, indicating that Leslie had begun to respond, but no response was received. The girl's life ended with that text message. The morning of the 29th came. Leslie still hadn't returned home. The more time passed, the more concerned the Palacio family members became. The certainty that Leslie had stayed the night at Eric's house was replaced by confusion, and the family went to a familiar house where they found a strange thing. Mrs. Diabara and her daughter were taking out furniture, pretending that they had heard for the first time that Leslie and Eric had spent the evening together. In fact, Leslie's family arrived at Eric's house just in time that they had arrived a few hours later. The investigation would have been significantly delayed. The police found traces of blood in the house, a mess in the bedroom, which suggests that Eric's mother and his sister spent the whole day, strangely enough, not to clean up the traces of the crime, but to pack things down to the pieces of furniture. The family was clearly not going on a picnic, but planning a long-term and thorough absence. Most likely, they had arranged to reunite with Eric and his father Jose in Mexico, where the two had traveled in order to escape justice. Upon seeing the Palacio family, Mrs. Ibarra probably realized that the chance to leave was gone, leaving evidence in the house that no one would take the time to clean up. Panicked mother and daughter began to simply deny knowing about Leslie and Eric's evening together. It was this behavior that led to the suspicion that something irreparable had happened. Fortunately, the Las Vegas police took immediate action and sent out a billing inquiry intending to track Leslie's movements since the previous night. But unfortunately, it takes some time to get that data, while the Palacios couldn't sit back and wait. The family started a campaign to spread the word about Leslie's disappearance. People responded and began actively sharing the information on social media. No one expected that there would be so many people who cared. Eric's mom especially didn't expect it. Detectives kept asking more and more questions, and on August 31, Mrs. Ibarra went to the police station and filed a missing persons report for her husband and son. Mrs. Ibarra told police that her son Eric left home late in the evening on August 28, and when he returned the next morning, he was acting strangely. She saw him walk out the door and never returned. The police noticed a strange circumstance. Not only was Leslie missing, but Eric was also missing as well as his father. Based on this, an investigation into the triple disappearance began with the Las Vegas police involved. Detectives turned to the residents of the neighborhood with the hope of finding surveillance cameras that recorded something important. Luck smiled. It was discovered that just across the street from Joe's borrower's home, there were surveillance cameras. In addition to the CTV footage, police obtained billing data that allowed them to track Leslie's movements in the early morning hours of the 29 detectives found that the couple went to the casino and afterward to a grill bar, which they reached around 02:15 am accidentally or not. Leslie's cell phone was left at the bar, and the records show that Leslie left the establishment around 5:50 am, which is quite early in the morning at 06:05 am. Neighborhood cameras captured Eric's car pulling up to the family home. The nature of his assistance to Leslie and getting out of the car and on the way to the house clearly indicated that the girl was heavily intoxicated at 07:25 am. Eric and his father Jose are seen carrying Leslie's body out of the house, wrapped in a sheet and placing it in the trunk of the car. Eric then drives away while Josie hoses down the door driveway to their house. These actions clearly indicated that Eric and Josie were not missing, but were fugitives from justice. After police saw the footage, a search warrant was obtained for a borrower's home. As a result, detectives uncovered a lot of additional evidence showing that Leslie had not left the house voluntarily. The house had been cleaned with cleaning products in an unsuccessful attempt. Latex gloves and trash bags were also found. But the most important piece of evidence was the discovery in Eric's room. Traces of blood were found on the floor and on Eric's bed, an obvious sign of assault. And without DNA testing, it was clear to investigators that the blood belonged to Leslie. From that point on, Leslie Palacio was no longer missing, and investigators focused their efforts on finding her body. Eric and Jose were reported missing. As investigators searched diligently for suspects, the shaken Palacio family made efforts as well. Rosselli asked members of the church community to help search for her daughter's body as search volunteers. Flyers and posters with Leslie's photo and images of Eric and Josie appeared on social media, newspapers, and street poles. The philosophy of families asking the public to intervene and help them find these two men involved in the girl's death was the message on each flyer. The first major breakthrough in the investigation came when a license plate reader spotted Eric's car just 6 miles from his home around 10 am. I'll get to 29. He was heading back to his home just 4 hours after Leslie's alleged murder. The information uncovered made investigators realize that the location where Eric may have hidden the body was within a 4-hour drive of his home on the Nevada-Arizona border, or the Charleston Peak side, which is a huge area, so detectives were desperate for any additional information that could help them determine a more precise location. Once again, luck smiled on them when footage was recorded at a gas station 40 miles north of Las Vegas, showing Eric's car pulling off the highway toward the Valley of Fire National Park. The car backed up 20 minutes later with muddy tires. The find narrowed the search and pointed to the possible location of the body within 20 miles of the gas station. The mud on the tires suggested that Eric had driven off the road at some point. Detectives began searching the area. Police and volunteers combed through hundreds of acres of land, and on Sept at 9 during the second search, they found Leslie Palacio's body hidden near a bush. News outlets immediately spread the word. The body of 22-year-old Leslie Palacio has been found near the Valley of Fire 11 days after she disappeared. A reporter joined the report, providing additional details about the prime suspect, 25-year-old Eric Rangel Ibarra. The Valley of Fire, where the body was found, is known for its hot climate, which led to rapid decomposition of the remains, and forensic experts were unable to determine the exact cause of death. Locals reacted to Leslie's death with horror and fear. Some became afraid to go outside because of the cons down south of the unquote criminals involved in the murder. The day after the body was discovered, September 10, many friends, relatives, neighbors, and just random people in the area gathered to honor Leslie's memory. People took candles that were used for the nightly vigil and placed them in front of the girl's house. They also said they wanted the man responsible for her death to pay for what he did. The fight for justice was not even close to being over at this point. The next major breakthrough came when Eric's car flashed in Mornado Valley, California. Police eventually contacted Eric's cousin, and he reported that he had driven Jose and his son to Santa Sidra, where he believed they planned to cross the border into Mexico. The Las Vegas Police Department requested assistance from the FBI because it was not possible for them to resolve the jurisdictional issue on their own. The investigation slowed down. Then on January 19, 2021, 4 months after the discovery of the girl's remains, Eric's father, Jose, turned himself in at the border. Everyone was greatly relieved that at least one fugitive was now in custody. The man was quickly extradited back to Clark County and charged with destruction of evidence and accessory to murder during interrogations. Jose tried to minimize his involvement in the crime, explaining the story of the trip to Mexico by his son's strange behavior on the morning of August 29. However, investigators showing surveillance video footage debunked his false claims. The footage clearly showed him helping carry Leslie's body out of the house and washing the driveway. Faced with the evidence, Jose changed his testimony. He said he was working in the garage when Eric brought Leslie's body wrapped in a sheet into the garage. According to Jose, he panicked and helped his son load the body into the truck, assuming that Leslie had died of an overdose of illegal drugs because he saw no visible injuries on the body. Court documents indicate that Jose initially told police that according to Eric, Leslie died of an overdose of illegal drugs. So they also explained that Eric immediately talked about wanting to end his life, blamed himself, and so he decided that the best thing to do for his son was to take him to Mexico. When investigators asked Jose for Eric's current whereabouts, he explained that as soon as the two of them entered Mexico and boarded the bus was searched by Mexican authorities. He and his son got scared and decided to split up, thinking that apart, it would be harder for the authorities to find them. For this reason, he would love to help the investigation, but has absolutely no idea where his son might be. On June 18, 2021, Jose formally pleaded guilty to destruction of evidence and accessory to murder. Despite the horrific characteristics of his crimes, Jose Ibarra was sentenced to only 2 years in the Clark County Detention Center, causing shock and dismay in the community. The Palacio family was shocked and outraged by Jose's lenient sentence, which they felt was unjust. During the chaos, Jose Ibarra joined the court proceedings virtually, while Leslie's family and friends were present in person. They urged the judge to impose a harsher sentence, arguing that 2 years was not enough for an accessory to murder who helped dispose of the body and hid the perpetrator. Jose Ibarra pleaded guilty and tried to apologize to Palacio's family, saying his love for his son outweighed him. He expressed regret for his actions. However, Leslie's family did not accept his apology and did not consider it sincere to date. Eric's whereabouts are unknown, and he continues to live freely in Mexico. Jose was released to Ophelia Marketing on April 28, 2020. An attorney and Palacio family representative commented as follows: "I'm absolutely furious. This is clearly unfair. Not only is the primary suspect not in custody, the person involved in the cover-up of the murder is now back in custody after serving 8 months and 15 days over the last 3 years. The family philosophy has never received adequate recognition. Leslie's story demonstrates flaws in the justice system and raises concerns about fairness in dealing with serious crimes. The family philosophy is determined to fight to change Nevada's laws because they believe that whoever was involved in the murder should face a prison sentence of more than 2 years. They hope that the perpetrator will be found and prosecuted in the United States, where he will be charged and punished appropriately. Ophelia Market Eon is directly contacting those who may know Eric's whereabouts in Mexico. In every media interview, she advocates for the Palacios family to receive some measure of justice. Share your opinion with us in the comments and subscribe to the channel for more. In the quiet town of Pella, Iowa, on a seemingly ordinary Monday evening in May 2020, a chilling incident occurred behind the closed doors of an unassuming apartment complex. What began as a report of a domestic dispute quickly turned into a nightmare, leaving a community stunned and investigators piecing together a harrowing story of obsession, jealousy, and ultimately, a lethal act that would forever change the lives of those involved. This is the story of a tragic event that became known as a watershed moment in Pella's history, a tale of secrets, betrayal, and a darkness lurking beneath the surface of everyday life. On May 18, 2020, a fateful Monday evening in Pella, Iowa, USA, the peace of an apartment complex was shattered when the police received a distress call at 8:20 p.m. The call reported a potential domestic dispute taking place behind 101 Glenwood Avenue in Marion County, Iowa. The concerned caller reported a troubling scene in the alley, two people engaged in a heated argument. Responding quickly to the call, police arrived at the scene to investigate the situation. What they saw was a bleak and tragic scene. Officers discovered a dead body inside a parked vehicle. Tracy Mondabaugh, 47, has been identified. She was discovered slumped in the vehicle seat, secured by her seatbelt. Unfortunately, their efforts to help her were in vain. Tracy had already died from her injuries, and the puncture wounds on her body provided a chilling account of her death. The police discovered that she had been brutally stabbed to death. Among her injuries were a fatal stab wound to her chest and severe lacerations on her hands, painting a horrifying picture of the violence that had befallen her. Tracy Mondabaugh, a mother of 4 young children, had been living at the Glenwood apartment complex with a man named Nick Boat. Tracy had recently moved to Pella from her previous home in Ottawa. Tracy's tragic death painted a disturbing picture. She was brutally murdered inside her parked car, close to her home. The assailant appeared to have attacked her before she could even unbuckle her seatbelt, leaving a community stunned and mourning, and law enforcement tasked with solving the mystery of this heinous incident. On that fateful evening, witnesses provided vital information to the police, shedding light on the tragic events. According to their accounts, a fight broke out between 2 women, Tracy, who was inside the vehicle, and another person standing outside. Surprisingly, the person outside the vehicle left the apartment complex in a gray 4-door Cadillac, leaving a scene of chaos. Eyewitnesses reported hearing a shouted phrase from someone outside the vehicle, "He does not belong to you." Based on this information, the police began to put the puzzle together, and they had strong suspicions about the identity of the person driving the gray Cadillac. The chilling events of that evening had a link to an incident that had deeply disturbed Tracy earlier in March 2020. She had told the police that she was afraid for her safety because she was dating Nick Boat, who'd recently separated from his wife, Michelle Boat. Tracy described an alarming encounter in which Michelle had followed her from Pella to Ottawa, a distance of about 40 miles. "I was overcome with fear." Tracy had even requested police assistance, asking that they meet her at a gas station for protection. Tracy and Nick's relationship had taken an unexpected, intense turn. They met through an accidental Facebook friend request in February 2020 and went on their first date on March 8. They had moved in together just a few weeks before Tracy's tragic death. Michelle was dissatisfied with their relationship. As evidenced by multiple police reports, Michelle was accused of abusing Nick prior to Tracy's death, and she had repeatedly violated a no-contact order. She was charged with domestic violence in March 2020. Nick and Tracy had both told the police that Michelle was frequently following them around town, creating a sense of fear and tension. Shortly after Tracy's lifeless body was discovered, police officers arrived at Michelle's 55-year-old home. They noticed a gray 4-door Cadillac parked outside her house with visible bloodstains. The car's engine and rotors were still warm to the touch, raising more suspicions. When the police arrived at Michelle's home, she was dressed in a robe, her hair wrapped in a towel, and she claimed to have just taken a shower. During their search, they discovered her clothing in the washing machine and a pair of latex gloves, seemingly stained with blood, hidden in the upper tank of the bathroom toilet. Surveillance footage from May 18th revealed Michelle's movements on that fateful day. Tracy died tragically less than an hour earlier. Michelle had gone to Nick's workplace at Vermeer Corporation. The video shows Michelle following Tracy into and out of the mayor's parking lot. Tracy had contacted Nick at his workplace that evening, and the footage showed that when Tracy left the parking lot, Michelle followed her closely. Both vehicles left the lot around 8:10 p.m., and the 911 call reporting an altercation arrived just 10 minutes later. Michelle Boat was charged with first-degree murder after a forensic examination confirmed that the blood found on and inside her car belonged to Tracy. The intricate web of events had culminated in a heartbreaking tragedy, leaving the community stunned and the legal system grappling with the consequences of this heinous crime. In this gripping legal drama, Michelle, the defendant, has denied the first-degree murder charge, claiming that her actions were motivated by an emotional breakdown. She admitted to stabbing Tracy but claimed that her reaction was triggered by the anguish of her husband leaving her for a younger woman, which she claims to have witnessed with dramatic results. Nonetheless, the prosecution has painstakingly crafted a compelling narrative, arguing that Tracy's tragic death was not the result of a sudden emotional outburst, but of a coldly calculated plan. The prosecutor portrayed Michelle as a woman consumed by resentment, an unrelenting obsession, and simmering rage in the aftermath of her husband's departure. The prosecutor's evidence will conclusively establish that Michelle's actions were premeditated, with the hallmarks of a carefully planned intent to harm Tracy. The prosecutor insisted that justice would require no less than a murder conviction. Marion County Attorney Ed Bull, the prosecutor, revealed that Michelle meticulously tracked Tracy's movements on that fateful day. He portrayed Michelle as a hunter armed with gloves and a deadly determination as she allegedly plunged a knife into Tracy's heart, killing her. Michelle informed the court that she had followed Tracy from a Burger King drive through to Nicholas' workplace. On that fateful evening, she had observed their dinner meeting and relentlessly pursued Tracy back to her apartment complex. According to the prosecution, Michelle began her assault as soon as Tracy parked her car outside her apartment complex, inflicting serious injuries before Tracy could even undo her seatbelt. Further revelations emerged in court, revealing that Tracy's blood was discovered both inside and outside Michelle's car, a haunting detail. Tracy was found clutching a handful of Michelle's hair, which DNA analysis confirmed. The murder weapon remained elusive, but the prosecution contended that Michelle's gloves, hidden in her bathroom, held sinister significance. They claimed that the use of latex gloves on that fateful day was deliberate. To bolster their case, the prosecutor presented evidence of a calendar discovered in Michael's home, meticulously marking each day since her husband's departure, culminating on the day she allegedly attempted to reclaim him. The prosecution revealed that Michelle had sent Tracy a warning text instructing her to stay away from Nick. The prosecution argued that Michelle's intent to harm Tracy was clear, as evidenced by the presence of incriminating items such as a knife, gloves, and binoculars in her car that fateful night. These elements, they contended, painted a picture of a planned and deliberate attack rather than a sponge. Emotional outburst occurs simultaneously. In this gripping courtroom drama, Nick testified as a key witness, telling the story of how he and Tracy met through a strange twist of fate on Facebook. His testimony revealed a story of chance encounters and blossoming romance, as he described how Tracy had inadvertently reached out to him, starting a chain of messages that led to phone conversations and their first meeting. Their first date on March 8th, when they hunted for deer antler sheds near Roberts Creek, cemented their relationship. Nick reminisced about their effortless chemistry, describing their bond as if they had been friends forever. Their relationship blossomed. In April, Nick ended his 20-year marriage to Michelle Boat and moved into an apartment with Tracy. Nick's testimony delves into the complexities of his marriage, with Michelle describing it as a tumultuous union, characterized by what he saw as borderline abuse from the start. He revealed that Michelle was constantly conveying her lingering feelings for her ex-husband, which added to the turmoil. Arguments over Michelle's parenting style and treatment of their children were common. Nick eventually grew tired of the constant conflict and informed Michelle of his new relationship, resulting in their split just 3 days after his first date with Tracy. The court heard about a troubling incident that occurred days after the separation, in which Michelle allegedly assaulted Nick and left him with visible injuries. A no-contact order was issued between Michelle and Nick, which Michelle allegedly violated 4 times by contacting him and showing up to his workplace. Nick expressed his surprise at Michelle's persistence in wanting him to return to their family home, given the state of their marriage. "I do not understand because she has never loved me." The prosecution urged the jury to convict Michelle of first-degree murder, arguing that the evidence showed a premeditated attack with the intent to remove Tracy from Nick's life. Assistant Marion County Prosecutor Jared Harmon described the incident as intentional, malicious, and motivated by Michelle's desire to reunite with Nick. The prosecution concluded their case by arguing that Michelle's actions were not motivated by an uncontrollable provocation, but rather by her own. The defense, on the other hand, claimed that Michael had no intention of killing Tracy that day, despite admitting that Michelle was the one who stabbed him. They argued that Michelle snapped after seeing her husband with another woman. They emphasized the legal fact that Nick and Michelle were still married after 20 years together. The defense highlighted Michelle's overwhelming challenges, including Nick's departure and the onset of the COVID-19 pandemic, which left her isolated and distressed. They urged the jury to consider Michelle's state of mind in the context of those trying times. Michelle's tragic situation was brought to the court's attention. Not only had Nick abandoned her, but she had also lost her job during the pandemic, leaving her financially destitute. Michelle described in her own testimony the isolation and emotional turmoil she experienced in the weeks preceding the stabbing. She described how her life was turned upside down overnight, leaving her heartbroken and overwhelmed with sadness, despair, and devastation. In the end, the jury deliberated for only 45 minutes before returning a guilty verdict for first-degree murder. Michelle was subsequently sentenced to life in prison with no possibility of parole. Share your opinion with us in the comments and subscribe to the channel for more. The case of Matthew Winkler reveals the secrets of a religious family. Sometimes the most horrific and unpredictable crimes are committed by seemingly perfect families. Of course, even in the most prosperous unit of society, a crisis can arise that goes unnoticed by others, but literally poisons the lives of all family members, eventually leading to tragedy. Many people in Selma thought of the Winklers as a model family. The young pastor, his wife, and their 3 daughters appeared content, having everything they needed for a comfortable life, being healthy and successful, but in a quiet pool, as they say. In this case, many questions remained unanswered because we only heard one version of what happened, and the story itself became the subject of the book, The Sex and Murder Secrets of a Pastor. On March 22, 2006, the small town of Selmer, Tennessee, Chuck received terrible news. Matthew Winkler, a 31-year-old pastor, was brutally murdered in his own home, along with his wife Mary and 3 daughters. Patricia, 8 years old, Maria Eliza, 6, and Brianna, 1, went missing without a trace. That day, the Church of Christ preacher failed to show up for the evening service, which he was supposed to attend with his family. This situation appeared strange and suspicious, as Matthew was always very responsible and could not miss the planned event without informing anyone. Even more disturbing was the fact that none of the family members answered the phone. Alarmed community members decided to visit the Winklers' home to find out what had happened and if they needed assistance. From the outside, the house appeared normal. The windows and doors were intact, and nothing unusual was visible. Inside, there were lights on in several rooms, and they could hear a television playing loudly in one. It gave the impression that the house's owners were busy with their own affairs. The front door was locked, but no one responded to the knock. Phone calls also went unanswered, and through the curtain windows, it was impossible to see what was going on inside or who was present. Despite the strange nature of the situation, no one was in a hurry to call the police. Instead, they called an elder in the religious community, who advised them to look for a spare key and open the door themselves. It took an additional hour and a half. When members of the community were finally able to enter the house, they discovered an eerie scene. Everything in the house was properly organized. There were no signs of intruders, but the owners were also not present. Everything appeared normal until the visitors looked into the marital bedroom. There on the floor, the pastor's body rested in a pool of his own blood. There was a large hole in his back from a gunshot wound. Blood splattered everywhere, and bloody foam dried on his face. By then, the body had cooled and stiffened. Matthew had clearly been lying there for many hours, and was most likely killed in the morning because he was dressed in pajamas. Only after that did the police receive a call. By the time the cops arrived, a large crowd of neighbors, churchgoers, and passers-by had gathered in and around the house, curious about what was going on. All of these individuals had left fingerprints at the crime scene. They left fingerprints and shoe prints, as well as erased or trampled potential evidence, making investigators' jobs much more difficult. Police took the pastor's body for forensic examination and discovered that he was killed by a single shot in the back fired from a large caliber weapon. He died a few minutes after the wound from massive blood loss. Unable to summon help, it was simply impossible to determine whether there were any strangers in the house at the time, because those who arrived before the police arrived had completely destroyed all traces of them. The picture of the crime was strange, and those who could shed light on what had happened vanished. The fate of the murdered man's wife and daughters remained unknown. The police assumed the woman and children had been kidnapped or killed. In addition, the Winklers' family minivan vanished from the garage. A massive search was launched throughout the state, prompting a yellow alert. This meant the children were missing, and all citizens were asked to remain vigilant and help with the search. But first, let us start at the beginning of this story. Matthew Bryan Winkler was born on November 21, 1974, in the picturesque country town of Henderson, Tennessee. As the youngest of Dan and Deanne Winkler's 3 sons, our hero and his 2 older brothers, James and Daniel, were raised in a conservative Christian family. Their parents were deeply religious and raised their sons with strictness and obedience. It is worth noting that Matthew became a church minister during the 5th generation. His father, great-uncle Michael, grandfather Wendell, great-grandfather Merlin Winkler, and great-great-grandfather Merlin Paul Winkler Sr. We were all gospel preachers at one time, and the father, on top of everything, ran the local preacher school and was well known and influential in his hometown. In their youth, the Winkler brothers attended Sunday school and participated in church activities. Furthermore, in high school, Matthew was very interested in soccer, and everyone who saw him play on the field noticed that he had talent and could easily become a world-renowned athlete. However, the young man eventually decided to forego a promising athletic career in favor of Bible study and church ministry. Because the family head's preaching activity required frequent travel, his wife and children almost always accompanied him. Because of this, Matthew attended several schools throughout his childhood, but the active, communicative, and friendly child quickly made friends and gained authority everywhere. When the boy finished school, he and his family moved to Austin, a small city in Texas. Matthew was a creative person with a magnetic personality, but he could not boast of any outstanding academic achievements. Following his high school graduation, he enrolled in and graduated from Freed-Hardeman College. In parallel, the young man began to consider a career as a pastor. His father carefully guides him. Matthew was the youth minister at the Central Church of Christ in McMinnville. He was later appointed to preach at the 4th Street Church of Christ in Selmer, Tennessee. Mary Carol Winkler, maiden name Freeman, was born in December 1973 in Guides Township, Tennessee, as the oldest of her parents' 2 daughters. She was also raised in a highly religious family with strict guidelines. For many years, the family's head pastored the Christian church, where the girl attended Sunday school. Several years later, the family welcomed a second daughter, Patricia. Unfortunately, the girl was born prematurely and suffered from a variety of serious medical conditions, including cerebral palsy, encephalitis, epilepsy, and mental retardation. For many years, the parents refused to accept the child's disappointing diagnoses and worked tirelessly to treat her, even agreeing to experimental therapy. However, it did not result in any significant improvement. Mary adored her younger sister, always treating her with affection and doing her best to care for her. However, in 1987, when Patricia was 10 years old and bathing in the bathtub, her older sister was only a minute away, taking something from the bathing accessories, and at that very moment, the girl had another epileptic seizure. When Mary returned to the room, her sister had stopped breathing, and all attempts to resuscitate her had failed. For a 13-year-old girl, it was a huge shock and the first loss in her life. She blamed herself for the tragedy and was on the verge of a nervous breakdown. Teachers who saw the deplorable state of Mary sent her to the school psychologist, working with whom she helped, But her father, learning about what was happening, made a scandal and forbade his daughter to go to the sessions, saying that such problems are discussed only within the family. In reality, the girl never received genuine moral support from her parents. She tried to avoid any conflicts, and after her younger sister's tragic death, she became withdrawn because her father refused to let her seek help from a specialist. The trauma over the years has caused serious psychological issues. Following Patricia's death, the parents decided to adopt Charlotte, a little girl from a dysfunctional large family. Soon after, the couple was granted custody of Charlotte's 2 brothers and sister, allowing the family to reunite in their new home. Mary was once again the older sister, caring for the younger children while assisting her mother Matthew and Mary Winkler in their daily lives. The future spouses met soon after Matthew graduated from high school. The guy was prominent, handsome, athletic, and enjoyed great popularity with the opposite sex. But to spin novels right and left, he did not allow a strict religious upbringing. The young people developed an immediate liking for one another, which quickly turned into love. It was the first strong feeling either of them had ever experienced. After a few months, they met each other's parents and, with their approval, began planning a wedding. In April 1994, the lovers married. When the family had an older daughter, Patricia, the head of the family, was still in college and had to take a leave of absence. He took a job on a construction site, but it didn't last long because he was unaccustomed to hard physical labor. During this time, he first became aware of Matthew's difficult personality. He was frequently angry with others, irritated by trivial matters, and sometimes unable to control his anger. Mary tried not to complain or tell anyone about what was going on in her family. A meek young woman, raised in the spirit of patriarchy, obeyed her husband and everything. Initially, the Winklers lived near her married parents' home, allowing her to see them on a regular basis. Mrs. Freeman was soon diagnosed with cancer, which spread quickly and left her literally burned in just a few months. It was another shock for Mary, and she was now responsible for her underage siblings. Mary was pregnant again at the time, which complicated the situation even more. However, shortly after the birth of their second daughter, the family relocated to another city, where they purchased their own small home. After the move, Mary became completely absorbed in caring for the baby and almost stopped communicating with her father, as well as her younger brothers and sisters, who were overly demanding and required constant attention. In addition, the young mother developed severe postpartum depression. Everyone who was close to the Winkler family noticed some oddities in Mary's personality and behavior. The young woman was described as an introvert and even sociophobic. She didn't communicate with anyone. It was difficult for her to form new acquaintances, let alone friendships. He had mood swings, was prone to depression, and anything could bring her to tears. While Matthew was establishing his career as a pastor, his wife became increasingly distant. The situation became even more complicated when Mary became pregnant again, and she discovered a few months later that the fetus had died in her womb. Mary was shocked by the news, as she had been looking forward to the arrival of this child and had hoped to see the long-awaited 2 stripes on the pregnancy test. She could only do it 2 years later, and her happiness was limitless. This time, Mary kept her pregnancy hidden for a long time, as if she was afraid of something. She did so until her situation became clear. Everyone resumed discussing Mary's strange behavior and pathological reticence. Mrs. Winkler's strange behavior was linked not only to the severe psychological trauma she experienced as a child, but also to an extremely unhealthy environment within her own family, which exacerbated her already unstable nervous system. The head of the family was a man of authority and demanded unconditional obedience. Despite the fact that in public, the Winklers appeared to be an ideal married couple, with trust, mutual respect, and harmony. In reality, their neighbors have repeatedly heard the husband yell and snap at his wife for no obvious reason. Nobody could have imagined that a respected pastor would touch his wife, until one day Mary had a huge black eye. Despite the fact that she denied the fact of domestic violence and said that it was an accident. The city quickly spread rumors about a young preacher who brutally beats his children's mother. In addition, Matthew at some point developed an irresistible urge to experiment in bed. He offered his wife to diversify their intimate life with role-playing games, adult toys, and so on. But for Mary, brought up in strictness, with conservative views, such was unacceptable. She strongly restricted her husband in this, which infuriated him, and he repeatedly tried to get what he wanted by force. One day, after another abuse in bed, Mary called her only close friend in tears and complained to her about the situation. The friend, who promised to keep her secret, immediately blabbed about everything, which provoked a new wave of rumors and gossip about the unacceptable behavior of the clergyman. At that time, Matthew was up for promotion and aspired to be a local church leader, but he was rejected because of rapidly spreading unpleasant rumors about him. Moreover, he was also removed from his position in the Sunday school, where he had brought God's word to the children and was in good standing. This was requested by the parents, who had also heard about the pastor's peculiar predilections. All this forced the family to leave their residence and move to another city where they planned to start over. They huddled in Selma, where they quickly gained the love and respect of those around them. Matthew took a job as a church pastor again, and his wife found a part-time job to make a small contribution to the family income. And although the family was still not smooth, their neighbors, as well as the congregation of the church where Matthew preached, considered Mary and Matthew an ideal couple in their family, a model. Next door to the Winkler family lived a young married couple with whom the couple quickly became friends. They often visited each other, celebrated holidays together, shared news and secrets. A few months before the tragedy, during a joint dinner at the pastor's house, Mary bragged to the neighbors that her husband had bought her a gun for self-defense and had already taken her to the shooting range several times to learn how to handle it confidently. Mary turned out to be quite a capable student, quickly mastered all the subtleties and accurately shot at target. Moreover, it turned out that the Winklers already had firearms in the house, which had been purchased by the pastor earlier, also for self-defense. The guests wondered why the pastor and his wife needed all this, because they live in a quiet town where they have no enemies, and everyone around them loves and respects their family. Following another move, the couple's financial situation left much to be desired. Mary was looking for part-time jobs and decided to pursue a medical degree so that she could work in a clinic and help sick children. Soon, Mary decided to improve the financial condition of their family through financial fraud. She herself later claimed that she did not realize that she was doing something illegal and was going to pay back all the money as soon as she got back on her feet. Mary was essentially artificially inflating account balances. Mrs. Winkler also received checks from unspecified sources and then deposited them into a bank account she and her husband own. She then changed the address of the account so that all communications would be routed there. The total amount of checks he received was almost $17,000, which aroused certain suspicions of the bank employees, who decided to invite the couple to the office branch to clarify the circumstances and resolve the situation. But the pastor and his wife never showed up at the bank, and this aroused even more suspicion. It was assumed that Matthew was not aware of what his wife was doing at all. However, after Matthew's death, his wife tried to prove in court that the whole story of fraud was his idea, and that it was he who forced her to make dubious transactions, while he himself remained in the shadows without arousing suspicion. Where has Mary disappeared to when Mr. Winkler was found murdered in his own home? His wife and daughters were put on the wanted list, fearing for their lives. Initially, the meek, shy, and homely Mary was initially viewed solely as a possible victim of the crime. However, after speaking with neighbors and receiving information from the bank about financial fraud, she became the primary suspect in her own husband's murder. It was critical to find out where Mary had gone and where the children were as soon as possible, and if they were okay. They, along with their family car, were added to the wanted list. Attempts were also made to trace transactions made with Mary's bank card and find her location using her cell phone signal. Mary was discovered just a day later in an Alabama resort town, where she and her children were having fun at a nearby amusement park. It was as if the mother wanted to throw one last party for her children, knowing that she would soon be in prison and would see her daughters again. When the family was taken to the police station to testify, the two older daughters confidently recounted the same events. According to them, intruders broke into the house and injured their father, so their mother grabbed a gun to protect them. They were eventually forced to flee for their lives. According to the girls, their father was still alive and in the hospital, and they planned to visit him before returning home. Patricia and Maria Eliza did not witness what happened in the house and only learned about it through their mother's words. They only heard a gunshot and saw their father lying on the floor before their mother put them in the car and drove away. Mary almost immediately began to confess, but she claimed that she couldn't recall the entire chain of events from that day due to the temporary blur. Her spouse, she claimed, had abused her for years, humiliating her and forcing her to engage in 2 forms of intimacy she did not want. Mary insisted that it was he who had initiated the financial scam she had perpetrated. Matthew demanded total obedience, easily lost his temper, and once gave the will of his fist. This was confirmed by Matthew's secretary at his previous place in employment. The woman repeatedly witnessed the pastor insulting his wife, who had carefully brought him lunch to church, but he was always unhappy with something. The evening before the tragedy, there was another scandal in the family because of which the spouses went to bed in separate rooms. Mary cried all night, and in the morning she did not realize how in her hands with a shotgun with her husband kept loaded. She entered Matthew's room and shot him in the back while he was still lying in bed. Matthew collapsed to the floor, bloody foam oozing from his mouth and nose. According to Mary, her husband, while still alive, whispered, "Why?" She replied, "I'm so sorry." Mary then took her daughter and left the house, while her husband, according to experts, attempted to reach for the phone to call for help but ran out of strength. By the way, the criminal's weapon was discovered in the trunk of the car Mary drove away with the children in. She took it with her for what purpose? Mrs. Winkler also couldn't respond. At the trial, the role-playing costumes found in their home were presented as evidence of the pastor's humiliation and moral abuse of his wife. Upon seeing them, Mary turns pale and then became hysterical. Despite the fact that she confused her testimony and told several different versions of what happened, the court agreed that she was the victim of a domestic tyrant and the murder was the result of years of anger, resentment, and pain. However, Mary was not absolved of responsibility for her actions. In April 2007, the court rendered its final decision in this complex and perplexing case. Mrs. Winkler was found guilty of involuntary manslaughter, but her mental state raised serious concerns. It was originally expected that the young woman would be sent to prison for at least 6 years, but in the end, she was given a sentence of less than 1 year. She spent 2 months of her sentence in a psychiatric hospital, where experts were determining whether she would be able to regain custody of her children upon release. Mary was given sole custody of her daughters in the summer of 2008, who'd been living with their paternal grandparents up until then. This situation deeply upset Matthew's parents. They believed that their daughter-in-law had deliberately killed their son and received little punishment for it, and now their granddaughters have full custody of her. However, all of their previous attempts to file appeals had failed. The fraud case never went to trial, the bank never filed formal charges, and the entire case was dropped. Share your opinion with us in the comments, and subscribe to the channel for more. Lisa Maria Caiza was born in 1994 to a large family, including 8 siblings. It was a large but not particularly prosperous family. Parents were preoccupied with their own problems and did not express love and care for their children. Furthermore, rumors circulated that abuse and violence were common in the family. The story unfolded in 2020, at a time when the entire world was preoccupied with the fight against COVID-19. In one corner of Ecuador, quietly and unnoticed, truly terrible events were taking place in the small parish of Paifo, on the northeastern outskirts of Quito. The tragic story's protagonist is Lisa Maria Caiza, a woman with an enigmatic gaze whose life became a true Ecuadorian nightmare. On the unfortunate Tuesday, October 27, 2020, Lisa sent several messages to her children's father, David. They were depressing words because their paths with David had already nearly parted. Along these lines, she confessed her love for him as well as her unexpected pregnancy. However, in subsequent messages, Lisa stated that life was losing meaning for her and that the decision to terminate the pregnancy was unavoidable. Throughout the night, Lisa begged David to come to her, but his refusal was firm. His parents also urged him to stay at home, and David followed their advice. In the early morning hours of October 28th, Lisa's neighbors heard a faint cry for help. When they looked out the window, they noticed a woman lying on the floor, clearly vomiting. The neighbors rushed to help her right away, calling emergency services. When doctors and police arrived, they discovered Lisa in critical condition but still alive. She was admitted to the hospital right away after receiving first aid. Her children, A 5-year-old girl and a 9-year-old boy were discovered unconscious inside the house. The doctors couldn't help them. Their tiny hearts had stopped beating by that point. Authorities discovered the identity of the children's father and contacted David Acosta, who, upon learning of the tragedy, arrived on the scene with his father. He learned that Lissa was in the hospital and that his children had died. After several days of fighting for her life in the hospital, Lissa regained consciousness. By that point, the investigators had presented the prosecutor's office with enough compelling evidence to issue an arrest warrant for this mysterious woman. When she was released from the hospital, she was immediately taken to a social rehabilitation center. The authorities insisted that Lissa undergo a psychological and psychiatric evaluation, as her mental state necessitated additional investigation as part of the upcoming trial. Lissa ended up in a rehabilitation center, where doctors and psychologists resumed their work after speaking with a criminal psychologist. Lissa spoke openly about her difficult childhood, in which her parents fought and abused each other and their children. Her childhood had a significant impact on her mental state and moments of conflict, and her parents' divorce became ingrained in her memory. Such a childhood forced Lissa to work from the age of 11, be able to study. The girl aimed to break free from her dysfunctional family and create a new future for herself. The expert report also stated that Lissa was abused. She described how, after several years of marriage, her husband, David, changed drastically. He began to humiliate his spouse before raising his hand against her. On the day of the children's tragedy, investigators on the scene discovered several glasses with liquid residue on the table. These findings later revealed traces of one of the children's epilepsy pills, as well as other chemicals that needed to be identified. After noticing a strange odor in the kitchen, police officers thoroughly searched the house and discovered a suspicious area beneath the utility room. They broke down the barrier and discovered a lifeless body wrapped in a blanket, with telltale signs of being there for a long time. Later, further investigation revealed that the discovered body belonged to Jaime Anchaquino, a 28-year-old who had communicated with Lissa. According to Rosa Santiagueno, Jamie's family reported him missing days prior to the gruesome discovery. James' sister. He was last seen on October 18. Rosa told investigators that after her brother disappeared, Lissa called several times to inquire about him. Lissa claimed to have received a text message from James, in which he described how some illegal substance traffickers were holding him hostage and demanding a ransom of $8,000. She strongly advised James' family not to contact the police. It became a focal point in a complex investigation that required detectives to not only solve the tragedy, but also determine whether there were any other hidden victims in the story. During her interrogation, Lissa stated that she met Jaime Anchaquino in 2020 while working at a cookie factory. He'd become nothing more than a friend, she claimed. Lissa wanted to return to her husband, who was allegedly planning to blackmail Jaime for money. David told his wife that if she didn't help him, he would divorce her. Later, David handed Lissa a white powder and instructed her to place it in Jamie's food. Once the task was completed, Jaime fell asleep and never awoke, realizing what had happened. Lissa tried desperately to reclaim her husband, but she was unsuccessful, so she swallowed the same poison and gave it to her children. However, it did not have the expected effect on her, and Lissa turned to her neighbors for assistance, hoping to save herself from the same horror that had struck her children. Following her testimony, investigators launched an investigation, but no evidence of David's involvement in the events was discovered. Nobody close to the couple could have predicted that Lissa, Maria, and David Acosta's fate would lead them through such a harrowing experience. When they met, Lissa was 16 years old and still in high school. She was a dreamy, romantic girl, whereas David was a strong, determined young man. Soon, their friendship turned into strong feelings, resulting in Lissa's unexpected pregnancy. Although the young people's families did not approve of their relationship, David's parents were always supportive of their son and welcomed Lissa into their family during difficult times. David's family became a true supporter of the young couple, inviting Lissa to live with them. They made every effort to ensure she completed high school. When Lissa turned 18, the lovers married. 2 years later, the young family awaited the arrival of their second child, a little daughter. David's parents decided to provide the young couple with their own home. They gave Lissa and David their own apartment, which became a haven for the family, but the couple's relationship deteriorated over time. It was obvious that both spouses had sinned by cheating, resulting in mistrust and disappointment. Boundless love, which appeared unshakable, began to wane. To make matters worse, Lissa complained of psychological abuse from David, prompting her to seek assistance from the police. She eventually obtained a protective order, and David was forced to leave the family home. At this point, Lissa began to use her position to blackmail David, demanding money for the right to see their joint children. The beginning of September 2020 brought Lissa an unexpected challenge that drastically altered her daily routine. The young mother discovered that her oldest son was having seizures and, in desperation, went to Baca Ortiz Hospital's emergency room. After stabilizing the baby's condition, the doctors decided to run a battery of tests, which revealed a focal form of epilepsy, a serious disease that affects a specific part of the brain. The doctors urged Lissa to have more tests, including MRI scans, and to see specialists as soon as possible. However, the mother, seemingly ignoring the gravity of the situation, chose not to follow these recommendations. A month later, the scenario was repeated. Lissa was back in the emergency room, this time with her son, who was experiencing similar symptoms. After reviewing the boy's medical history, the doctors discovered that the mother had failed to follow the prescriptions given to her previously. No tests had been performed, no consultations with specialists had occurred, and it appears that the son did not receive the necessary treatment. The doctors concerned about the child's well-being reminded Lissa of the importance of following medical advice. They warned her that ignoring the doctor's advice could result in legal ramifications, as she could endanger her son's health and well-being. However, this time, Lissa ignored the doctor's warning. A few weeks after learning of her son's illness, she decided to call David. The serious tone in her voice concerned David. She told him that a social worker would be visiting her shortly to discuss their son's diagnosis and retirement. David arrived for his appointment, but the social worker had already left. To make the wait more enjoyable, Lissa offered him a drink. However, as David drank the drink, he suddenly felt ill. His condition was deteriorating, and the social worker had not arrived, so David decided to go home and get something to relieve his discomfort. The following morning, David awoke in a terrible state. He could hardly speak because his tongue was numb. Every step was uncomfortable, and his eyes hurt. His parents insisted on calling the ambulance. David was transported to the hospital, where he spent several days. Tests revealed the presence of a psychoactive substance in his system, but since he had not used anything of the sort, David began to wonder how this could have happened. He eventually speculated that someone had deliberately slipped him something in a public place. David was grateful for his life and realized that what had happened could have been far worse. In early October 2020, Lissa decided to hire a nanny for her kids. Her cousin Patricia recommended her friend Bertha, a responsible 48-year-old woman, seeking employment. Bertha visited the young mother's home on Monday, October 5th. Lissa urged her to take a pill that she claimed helped prevent infection with the COVID-19 virus, which was at its peak at the time, claiming that it was a highly effective natural cure. Lissa persuaded Bertha to take the medication and enter the house. They sat down to discuss the babysitter's childcare responsibilities. Bertha started feeling sick a few minutes later. She felt a headache, her stomach became upset, and she eventually vomited. Patricia arrived shortly afterwards. She'd called her cousin several times, but Lissa did not answer. Alerting Patricia, she decided to investigate what had happened and went straight to her house. When she entered, Bertha was already fainting on the couch. Lissa told her cousin about what had happened and expressed concern when she realized she hadn't called an ambulance yet. Patricia immediately did so. After a while, doctors arrived and admitted Bertha to the hospital. The victim's condition has stabilized. Doctors diagnosed poisoning with a toxic substance, which frequently occurs when taking various medications. Doctors determined that Bertha was unable to tolerate a component of the COVID-19 pill composition. Marcus Cantor, Lissa's former friend, died of poisoning in June of the same year, just a few months before this tragedy. At the time, the cause of his death went unnoticed, but now, with all of these strange circumstances, Mark's case required extra attention. Investigators searched the deceased's home and discovered Lissa's fingerprints on the glasses used the night before Mark died. This fact provided additional evidence to the investigation, pointing to Lissa's potential involvement in the incident. However, a new accusation was made against Lissa. Her own family filed a shocking report with the police. It turns out that on September 2nd, the family had a family gathering, and Lissa offered to let everyone taste a drink she had made. The young woman's 7 brothers and sisters, as well as their parents, drank the unknown drink and became ill almost immediately. Fortunately, no one died, but the 56-year-old mother experienced a stroke. Lissa's father claimed that while the relatives sought medical attention, his daughter stole $1,300 from the house. The investigation now includes not only crimes against children and a former boyfriend, but also an incident that endangers the lives and health of her own family. That wasn't the only strange event that investigators encountered. In May of that year, Jose Luis Arazo, Lissa's friend, was discovered dead in his home. Jose had vanished unexpectedly a few days prior, and neighbors quickly detected a rotting odor, prompting them to contact the authorities. An examination of the body initially revealed nothing suspicious and was diagnosed as a heart attack, but one of Josie's sisters suspected something strange and concealed a bottle of alcohol discovered in the refrigerator. In addition, Josie's family discovered that some items were missing from the home. It turned out that Lissa and Jose were friends, and when the man died, the alleged murderer called his relatives and sounded distraught. She stated that Josie owed her a large sum of money and that she needed to contact his family to repay the debt. This cunning plan failed, and Lissa called Jose's family again shortly after, changing her voice to conceal her identity and identifying herself as Jose's friend. She claimed she was pregnant by him and had to file for child support. Although Jose's family did not believe the stories, Lissa was not about to give up and made a third attempt to deceive them. She claimed to know who was responsible for Jose's death and offered to meet to discuss the details. If she hadn't been arrested on charges of murdering her own children and Jaime, the list of victims might have been longer. When the media reported Lissa's arrest after poisoning 3 people, Jose's relatives understood. They immediately reported their suspicions to the authorities, and Jose's body was exhumed for forensic examination to determine his true cause of death. The relatives weren't mistaken. Traces of poison were discovered in the deceased's remains on December 22, 2020. Lissa Maria Caiza and Jaime Santiagueno faced a hearing for the murder of their 2 children, whose identities and photos were kept private. Due to COVID-19 virus spread restrictions, the trial was conducted virtually. Lissa had contacted us from a social rehabilitation center. According to the prosecutor's statement, Lissa administered a toxic mixture of insecticides and anti-epileptic drugs to her children. During interrogations, she claimed that she had become desperate and was unable to leave her children with her husband David, who did not care for them. In fact, she admitted she wished they were dead. At the conclusion of the hearing, the judge granted the defendant a court pass and ordered her remanded in custody pending trial. The children's trial resumed in 2021. At the Pichincha Provincial Court, the prosecutor presented a collection of evidence to prove Lissa's guilt. Among them were statements by David, who revealed the contents of messages sent to the wife on the eve of the tragedy. In one of the messages, she stated that she would take what belonged to her. Referring to the children, she stated that she had no idea where her children and herself would go, heaven or hell, but she now felt as if she was in hell. Lissa went on to say that she doesn't expect her husband to forgive her because she knows he hated her before and will hate her even more after this. David also discussed his unstable relationship with his wife. During the hearing, the defendant's reconstructed testimony was presented, claiming that she took 2 pills that day, called for help, and then passed out. According to the prosecutor's office's reconstruction, the daughter died while still in bed, and her older brother attempted a few steps to call for help before falling and dying. The forensic medical examination yielded an extremely clear conclusion. The children died as a result of a planned crime. The deaths were caused by pulmonary edema, induced suffocation, and intoxication from a combination of epilepsy medication and other unspecified substances, most likely insecticides and disinfectants. The prosecution also charged Lissa with the death of Jaime Santiagueno, whose body was discovered bricked up in the kitchen. The perpetrator was also accused of attempting to murder David and members of her own family. The hearing addressed Lissa's irresponsible attitude toward her son's health after he was diagnosed with localized epilepsy. The mother disregarded instructions for additional tests and follow-up examinations, and when the boy was hospitalized again, his condition was worsened by her own mother's negligence. Medical professionals' warnings did not change her attitude toward her son's treatment, which resulted in a threat to terminate her parental rights. Lissa's mental health evaluations revealed that she is extremely emotional and environmentally dependent. She sought constant attention and understanding from others and became extremely anxious when events did not go as planned. She also had a tendency to self-harm. She tried to say goodbye to her life at least 3 times, but failed each time. Witnesses described her as insecure, attachment-seeking, with schizoid and erratic behavior. The psychological analysis also revealed that on the day of the tragic events, Lissa acted with complete awareness of her actions. After a 10-month trial, Lisa Maria Caiza was found guilty of the crime against her children. The Pichincha Provincial Court sentenced her to 34 years and 8 months in prison. In addition, she was ordered to compensate David for more than $20,000. The press reported that Lissa remained calm throughout the proceedings, expressing emotion only when her children were mentioned. The Jaime Yanchacueno murder investigation, which began in August 2021, appeared to be unfinished. New information was revealed during the court hearings. Lissa admitted giving her friend a white substance mixed with alcohol, but said she got it from David. However, the investigation revealed otherwise. According to a psychiatrist who interviewed Lissa, she did not intend to end James' life. She wanted to intimidate his family so that she could extort money. She demanded $8,000 in ransom. Experts described the plan as disorganized, which ultimately led to the crime. Furthermore, forensic tests revealed that things were not as simple as they appeared. James was discovered to have poison in his system, and the cause of death was strangulation. The body was discovered with a shattered rib cage and wire around the neck. Lissa claimed that after her friend died, she decided to bury him in a back room and cement him inside the store. The owner's testimony confirmed that Lissa purchased building materials during the time of James' disappearance. Following the parties' arguments, the prosecutor's office requested a new trial for April 2022. At that trial, an additional charge of extortion was brought. Lissa called James' relatives and claimed he was being held by gangsters, demanding $8,000 for his release. The defense cited a lack of conclusive evidence that Lissa was involved in James' murder. Nonetheless, she was found guilty and sentenced to 22 years in prison and $5,000 in restitution to the victim's mother. While James' trial was underway, the investigation into Lissa's alleged victims, Marcos Canto and Jose Luis Cerezo, was nearly completed. Marcos Canto was 48 years old, and tests performed after his death revealed traces of the substance Lissa had given to her children. In addition, Mark was diagnosed with severe stomach inflammation. According to the family's lawyer, Lissa met Mark, offered him a beer, and then poisoned the drink. Authorities were given a glass with Lissa and Mark's fingerprints, as well as a swab containing the woman's DNA. The murder was allegedly motivated by jealousy and money. It is also known that Lissa had asked Mark for financial assistance, and there is evidence that he loaned her at least $120. Mark became Lissa's first known victim. The outcome of this case, as well as Jose Luis Cerezo's, remains unknown. They may not have been reported in the press, and the investigation may not have progressed to the point of being formally charged and tried. Lissa Maria was only 26 years old when she committed her brutal crimes. Her high-profile criminal case has become one of Ecuador's most horrific and disturbing in recent years. Dona Venado became well known across the country as a result of her crimes. Lissa Maria is regarded as a serial killer in Ecuador. Her victims have endured excruciating pain, as have their relatives. The charges include 5 murders and 9 attempted murders, according to Ecuadorian law. The maximum sentence she could receive is 40 years in prison. This means Lissa could be released when she reaches 70 years old. It is still unclear what drove Dona Venado to commit such heinous crimes. Was her act motivated by resentment over not receiving what she expected in life? Many speculate that the motivation was money, and in David's case, Lissa acted out of a desire for vengeance, resulting in the tragedy with her children. The most horrifying aspect of this story is not only the number of victims left in Dona Venado's path, but also the fate of 2 innocent children who could not have imagined that their mother, who gave them life, would take it away so absurdly and cruelly. Share your opinion with us in the comments and subscribe to the channel for more. According to psychologists, teenagers typically commit crimes for three reasons: a desire to assert themselves and gain authority among their peers, an addiction to alcohol or illegal drugs, and, most importantly, a sense of impunity. Even for the most serious crimes, minors frequently face lenient sentences due to their young age. In our story today, a schoolgirl named Mackenzie Sharilla became the perpetrator of a terrible tragedy that claimed 2 lives at once. However, the girl did not feel remorse for her crime and stated during the trial that she could do almost anything to stay alive. However, she does not consider herself cool. Mackenzie repeatedly changed her testimony, blaming everything on a lapse in memory, and appeared to be confident until the very end that she would get away with it. But the judge's verdict literally stunned the young criminal and her mother, who was desperately defending her daughter. But let's get to the bottom of this. Who is Mackenzie Sharilla? Mackenzie Sharilla was born in August 2004 in the quiet town of Strongsville, Ohio. As the family's third child, her parents, John Gorilla and Natalie Stevens, tried to raise their heirs with love and care, providing a good education and encouraging all endeavors. The youngest daughter was the family's favorite. She was forgiven for many pranks as a child, and even serious misdemeanors were frequently overlooked. Mackenzie grew up to be a capricious, demanding, and selfish girl. She was accustomed to the fact that her parents always did what she asked, and she was also confident in her own impunity no matter what she did. The girl's classmates and teachers observed that she was a pleasant and open child when she was younger. However, as she grew older, her character and behavior deteriorated. If something went wrong, she would throw a real tantrum, act impudently and impatiently, swear, and even get into a fight. Mackenzie did not consider anyone else's opinions except her own. Her words should always come last, and she prioritized her own interests above all else. The girl's personality deteriorated during adolescence, but her parents saw nothing wrong with this, believing that her daughter is in a transitional period and should be treated with understanding and patience. However, bad character was far from the worst of the issues. Mackenzie was addicted to alcohol during high school and occasionally dabbled in illegal drugs, but she got away with it. Often the girl's actions were reckless and posed a direct threat not only to herself, but also to those around her. Parents continued to ignore or refuse to acknowledge the obvious problem. Mackenzie, like many of her peers, was an avid social media user who rarely took her smartphone out of her hand. She frequently posted provocative photos of herself smoking or drinking alcohol on her account, with equally provocative comments. Mackenzie's friends were exactly like her. They vandalized organized pogroms, fought, stole, and were repeatedly apprehended by the police. However, the young people were only given warnings and educational talks, reinforcing their belief in their own impunity. Dominic Russo, a young man, was also a Strongsville native. He was born in September 2001, the fourth of 7 children for Frank and Christine Russo. The boy grew up with 3 brothers and 3 sisters, with whom he was always very close. Dominic excelled in school, was an active participant in sports from a young age, and strived for a healthy lifestyle, despite having grown up in a large family. He and his brothers and sisters were not denied parental love, attention, or care. Frank and Christine were moderately strict with their children, while also encouraging their overall development. Dominic always had a lot of friends. He was accustomed to being the center of attention and became the heart of any business. The young man had a bright and attractive appearance, was trim and interesting, and he had many admirers from a young age. He tried to avoid fleeting romances, instead focusing on serious and promising relationships. Rousseau enrolled in a local university after graduating from high school, where he chose to specialize as a performing arts producer. He aspired to be a well-known music producer. In addition to being talented and versatile, Dominic writes and performs his own songs. By the age of 20, the man already had his own small business, so he purchased a car and rented a separate apartment in a desirable neighborhood. At the same time, he continued to participate in sports and was regarded as one of the university's top students. First love. Dominic and Mackenzie first met as members of the graduating class. It happened at one of the parties in the company of mutual friends, and this unintentional encounter proved fatal for both of them. Young people were diametrically opposed, and opposites attract. Mackenzie was immediately drawn to a handsome, curly-haired young man with a strong musical background. He was very different from the guys she usually hung out with. He was well Educated, polite, and interesting, and he could hold a conversation about anything. Mackenzie had a striking appearance and a slim figure. She dressed well and knew how to make a good impression. She used all of her charm to get the guy she like's attention, and she was successful fairly quickly. The couple began dating in the fall of 2021, and they almost immediately introduced the chosen one to their parents. But while Mackenzie's parents were overjoyed with her choice and thought Dominic was an excellent couple for their daughter, the guy's parents had mixed feelings about his passport. On the one hand, the girl appeared innocent and attempted to make a good impression on them. However, something in her immediately alerted Frank and Christine Russo, Cheryl's friends and family members. We are confident that Mackenzie fell in love for the first time in her life and sincerely hoped that the relationship with the chosen one would positively affect her character and behavior. Nobody could have predicted the tragedy that would bring this useful romance to an end. The couple began to appear everywhere together, holding hands and openly expressing their deep affection for each other. The relationship became widely known in the small town. Those who knew Mackenzie well genuinely felt sorry for her boyfriend, but the majority were simply happy for them. What was wrong with her? Dominic began to notice oddities in his girlfriend's behavior, such as her defiant antics and desire to make everyone around her do exactly what she wanted. At first, he didn't pay much attention to it, blaming it all on his youth and desire for attention. The young people planned their future together, including getting married as soon as Mackenzie turned 18. They also intend to leave their home province and work together to conquer a major city. Ideally, Dominic's time in New York would provide him with numerous opportunities to pursue a successful career in the music industry and fully demonstrate his talent. But as time passed, Mackenzie's behavior became increasingly alarming and sometimes even scared the guy she demanded from her boyfriend. But he only did what she asked, and if he didn't agree with her on something, she caused scandals, threw tantrums, and acted like a little capricious child. Dominic initially attempted to turn everything into a joke, but quickly realized that this is the true face of his chosen one. In public, she was still trying to hold on, but when she was alone with her boyfriend, he unleashed the full force of his emotions on him, sometimes even pounced on him with fists. Mackenzie's behavior became increasingly aggressive, and eventually, the young man decided he'd had enough. He suggested that she take a break from the relationship and sort out her feelings. However, when Mackenzie learned of this, he had a public fight in front of their mutual friends. She screamed, threatened dominance, said she would kill him if he left her, and threatened to burn down his house and destroy his car. However, she only increased his confidence that he was doing the right thing by ending this toxic and unsatisfactory relationship, obsessive stalking. Mackenzie had no intention of abandoning her boyfriend, and at first she pretended nothing had happened. She continued to invite him to various parties and events, as well as post photos of them together on social media, accompanied by declarations of love. When Dominic firmly told her that their relationship was over, she exploded with rage. Mackenzie went to his house almost every day and shouted a variety of nasty things, insults, and threats through his windows. She called him from various numbers, left messages on his answering machine, posted on social media, and emailed him. Mackenzie then swore in love and offered to try to start over. The insulting and threatening behavior resumed. Russo was puzzled. He simply did not know how to respond to such behavior because he had never encountered it before. He tried talking, ignoring the ex-lover and even recording her threatening moments on several occasions. Tantrums on his phone. When Sharilla saw his ex-boyfriend on the street or in another public place, he began to scream and insult him in front of passers-by. She'd turned Dominic's life into a nightmare, but he hoped that with a little more time, she would leave him alone and move on to someone else. Mackenzie declared in front of witnesses that killing Dominic was easier than letting him go. Mackenzie stated that if he did not return to her, no one would have him, and she would handle the situation. The young man didn't take these words seriously. However, those around him realized Mackenzie was not joking. The schoolgirl's most frequent threats included promises to hit and run over the guy with a car, to put him in the car and drive off a cliff, or to stop on the railroad in front of a rushing train. Each option sounded terrifying, and Mackenzie described each one in detail, as if she had it all planned out long ago and was just waiting for the right time and unexpected reconciliation. When Mackenzie realized that threats and insults would not help her get Dominic back, but would only alienate him, she decided to change her tactics. Mackenzie became sweet and charming again, stopped pressuring and harassing her ex-boyfriend, and instead tried her hardest to pretend that she realized her mistakes and wanted to change for the better. She discussed her upcoming enrollment, asked for help getting to university, claimed to have gotten smarter, and was most concerned about the final exams. Such changes pleasantly surprised Dominic D., who despite everything still had tender feelings for his former girlfriend and decided to assist her with university enrollment. As a result, they resumed contact and communication with one another. Gradually, the couple grew closer again. Dominic began to invite Mackenzie on dates, desired to spend all of his free time with her, and believed she had changed, matured, and become more serious and responsible. He didn't notice how he fell in love with her again, and all of his previous offenses remained in the past. However, this time around, the young people were not in a hurry to inform all of their friends and acquaintances about their reunion. Their meetings were more like secret dates, where they simply enjoyed each other's company while avoiding the close attention of others. When Dominic's own brother Angelo learned about what was going on, he predicted that nothing good would come of it, but the young man in love ignored his words, a devious plan. While Dominic naively rejoiced at being reunited with his girlfriend and the changes he believed had occurred to her, Mackenzie devised a terrifying revenge plan against the young man. She became so fascinated by the concept of a car and a spectacular car crash that she began to plan out the scenario in detail. In her spare time, she spent hours driving around the city, looking for a location suitable for the execution of her plan. However, there were no high and steep cliffs nearby, and she thought going out on the tracks while waiting for a train was a bad idea. One day, she drove into a nearby industrial area, which was fairly secluded with no cameras and few cars. The schoolgirl's attention was drawn to a massive brick wall, and her vivid imagination immediately devised a new, no less heinous plan. She decided that if she accelerated to the maximum possible speed and crashed into the wall, it would be just as spectacular as falling off a cliff into an abyss. It should be noted that Mackenzie originally intended to die alongside her lover so that their story could be retold by the entire city. She even informed her best friend about it. But her friends simply did not believe in the seriousness of her intentions because Mackenzie had previously entertained such delusional ideas, but everything was limited to empty conversations, a disastrous execution of the plan, and an unintentional victim. At the end of July 2022, just a week before her 18th birthday, Mackenzie suggested to Dominic that they attend an upcoming party hosted by their mutual friends. It would be a good opportunity to have fun, unwind, and let everyone know that they were back together and loved each other dearly. The young man readily consented. He still didn't feel threatened by Mackenzie and trusted her sincerity and intentions. The event was scheduled for Saturday, July 30, and Dominic and Mackenzie appeared in the middle of the party, holding hands, drawing the attention of everyone present. They appeared happy, smiled, and openly expressed affection and feelings for one another. Friends were overjoyed with their reunion, remarking that they are a stunning and harmonious couple. The young people had a great time all evening and night, willingly being photographed and kissing in public without China's permission. But no one expected such a terrible tragedy to end this party. The couple drank a little, as did everyone else at the event, but Mackenzie secretly took a dose of illegal drugs for courage so as not to change his mind, and did not hit the brakes at the last minute. In the morning, Russo and Sharilla said their goodbyes and drove away, but then a friend of the guy, Ivan Flanagan, followed them and asked for a ride home. Mackenzie tried to object, claiming that they had their own plans, but Dominic saw nothing wrong with giving his friend a ride. Mackenzie agreed to sign Damien's death warrant because he did not want to fight, raise suspicions, or change plans. Despite her lover's objections, Mackenzie drove the car. Her boyfriend sat beside her in the passenger seat, and her friend sat behind him. The car started and slowly moved away from the party venue, embarking on its most recent journey. Mackenzie drove quietly down the main street, staying within the speed limit and trying not to draw attention to herself. She came to a complete stop at a traffic light, although the road was empty. Mackenzie reconsidered her strategy as their passengers dozed off. She later claimed that she wanted to die in the accident, but the perpetrator was clearly lying because she had fastened her seatbelt during the last stop while their passengers remained unbuckled. When the light turned green, she accelerated and then made a sharp turn onto a poorly lit secondary road leading into an industrial area. Obviously, The guys did not immediately realize what was going on. The car accelerated to top speed, almost as if the devil himself had possessed the driver, but Mackenzie continued to press hard on the gas pedal, steering the car into a blank brick wall, a bystander, and a miraculous rescue. There was no one in the industrial area early Sunday morning, so no one noticed the accident or rushed to help. Only one woman who lived on the outskirts, not far from the accident site, heard the bang and wasn't too lazy to go outside to investigate. She noticed smoke, and as she got closer, realized there had been a car accident, so she ran back inside to call emergency services. Medics arrived on the scene about a half hour after the accident, but the two men in the car could not be saved. They died on the spot. The girl behind the wheel was alive. Her seatbelt and airbag saved her life. Mackenzie was unconscious and her legs were trapped inside the mangled car, but she was breathing, and her pulse was clearly palpable, giving her hope for survival. She opened her eyes several times while being released from the car, but she was clearly unconcerned about what was happening around her. Mackenzie was immediately transported to the hospital, where she was diagnosed with multiple fractures and internal organ damage. Blood tests revealed that she was under the influence of both alcohol and drugs. However, the doctor believes that is what kept her from dying of painful shock. While help was on its way, the investigation leads to a confession. When the police received the results of Mackenzie's test, they assumed that she was under the influence of illegal substances and did not realize what she was doing, possibly trying to drive through the wall or not seeing any obstacles in her path. This version's lack of braking distance worked in its favor. Cherie Bella was unconscious in the intensive care unit following a complex operation, making it impossible to speak with her. However, she quickly realized what she had done and began to sob and pour out her soul to the doctor on duty. She admitted that she purposefully drove into the wall at high speed because she wanted to kill her boyfriend and had planned to die alongside him. Mackenzie also stated that Ivan was an unintentional victim due to his own obsession because he asked to accompany them. The doctor dismissed the patient's rambling story as a delusional state caused by anesthesia, painkillers, and guilt over the death of a loved one. When the police were allowed to speak with the recovering Mackenzie, she abruptly changed her testimony. Mackenzie now claims she has almost no memory of what happened that night because she drank and used illegal substances. According to the girl, she had a lapse in memory after getting behind the wheel, including how Ivan was in the vehicle. She has no idea. However, the facts indicated otherwise. The surveillance cameras were able to track the first part of the car's route, and the footage clearly showed Mackenzie driving slowly and following the rules until she abruptly turned onto a road leading to an industrial zone. Furthermore, it emerged that Mackenzie had driven the entire route both ways several days prior, and at least a dozen witnesses had seen her car return to normal at various points. Mackenzie recovered quickly after being discharged from the hospital and attempted to resume her carefree life. She felt no remorse and was confident she could get away with it. Mackenzie was back on social media, reconnecting with friends and making plans for the future. In September, she decided to attend a concert by her favorite band in a neighboring city. Her legs' bones hadn't fully fused at the time, but that didn't stop her from performing on stage in a wheelchair. At the same time, she wore bright makeup, dressed provocatively, and took selfies with friends, which she posted to her account. Sharilla attended a Halloween party in October, dressed in a pre-made costume. Mackenzie lived life to the fullest and even met new people. However, on November 4, 2022, she was taken into custody, tried, and sentenced. The investigation took just over 3 months to gather the evidence and proof required to bring the case to trial. Mackenzie was charged with premeditated aggravated double murder, as well as possessing and using a controlled substance discovered in her pocket and detected in her blood. The defendant changed her testimony several times, initially citing a lapse in memory. When her friend testified in court as a witness, to whom she revealed her plan, Mackenzie changed her strategy, stating that she wanted to die alongside her lover. Even here, inconsistencies were quickly discovered because he had previously fastened her with a seatbelt. On August 21, 2023, Sharilla was found guilty of all charges. However, an important detail was taken into account: the time of the crime. She wasn't yet 18 years old. She was tried as a minor because she was 5 days from reaching the age of majority. Under state law, she was entitled to at least 2 consecutive 15-year sentences, without parole for each murder, but due to her young age, she was allowed to serve both sentences concurrently, making her eligible for parole after 15 years. By then, Mackenzie would be 33 years old. Both sides were disappointed with the court's decision. Family members of the deceased young people stated that they would seek a review of the case in order to increase the punishment, whereas parents and Mackenzie's lawyer believed the sentence was excessive and filed an appeal. However, the judge left the sentence unchanged, noting that he did not believe Sharilla would be released after 15 years in prison. The defendants, in his opinion, did not repent for the evil they had done and acted arrogantly and even insolently in court. But now she will have enough time to reflect on her heinous act. Share your opinion with us in the comments and subscribe to the channel for more. Kelly Clayton had everything going for her. First and foremost, she was very intelligent and bright. Since high school, she has been a role model for other students who are active in school, excel at tests, and pass exams. At the same time, she never appeared to be a girl who spent days and nights sitting over textbooks, cramming lessons and writing down something from extra reading. No, her appearance was considered model-like, and if her grades had been subpar, she could have pursued a modeling career. She could have, but she did not. After high school, she attended teacher training university to become a chemistry teacher. Her parents' insane pride lasted only for the first few years of university. It is unknown what triggered her decision, but one day Kelly took her documents from the institution and called her parents, telling them that she no longer wanted to study and that she was too young to spend the rest of her life checking notebooks and raising ungrateful children. If she wants to, she will undoubtedly return to her educational pursuits. In the meantime, she wants to travel and live her life to the fullest. Her parents were so upset that they did not communicate with their daughter for 6 months. But if it hadn't been for this desperate act, Kelly might never have met Tom Clayton. They met at a party for mutual friends, and the young man adored the girl. First, he began courting Kelly and showing signs of interest within minutes of meeting her. Second, Tom had a stunning appearance and athletic build, thanks to his status as a hockey star. He played for the semi-professional team Jackals for 4 seasons in a row, and he was regarded as a strong man, a player capable of breaking the opponent's ribs only if he did not approach the gate. But only a sports career, particularly one built on strength and aggression, will eventually fail, and Tom was forced to put the stick in the far corner and enjoy hockey only from the stands or the couch. Watching his favorite team on television, the couple had to move on with their lives. First returning to New York to marry, then to North Carolina, and finally to the tiny town of Cato, which has a population of only a few thousand people. Tom franchised a company that rebuilt houses after fires or disasters, while also working in a related field for a French company. Kelly, after dropping out of university, worked as a waitress, only changing jobs, and now has 2 children. However, Tom was earning enough money, and Kelly could leave her job at any time to care for her lovely daughters. But she was still convinced that extra money would never be unnecessary. Furthermore, she could use it to buy toys for her children and spoil them in every way. On September 28, 2015, Tom went to play poker with his friends the Millers, as he always did. He never accompanied his wife to such events. Playing for money required specific skills and experience in the game. Furthermore, someone had to stay at home with the children, and a family trip would have turned such gatherings into raucous buffoonery, removing any enjoyment from gambling that evening. Tom was unlucky in the game, but he did not get up from the table, instead attempting to win back and offering anyone who wanted to stay to play until morning. But no one supported him, so he went home. At home, however, a dreadful picture appeared before him. His beloved wife was lying in her own pool of blood, badly beaten, and appeared to be dead. Tom panicked and ran through the rooms looking for his children, who were thankfully unharmed but very scared. He grabbed his daughters and went to his neighbor Derek's house, trying not to let them see their mother's mutilated body, and he dialed the police number right away. The officer who arrived on the scene discovered Tom sitting on his knees in front of his wife's body, attempting to give her artificial respiration. Only the MTs were able to extract the man, who revealed the terrible and unpleasant information. Kelly had been dead for some time, and neither they nor he could do anything to help her. All 2 floors of the house were soaked in blood. There was a huge mess in the bedroom. Despite the fact that there were children in the house at the time, Kelly and the perpetrator who committed the atrocity appeared to have fought. Kelly was pushed down the stairs, as evidenced by the knockdown banister, and then beaten on the head with a blunt object until she was dead. There was no evidence of knife or gunshot wounds. The police officer who filmed the crime scene noted that Tom appeared stunned and disoriented. He walked from one corner of the room to another, entered for a split second, and immediately exited, and he was unable to direct the police officer to the children's room or the emergency exit from the house. When asked where Tom was at the time of the murder, he calmly replied that he had spent the evening at a friend's house playing poker. The policeman then went to the neighbors to ask the children some questions, as he had not received any clear information from Tom. Tom's eldest daughter, Charlie, described the perpetrator as a robber. According to the eldest daughter, she and her sister were almost asleep when they heard their mother screaming loudly from the next room, "Charlie, run. Run away from here." And then the entire place shook like an earthquake. After listening to their mother, the girls cautiously exited their room, only to see the criminal leaning over their mother and beating her with what appeared to be a hammer. The girls dashed back into the nursery, closing the door with a small nightstand and hiding beneath the bed. It was a good thing the criminal wasn't looking for them because, as the police officer pointed out, that nightstand was so small that it couldn't have caught a burglar. So what did this burglar look like? He was a huge one, like a bear. That's big. Wow, what did he wear? Blue denim and a black shirt. He was also wearing a mask, similar to the one Daddy wears when he hunts ducks with Mr. Bourne. So your father wears a mask like that too. Will you show me? I'd have to ask him where it is. I'm not sure. What else did you notice when you spotted the robber? He had eyes like my father's, and I can't remember anything else. I saw him briefly. We got scared and ran back inside. Police officers who investigated the house were unable to confirm the girl's claim that the perpetrator was a burglar. There were no signs of forced entry at either the front or back doors, but the garage gate was open, allowing the perpetrator to enter the house through it. Another thing the police discovered was that nothing was stolen from the house. Jewelry was left untouched in a jewelry box, and Tom's safe, which held the cash, was not even opened. All of the cabinet doors in the house were closed. Usually burglars check every cabinet and shelf. But here, the entire mess was the result of a fight. Experienced officers, it appears, understood everything at once. Tom pretends to be a heartbroken husband, and he murdered his beloved wife and the mother of his children in order to continue receiving insurance payments. If Kelly's life was insured, and husbands' murderers always make sure their wives' lives are protected, he could receive up to $1 million in the event she died. All that is required is to gather evidence, and the case will be resolved. Especially since her own daughter said the robber's mask and eyes resembled her father's. However, when the police discovered Tom's whereabouts that night, they did not find the hunting mask in the house. The police questioned the other poker players. "Is Tom the murderer? Do you truly suspect him?" one of his friends inquired. That poor man had his wife murdered, for crying out loud. And instead of looking for the bastard, you want to blame everything on him? How could you have thought of something like that? No, Tom could not have done it. Another less emotional friend responded. I've known him a long time. He worked 2 jobs around the clock because he adored Kelly and his children. That simply cannot happen. Plus, he stayed with us all night. We played poker, and even when everyone was exhausted, he insisted on continuing to play. During a game break, Tom's friend Laura mentioned that he was very suspicious that evening. He led me into the next room and asked me to give him my phone so he could call his wife. He claimed he forgot his phone in the car and did not want to go get it. I was surprised to find the car 10 meters from the house. Go get the phone, but still give him a call. He took a step back and made the call from outside. I didn't hear who or what he was talking to, but when I checked the outgoing calls, there were no numbers in the call history, implying he simply deleted the call. Would you agree? That is odd. I told my husband about it, and he was just as surprised as I was. My husband was sitting at the table next to Tom when he noticed that Tom was not paying attention to the process of dealing cards or the people around him, which is critical in poker, but was sitting with his head bowed over the surface of the table where the cards were hiding the screen of his phone. He was carrying his phone. Why did he trick me? So where was he calling? Who couldn't he call with his phone? Who couldn't he call with his phone? Following Laura's testimony, The police questioned Charlie, Tom's daughter, and she repeated what she had previously told the officer. The robber resembled her father. The murder victim's niece provided the next testimony. Already after Tom was imprisoned, I did not tell Aunt Kelly. I didn't want to upset her. She was very fond of Tom. She genuinely loved him. Besides, she has 2 children with him. They're my sisters. Who needs my truth? Tom was not who he appeared to be at first glance. Yes, he occasionally showered my aunt with attention and flowers. He could easily babysit, something other fathers rarely do, but that was only at home and work. He was an entirely different person. Aunt Kelly decided to help me one day by arranging for Tom to drive me to work for him. She was too young to be on her own, so she knew me better than anyone and wanted the best for me. Last summer, I worked for Tom on correspondence, registration, and document management. I didn't know him very well prior to that, so our relationship was strictly professional at first. Then he got drunk somewhere and came to the office in that state. There was only me and him, and for some reason, he began telling me that his family was fictitious. He adores his daughters, but he doesn't care about his wife, and he hasn't had feelings for her in a long time. Throughout their marriage, he has had a few extramarital affairs and has considered leaving Aunt Kelly. But he didn't, because he was afraid of losing his home and money as a result of the divorce. Looking ahead, it is important to note that some of the interviewed female poker players confirmed Kelly's niece's claim that Tom was not a faithful husband and had a sexual relationship with 2 other women who were playing poker that night. In addition to information about Tom's promiscuous life, Kelly's 16-year-old niece mentioned another employee of Tom's firm, Michael Beard. Michael was doing a good job repairing houses after the fires. But there was one time when Bird worked in those houses and kept missing things, and Tom didn't believe his customers the first few times, referring to the possibility that the owners would lose something during the fire. Then, when the theft accusations were repeated for the 3rd and 4th time, it was clear that Michael Bird not only restores the floor and walls, but also steals. In addition to stealing, there were complaints that Michael allowed himself to arrive at work drunk. I was in the office when Michael's theft was discovered. Tom could yell at his employee and kick him out onto the street. He was upset by his subordinate's behavior. He kept asking him, "How could you, or haven't you considered your family? Where are you planning to work now?" Following the incident, Tom fired Bird but continued to call companies he knew and offered to hire his former employee. Tom recommended Michael, and when all other options were exhausted, Tom hired Bird to help with the household chores, such as cutting the grass, watering the plants, and performing minor repairs around the house. The detective then summoned Michael Beard for questioning. He claimed he only stole because he and his family needed money. Tom was very nice to me and defended me until the end, but I knew it was my fault. He has an excellent wife. She fed me while I worked for them, even though she shouldn't have. She also gave my children clothes her daughters had outgrown. I am extremely grateful for everything they have done for me. I feel so sorry for Kelly. When I found out about her death, I couldn't believe my ears. I really felt bad. I even went to church and prayed that she would go to the best of all worlds. The police did not find anything unusual in Michael's story and released him, but the interrogation of his wife, Mrs. Bird, made them doubt his words. According to his wife, Holly, Tom promised Michael $10,000 for unspecified work. That was interesting. Michael was summoned back to the station and had a lie detector attached to him. All of the questions failed. Bird lied and thus failed the test. Realizing he couldn't get away with it, he started testifying. Indeed, Tom promised Bird $10,000 if Michael sneaked into his house on the day Tom was supposed to play poker, killed his wife, and set fire to it. The plan was to strangle Kelly before making it appear that she died in an accidental fire. Furthermore, the family home was insured for a significant sum of money. The police confirmed that it was true. Kelly's home and life were insured at the highest level. 2 cans of gasoline awaited Michael in the garage, through which he would enter the house. Everything was fine here. Bird entered the house while everyone was already asleep. He began quietly climbing the stairs to the bedroom where Kelly was supposed to be sleeping, but the young woman was either awake or awakened by the sound of the open door, and when she saw a strange man in the doorway, she screamed in terror. Michael was just as terrified and pounced on Kelly, attempting to wrap his massive hands around her neck. But it wasn't so simple. Kelly started to fight back. Michael is surprised that Kelly, who appears to be fragile, has such strength. A fierce fight broke out. spilling over from the second-floor bedroom to the first-floor kitchen. Michael, in shock and panic, was unable to concentrate on the fight and instead waved his arms in all directions or grabbed Kelly's clothes, while Kelly, defending her life, aimed very accurately at Michael's face. And if the cops had arrived earlier, they would have noticed the bruises from the beatings on Bird. But everything ended up as it did. After a long struggle, Michael smashed Kelly's head into the wall with all his might. She fell and struggled to get back up for a while. Michael took out a hammer and started hitting the young woman's head with it until she stopped moving. Michael, enraged by what had happened, simply ran out of the house, forgetting that Tom had asked him not only to kill Kelly, but also to set the house on fire to conceal the crime. Michael had an accomplice, Mark Blanford, who served only as a driver the day before the incident. Michael called me. I had worked with him on a construction site for a long time and spent a few weeks with him last year, so I was familiar with him. I knew Michael was into petty theft, so I wasn't surprised when he called and asked me to drive while he broke into someone's home. I wanted to decline, but he offered me $500. At first I hesitated, but he persuaded me to go ahead. He said he just wanted to rob a businessman and needed assistance getting out of there before the cops arrived. He offered to help with the car. I gave in to his requests, but only on the condition that I park far away from the house. He agreed. That evening, I waited for him in that car in a dark alley, and he returned quickly enough, breathing heavily, and instructing me to move as quickly as possible. He wasn't carrying a bag or sack, so it didn't look like a robbery. I didn't ask him any questions along the way because I didn't want to learn anything. I just wanted my $500, which I didn't receive. On my way out, he asked me to stop at a bridge over a creek a few blocks south of here. I paused there, and he quickly stripped off his outer garments and threw them off the bridge. If you need to see the place, I'll show you. Police officers who arrived on the scene at Mark's request discovered pieces of Michael's outer clothing near the creek, as well as the hammer used to kill Kelly. Michael, who was already in custody on suspicion of first-degree murder, began to change his testimony. According to him, he was hired by Tom for $10,000 to commit arson at the house and nothing else. There was no question of murder when he entered the house, but Kelly had already died. And who killed her? The detective inquired. I believe it was Tom. He initially offered me money for murder and arson, but I declined. I am not willing to kill a man for money, he stated. I had nothing to fear, but he could never persuade me. You may not believe me, but I nearly passed out when I saw Kelly's body. I knew right away that he was setting me up, so I ran out of the house. Michael insisted, he's the killer. Michael spent a long time assuring the police of his innocence, all because he was unaware that Mark had shown the location where Beard had thrown out his belongings, and that his clothes, as well as the murder weapon, had already been examined by experts who discovered Kelly Clayton's blood on both his clothes and the hammer, and that was the most direct proof that he, not someone else, had killed Kelly. In turn, Tom refused to admit that he ordered the murder of his wife from a former problem employee at his company. According to him, Michael knew he had money. He knew he wasn't poor, and he decided to rob Beard's house because he had lost his job and was resentful of the dismissal. But Kelly was at home that night, and he paid with his life. It would have been more difficult to prove Tom's guilt in conspiracy with Michael if Laura, the woman who had been playing poker that night, had not told the cops that Tom had called from her cell phone. The detective requested a transcript of her calls, and her expectations were met. Then, on the night of September 28, Tom Clayton called Michael Beard. Michael was the first to go on trial. He continued to claim that he had been hired to set fire to the house in order to collect the insurance money. He did not kill Kelly, and the blood on his clothes was simply from touching a dead and mutilated body. That is why he became dirty. He had thrown away his belongings so that no one would suspect he had been at Clayton's house that night. His speech seemed convincing. The jury had deliberated for 7 hours. In the end, they concluded that Michael Beard was guilty of all charges. He faced life in prison. Tom's lawyers were able to obtain records of conversations and correspondence between him and Michael, and none of them specifically discussed their devious plan. The prosecutor. Questions. Requests for billing transcripts of his movements produced no concrete results either. All evidence was circumstantial. If it weren't for one detail, the car in which Mark had given Michael a ride was registered to Tom's company, and Tom, arriving at the office in his personal Toyota, left it in the parking lot, where it was moved to the company pickup truck, which later drove to Michael's house and left there. before being taken back the day after the tragedy. In fact, he gave Michael the car in which he and Mark drove to the crime. The jury testified to this fact during the trial. The trial lasted 6 days, and the jury ultimately determined that Tom had hired Michael to commit this heinous crime. Michael, in turn, made an appeal. In his defense, he quoted little Charlie, who stated that the eyes and slit of the mask belonged to her father. However, the court denied the appeal because the description of the clothes matched the one discovered beneath the bridge. As a result, Tom Clayton and Michael Beard were given life sentences. Mark was charged with manslaughter and received 4 years in prison. Kim, Kelly's sister, received custody of Tom and Kelly's children. Charlie has finally moved on from the tragedy. She occasionally remembers her mother, but she refuses to talk about her father, whom she will never see again. Share your opinion with us in the comments, and subscribe to the channel for more. Donna Ellen Brown was born November 10, 1963, in Florida. Donna was the eldest of 3 girls. She was attractive, intelligent, and successful in her job as an operating room technician. She met nuclear engineer Mark Winger, and the two married in a traditional Jewish ceremony in 1989. Donna and Mark appear to be the picture, perfect couple. They were successful and had a nice house in a nice neighborhood. However, not every story ends perfectly from the start. On Tuesday, August 29, 1995, at 4:27 p.m., Mark Winger called 911 to report that a man was harming his wife, Mark, who lived in Springfield, Illinois. His 31-year-old wife, Donna Winger, called the dispatcher to report that he had shot the man. When the cops arrived, Donna was in critical condition after being hit in the head with a hammer 7 times. A 27-year-old man named Roger Harrington was found beside Donna in critical condition, having sustained 2 gunshot wounds to the head. Both victims were immediately transported to the hospital, where Roger died shortly after arrival and Darla died a few minutes later without regaining consciousness. The police secured the residence and discovered no evidence of forced entry. Mark, visibly distressed, told the police that he shot the man after witnessing the attack on his wife. Mark described how he was in the basement on the treadmill when he heard noises upstairs, prompting him to investigate. He found their adopted baby Bailey on the bed in the master bedroom, but no sign of Donna. When Mark heard more noises downstairs, he grabbed his handgun from the bedroom nightstand and headed for the dining room. Mark saw a man in the hallway wielding a hammer and assaulting Donna. Mark shot the man, and as he attempted to rise, he fired a second shot. The police discovered the bloodied hammer used in the assault, which belonged to both Donna and Mark. The house also contained a .45 caliber semi-automatic handgun, which Mark confirmed was the weapon used. When Mark asked about the identity of the man who had attacked his wife, the police confirmed that it was Roger. Mark then said, "That's the man who has been harassing my wife this week." According to Mark, Donna had traveled to Florida to visit her parents 6 days before. Her mother dropped her off at the airport, and a driver named Roger, hired through a limousine company in St. Louis, Missouri, drove her back to Springfield. According to Mark, Donna, Roger was excessively talking and flirtatious during the 2-hour drive, expressing a preference for older women and inviting them to intimate parties. The conversation took a dark turn when he revealed hearing a disturbing voice named Dom instructing him to harm others. Mark called the cops, saying the guy scared her. She stated that he was extremely frightening. He threatened to kill people, set car bombs, and mutilate them. Dawn has returned to Springfield. She informed her family about the unsettling encounter, expressing fear and discomfort as a result of the disturbing conversation and erratic driving. Mark told the police that, despite safely returning home, the situation persisted. Donna received several strange phone calls, and based on the timing, she suspected Roger was the caller. The police found a note in the house that described Donna's unsettling car ride. Mark also told the police that he reported the incident to Roger's employer, which resulted in Roger's suspension, which Mark believed could have exacerbated the situation. The police discovered Roger's car parked outside the Winger house, facing the wrong direction. They discovered various weapons inside, including a knife and a tire iron. Authorities concluded that Mark acted in self-defense, and they chose not to press charges due to the traumatic circumstances. The case was closed with an acknowledgement that Mark had already experienced significant distress. Mark appeared deeply affected by the events. Mark and Donna had moved to Springfield shortly after their wedding, where they discovered happiness. Donna worked as an operating room technician at Memorial Medical Center, and Mark was an engineer with the Illinois Department of Nuclear Safety. Despite facing challenges, such as Donna's initial distress at learning she couldn't conceive, their lives took a positive turn when a doctor informed them of a teenager willing to place her baby for adoption. On June 1, 1995, Donna and Mark happily welcomed Bailey, their adopted daughter. Following Donna's tragic death, Bailey, now responsible for the infant, chose to remain in the same house. To help with childcare, he hired a nanny, Rebecca Simic. Rebecca unexpectedly became pregnant a few months into her job and gave birth to a daughter named Anna. Mark and Rebecca married just over a year after Donna died. Mark decided to sell the house and sever ties with Donna's family. The new family, Mark, Rebecca, Bailey, and Anna, relocated to a different town. They gradually expanded their family by adding 2 more children, Maggie and Ben. Donna's close friend Donna Schultz told the police in 1999 that she had an affair with Mark while Donna was still alive, and that Mark made troubling statements that she remembered. Donna Mark believes it would be easier for us to be together if Dawn had just died. All you'd have to do is enter and find the body. Donna also provided disturbing information that raised concerns with the authorities. When Mark learned about Donna's unsettling experience during the car ride back to Springfield, he allegedly told her that he needed the driver in his home. This revelation prompted the police to reopen Donna's case. However, they were disappointed to find that some evidence had gone missing. Mark filed a civil lawsuit against BART Transportation, seeking accountability for Diana's death as a result of Roger's actions. Roger's attorney requested access to the civil suit's evidence and files because he worked for BART Transportation at the time Diana died. Despite this, the police were able to save some files and access photos taken on the day of the incident. Donna and Roger are shown on the ground before being transported to the hospital. However, the positions of the bodies appeared to contradict Mark's earlier account, given to the police years ago. Mark told the police that he saw Roger kneeling beside Donna's head, assaulting her with a hammer, which prompted him to open fire. Mark claimed Roger fell backward, and in an attempt to get up, Mark shot him again. According to Mark's description, Roger's feet should have been near Donna's head, facing the opposite direction. However, after reviewing the photos taken by the police upon their arrival, it appeared that Roger and Donna were both on the ground, facing the same direction. This inconsistency prompted the police, for the first time, to suspect Mark of being involved in his wife's murder. The question of why Roger was at their house that day remained unanswered. Simultaneously, during the civil suit involving Mark, a possible explanation emerged. BART Transportation hired a blood spatter expert who concluded that the blood spatter patterns indicated Mark's involvement in the deaths of Donna and Roger. As the police dug deeper into the case, they discovered more incriminating evidence. Susan Collins, Roger's roommate, informed law enforcement that she overheard Roger arranging a meeting with someone on the day he was killed. Furthermore, a note written on a bank deposit slip inside Roger's car was discovered, which contained Mark's name, address, and a time. Susan informed the police that Roger had mentioned agreeing to meet with Mark to resolve issues raised by Mark's complaints about Roger's driving and the concerning conversation he had with Donna. Roger left the house around 3:30 p.m., and the note indicated a meeting time of 4:30 p.m., which corresponded to the prosecution's belief that Mark had asked him to come to the house at that time. On August 23, 2001, Mark was arrested and charged with 2 counts of murder. The prosecution claimed that Mark was responsible for Donna and Roger's deaths. They claimed that Mark wanted to remove Donna from his life, but did not want to risk losing custody of their adopted daughter Bailey, so he avoided divorce. Mark allegedly saw an opportunity when he learned about Donna's problems with Roger, seeing it as an ideal opportunity to eliminate Donna and frame an innocent man. The prosecution proposed that Mark contact Roger, whom he had never met before that day, and invite him to the house. When Roger arrived, Mark allegedly led him inside and fatally shot him. This narrative was supported by the fact that there was no forced entry at the residence. The prosecution also claimed that Donna, who was in the master bedroom with Bailey when she heard the gunshot, went downstairs and was beaten to death with a hammer by Mark before dialing 911. The prosecution used a note found in Roger's car, which contained Mark's name and address, to prove that Mark had lured Roger to the house. The jury discovered that despite having weapons in his car, Roger did not bring them into the house and instead used Donna's hammer to attack. This raised questions about Roger's intentions, assuming he had gone there with the intent of assaulting Donna. The court was also made aware of inconsistencies between the location Mark claimed Roger was in when he shot him and photos taken on the same day, which contradicted Mark's account. Dean's testimony was crucial in shedding light on Mark's alleged statements, expressing a desire for Donna's death. The court learned that on August 25, 1995, 4 days before the murders, Mark inquired with his coworker Candace Bolden about the fate of his adopted daughter if Donna died. Later that day, Mark complained to Ray Duffy, the president of the transportation company where Roger worked, about Donna's ride. Mark called back a few days later, asking for the driver's full name and expressing a desire to speak with him directly about the situation. During the trial, the court was informed of Donna and Roger's severe injuries. When the cops arrived at the house, Donna was found face down on the floor, with Roger on his back. Donna died from brain trauma caused by multiple blunt force injuries to the head, consistent with hammer strikes. Roger died from brain trauma caused by gunshot wounds to the top left side of his head and above his left eyebrow, as well as contusions on his chest from hammer strikes. The defense argued that Roger's erratic decisions that day, such as his weapon choice and unusual parking, demonstrated mental instability. His behavior during the car ride with Donna supported the claim they made. Concerning the position of the bodies in the photos, the defense argued that while Donna and Roger were critical when paramedics arrived, they were not dead and they may have moved in an attempt to save their lives. However, the paramedics denied moving them before the photographs were taken, and Mark did not testify at the trial. Regarding Deanne's testimony, the defense claimed she was motivated by personal feelings of rejection. While Mark admitted to having an affair with Donna, he married the nanny he hired shortly after Donna died. The defense claimed Donna harbored resentment for not being chosen by Mark to marry. Despite the defense's arguments, the jury convicted Mark of 2 counts of first-degree murder and sentenced him to life without the possibility of parole. While still serving time for his first-degree murder convictions, Mark became involved in a failed murder, for-hire plot in 2005. He allegedly attempted to orchestrate attacks on Deanne for testifying against him, as well as on Jeffrey Gilman, a childhood friend, for failing to post his $1 million bail. Investigators discovered 19 handwritten pages that detailed Mark's desires for Donna. He allegedly wanted her kidnapped and forced to write a statement recounting her testimony, claiming Mark's innocence before plotting her death. Mark claimed in court that these notes were simply a fantasy he never intended to carry out. Despite Mark's assertion, he was found guilty of soliciting murder and sentenced to an additional 35 years in prison. Donna's mother, Sarah Jane, and stepfather, Ira Drescher, responded strongly to the evidence against Mark, emphasizing the brutality of Donna's murder. What makes it difficult to understand is how he murdered Donna in such a vicious and violent manner. Throughout the legal proceedings, Mark has maintained his innocence. Donna, who testified against him, was granted immunity and received no charges as a result. Share your opinion with us in the comments and subscribe to the channel for more. On the evening of August 29, 2014, a Friday, Christina Morris, a 23-year-old, planned to spend the night in Plano, Texas, USA. Despite growing up in Plano and maintaining friendships there, she had moved to Fort Worth, Texas, with her boyfriend, Hunter Foster. Following up on his job opportunity, Christina had settled into her new life in Fort Worth and was working at a dating service over Labor Day weekend. On Friday night, Christina Morris returned to Plano to reunite with her high school friend, Paulina Petrosky. The two had met at Allen High School. Paulina lived in the shops at Legacy, and Plano hosted Christina and a few Allen High School friends at her apartment. The group, mostly Allen High School acquaintances, gathered at Paulina's apartment at 9 p.m. After some drinks, around 11 p.m., a portion of the group went to Harry's Tavern for 30 minutes before reconvening at Scruffy Duffy's, As the night progressed, the bar closed at 2 a.m., causing some of the group to leave. However, Christina, Sabrina, Enrique, and Steven decided to return to Paulina's apartment. On their way back, Sabrina, Enrique, and Paulina stopped at Whataburger to eat through the drive-through. Back in Pauline's apartment, the group enjoyed the food from the drive-through. However, Paulina and Steven noticed that Christina appeared distressed. She revealed that she had been texting her boyfriend Hunter all night, hoping he would join the party, but then discovering he had gone out with friends. Despite her request that he pick her up, Hunter stopped responding to her text messages. It was now 12 a.m., and Christina sent Hunter numerous messages for the next 90 minutes without receiving a single response. Christina's texts began by asking the Hunter to come get her, followed by questions about what was going on. She pleaded with him via multiple messages, informing him of her work obligations the following day, and even informing him that she had misplaced her car keys. By 3:01 a.m., frustration set in as Hunter remained unresponsive. Christina texted him, expressing her disappointment, wishing him good night, and conveying the sentiment that you had lost the best thing that could have happened to you. Christina then sent Hunter additional text messages informing him that she was taking a taxi home and saying, "See you one day between 3:20 a.m. and 3:48 a.m. and 3:48 a.m. She kept sending messages, letting Hunter know she wasn't angry. Her phone had died and she had found her car keys, so she decided to drive home. Christina's final text to Hunter was sent at 3:48 a.m. Christina's emotional state worsened as she messaged Hunter, Steven, and Paulina, who all tried to console her. Initially, he considered spending the night in Pauline's apartment. Christina eventually changed her mind and expressed a desire to return to Fort Worth. Despite Steven's offer to drive her home the next morning, Christina insisted on going home that night. Given that she had not consumed much alcohol and had done so earlier in the evening, the others did not consider her intoxicated enough to drive. At the same time, Christina decided to leave. Enrique also decided to go home, expressing his intention to walk Christina to her car while en route to see his girlfriend. As they left Pauline's apartment, Steven called Christina to see how she was doing, as she had been crying just before leaving. She assured him she was fine and was almost to her car. However, when the 30th of August arrived, Christina did not show up for work, causing concern among her colleagues. Despite multiple attempts to contact her via text messages, phone calls, and social media, Christina remained unresponsive. This behavior was unusual for her, given her responsible work ethic. Her colleagues saw a Facebook post from a friend urging Christina to call them, expressing deep concern. Fearing that something may be wrong, Christina's colleagues contacted her friend, who then contacted Christina's family, only to find out that they had no idea where she was. Christina's parents and stepmother contacted her friends to find out where she was, and they discovered that the last known location was when Pauline was in his apartment. When they contacted Enrique, he informed them that he had left with Christina, but they went their separate ways down the sidewalk. Enrique mentioned that Christina was on the phone when he parted ways with her, but he had no idea who she was talking to. Christina's parents reported her missing due to concerns for her well-being. During the investigation, the police interviewed Hunter. Hunter was initially uncooperative with the police, but eventually agreed to hand over his cell phone. He did so reluctantly. After deleting several text messages, Hunter informed the police that he was not home on the specified Friday night. Instead, he claimed to have been at Concrete Cowboy in Dallas, admitting that he had received multiple text messages from Christina that evening. He claimed that he hadn't read them and wasn't actively checking his phone. Hunter stated that he only returned home on Saturday morning around 10 a.m., or 11 a.m., or 11 a.m. to discover Christina absent, assuming she was upset and staying with friends. He did not express any concern. On Saturday night, still without hearing from Christina, he went out with friends again. Hunter stated that he only became concerned when Christina's father contacted him on Sunday to inquire about her whereabouts. Despite Hunter's claims, some of Christina's friends and her father suggested to the police that Hunter was involved in illegal substance use or distribution. Hunter admitted to the police that on the night of August 29, he was selling and using prohibited substances, as well as drinking alcohol. When the bar closed at 2 a.m., Hunter explained that he had gone to the W Hotel with friends. When asked if he followed the plan that night, Hunter denied it, but admitted that the events were somewhat hazy. Despite the suspicions surrounding the Hunter's account of the Friday night, the police had to carefully verify and corroborate the information provided. Despite suspicions about the Hunter and a possible connection to Christina's disappearance, there was no concrete evidence that he had harmed her or was involved. As part of the investigation, the police went to the parking garage where Christina had left her car on that Friday night. Christina and the group from Pauline's apartment had all parked in the Harry's Tavern parking garage. There, they discovered Christina's Toyota Celica was still securely locked. There were no signs of a struggle or evidence of foul play discovered in the parking garage. In order to piece together the events, police obtained surveillance footage from the area. Christina and Enrique entered the parking garage together at 3:55 a.m., according to security camera footage. On August 30, however, only 2 minutes later, Enrique's car was seen backing out of its parking space, leaving the garage at 3:58 a.m. Unfortunately, the footage did not show Christina or her car leaving the parking garage. During their conversation with Enrique, he told the police that he left Pauline's apartment with Christina and that they parted ways at the end of the apartment complex because their cars were parked in different parking garages. Rene told the cops that the last time he saw Christina, she was on the phone with someone. However, Enrique claimed that he had no further information because he had called his girlfriend at the time. When the police asked to see his phone log to confirm the timeline, Enrique stated that he was texting his girlfriend rather than speaking to her on the phone. When the police asked to review these text messages, Enrique explained that it was not possible because his phone was set to automatically delete older messages. The police discovered that Enrique sent a text message to his girlfriend on the night of August 29 at 8:02 p.m., followed by a brief exchange at 10:38 p.m., followed by a brief exchange at 10:38 p.m. When his girlfriend requested a call, Enrique responded at 10:41 p.m., stating that he was sleepy. Despite his girlfriend's belief that he was at home in bed, Enrique was actually at Pauline's apartment at the time. Enrique's next text to his girlfriend came the next morning at 10:52 a.m. During further questioning, he claimed he didn't know where Christina had parked her car. However, surveillance footage contradicted his statement, revealing that he entered the parking garage at the start of the night, with his car one space across and one space over Christina's. When asked if Christina had been in his car, Enrique claimed she had never been there. He claimed he left the shops and drove home on Highway 75, which contradicted toll road and cell phone records, indicating he took the Dallas North Tollway to Highway 121, passing through the Highway 121 toll garage at 4:08 a.m. When confronted with video footage of him entering the same parking garage as Christina, Ricky claimed his intoxication was so severe that he couldn't remember where he had parked his car that night. In the absence of information about Christina's whereabouts, the police concluded their investigation and believed they had enough evidence to charge Enrique with aggravated kidnapping. Christina remained missing throughout his arrest and trial, and Enrique pleaded not guilty. The prosecution based their case on 5 key elements. First, Enrique was the last person to see Christina that night. Second, Enrique's car was damaged in the front, and it had been thoroughly cleaned. Third, in any case, injuries. Fourth, cell phone data. Their sales phones communicated with the same cell towers. Fifth, Christina's DNA was discovered on mat in the trunk of Enrique's car. The jury was told that Enrique and Christina walked to the parking garage together after leaving Pauline's apartment around 3:55 a.m. Their cars were parked next to each other, and the prosecution speculated that the kidnapping happened inside the garage or at a later time. The prosecution suggested that Enrique may have intentionally or unintentionally injured Christina in the garage, possibly by placing her in the trunk. They suggested that Enrique drive out of the parking garage with Christina in the trunk, or that she accept a ride, but later decides against it. Later, surveillance footage from the parking garage was presented as evidence, contradicting Ricky's initial statement to the police that they had parted ways. The recorded footage showed that a single car left the parking garage a few minutes later, and no other people were seen leaving for the next 20 or 30 minutes. During the trial, it was revealed that Enrique was set to start work at 8 a.m. On that Saturday morning, however, he only arrived at 10:51 a.m. According to a colleague, he appeared to be hungover from the night before and disheveled. The coworker described Enrique as having bruises and scratches on his arm, as well as a noticeable limp. Furthermore, the coworker noticed what he thought was a bite mark on the inner part of Enrique's forearm. Enrique claimed to have been involved in a fight at Legacy Shops, claiming that the person he was fighting with bit him while in a chokehold. However, Enrique later changed his story, telling his coworker later that week that a tire rim had fallen on his hand while attempting to rotate his car's tires, resulting in the marks. Enrique's girlfriend testified, saying she saw him on Saturday evening and noticed an injury on his right hand, as well as cuts on his hand and knuckles. During the court proceedings, Sabrina Boss testified that she believed Enrique was romantically interested in her that night. He appeared upset when she chose to lie down on a bed rather than sit beside him on the couch. In response, he said, "Fine, I'll just go home," and she took his tone at that point as angry. Enrique left, and as Christina was leaving, he offered to walk her to her car. Stephen Nickerson testified that he called Christina after she left the apartment. She told him she was almost to her car and sounded fine. She promised to text him once she arrived at her car, but she did not follow through. He texted her a few minutes later to see if she had made it to her car, but received no response. Despite calling her several times, all calls went to voicemail. The following day, it was called again, but went unanswered. The prosecution used security camera footage from the Kroger gas station as evidence. On September 3, the footage showed Enrique cleaning the passenger side of the car with a rag before cleaning the trunk and washing the car. Police found an odor remover bottle, a multi-purpose cleaner, an all-purpose cleaner, paper towels, and rags in his trash. The prosecution presented evidence about the cell phones, claiming that Christina's and Enrique's devices were connected to the same cell towers when Enrique left the parking garage. Christina's phone pinged off the Spring Creek Boulevard cell tower at 3:46 a.m., according to court documents. On August 30, at 3:00 a.m., Enrique's phone pinged from the same tower. Both phones also received signals from the 5,800 Granite Parkway cell tower within a few minutes of each other. Later, they pinged off a tower on East Bethany Drive near Enrique's home on Harvard Lane in Allen. Details about the armride case car, a 2010 gray Camaro, were revealed in court. A dent was found on the front passenger side, specifically on the right front fender. When the police searched the car, they discovered that the interior, particularly the front passenger side floorboard, had recently been vacuumed and cleaned. However, what drew the most attention was the remarkably clean condition underneath the car. An accident investigator testified that the car's damage appeared to be the result of a soft impact, possibly involving the body, buttocks, and hips. NATSP provided the jury with DNA evidence, and DNA analyst Christina continued to swab areas of Enrique's car's trunk mat that reacted with blue stars until DNA profiles could be extracted. Both matching Christina's DNA profiles confirmed that the DNA discovered was more likely from a significant source, such as bodily fluid. The defense presented its case, focusing on four main arguments to counter the prosecution's perceived weakness. First, consider injuries. The defense called forensic dentist Dr. Paula to testify about the prosecution's assertion of a bite mark on Enrique's arm after Christina went missing, as well as third and fourth cell phone data. After reviewing photos of Enrique's injuries, Dr. Broom concluded that the marks and scratches did not indicate bite marks. Christy Wilson, the Plano Police Department's evidence supervisor, testified that the trunk mat was removed from Enrique's car and placed in a box. However, the box was too large for the evidence locker, so it was closed as best as possible, but left unsealed for 3 days, which was recognized as a violation of protocol. The defense attempted to cast doubt on the DNA evidence's reliability, claiming that the trunk mat's unsealed condition compromised its integrity. They also suggested that the person who examined Christina's car prior to the MRI may have transferred DNA. To back up their claim that there were alternative lines of inquiry, the defense called Lateral Rinse Dunbar to testify. He was a private security contractor who claimed to have met Christina at a nightclub in Uptown on August 22 or 23rd when she became quiet in front of Hunter Foster. Hunter Foster, who was serving a 33-month sentence for conspiring to distribute Mia, testified during the trial. It was discovered that he sold prohibited substances to an undercover federal officer on the night of August 29, 2014. His cell phone records showed a call from Enrique at 3:50 a.m. on August 30 with a message requesting an ounce of a substance known as that good rock. Detective Robin Busby suspected that the conversation was about illegal substances. However, it is unclear whether Enrique or Christina were using the phone at the time. Witnesses at Pauline's apartment confirmed that Christina's phone had a low battery when she left that night. The defense argued to the jury that, despite the lack of surveillance footage showing Christina leaving the parking garage, it was possible that she left by another means. The police acknowledged that someone could leave on foot without being recorded. Regarding cell phone data, the defense presented a cell phone forensics and cell tower data analyst. He testified that records from both Enrique's and Christina's phones showed that after 4 a.m., they were only making data connections to cell towers. He emphasized that data connections were the least reliable method for determining a cell phone's location and that it was impossible to predict the phone's likely location based on this data. Despite the defense's arguments, Enrique was convicted of aggravated kidnapping and sentenced to life in prison with parole eligibility in 2046. Almost 2 years after the Enrique case, conviction remains were discovered in a wooded area of Anna, Texas, and identified as Christina's. Excavators and construction workers working to clear the air discovered the remains. To date, no murder charges have been filed. Share your opinion with us in the comments and subscribe to the channel for more. Blessy Gonenko, a 56-year-old woman, finished her workday on Saturday, May 24, 2014, and was on her way home. She lived in North Shore, Auckland, New Zealand, with her husband of 30 years, Antonio Goding. Their relationship can be traced back to their childhood in Cebu City, Philippines, where they both attended the same school. They dated, married, and raised 3 children, B, Vincent, and John. In 2004, the family of 5 moved to New Zealand. Blessy grew to love Auckland because it allowed her to indulge in her favorite activities, such as exploration, walking, and discovering new places. She worked at a job she enjoyed and had formed strong bonds with local friends. The Godinko family embraced life in Auckland, as evidenced by their shared experiences and joys. Just a few days before May 20, Blessy spent her birthday with her children, having lunch at a pub in Green Hive and a family dinner at Urban Turbine in Wynyard Quarter. Unfortunately, Antonio was unable to join them because he was on a work trip abroad. Returning on June 15, Blessy could not wait to see him again. They were a close-knit family who were happiest when they were together. On May 24th, Blessy Godinko completed her work at Tower Insurance at 7 p.m. Despite her regular working hours until 5 p.m., she willingly took on a few extra hours of overtime without prearranged transportation because her coworker, Bahula Shah, who usually gave her a ride, had left earlier. Blessy chose to take the Birkenhead Transport 973 bus from Lower Albert Street to Birkdale Road. The bus stop was about 700 meters from her house, and the short walk should have taken her only 5 minutes. However, Blessing was unable to arrive at her destination that evening. Blessy's daughter noticed her absence when she returned home from work at 3:15 a.m. The following day, concerned B contacted her 2 brothers to inquire about their mother's whereabouts, but both were unaware. At 6 a.m., I used my iPhone app to find Blessy's phone on a grass verge in Salisbury Road, just 100 yards from their house. Blessy's shoes and the Tupperware container she used for her daily lunch at work were also found near the verge. When the police arrived, they initially suspected a hit and run. The scattered nature of Blessing's belongings on the verge raised the possibility that she had been struck by a vehicle and was now disoriented and lost. However, it became clear that something more sinister had occurred. A young girl living on the same street reported hearing the woman's scream at the time. Blessy alighted from the bus closest to her home. Witnesses saw a BMW overtake the bus carrying Blessy, prompting police to investigate 28-year-old Tony Douglas Robertson. When questioned, Robertson claimed ignorance of Blessy and the events surrounding her disappearance. Notably, the police were already familiar with Robertson, who had previously been convicted of sex offenses and abductions. He had been released from prison 5 months prior, and was subject to an extended supervision order that included 24-hour GPS tracking. Robertson's movements were tracked using the ankle bracelet GPS tracking device, which revealed his presence on the street where Blessings vanished around the same time. Investigations also revealed that he spent time on May 24th at Eskdale Cemetery before returning the next day. This prompted the police to conduct a search of the cemetery, where Blessie's body was discovered 2 days later with the help of a police dog. Her remains were hidden under pine scrub surrounded by foliage and debris and wrapped in a sheet. Tragically, Blessie had been raped and fatally stabbed. Following the discovery, police arrested Tony Robertson and charged him with rape and murder. Despite the evidence, he pleaded not guilty. The prosecution claimed that Tony, a stranger to Blessie, saw her walking home as he drove down Birkdale Street. According to their case, he intentionally struck her with his vehicle, causing her leg to break into pieces. Tony allegedly picked up Blessie, put her in the back of his car, and drove to his Birkdale apartment shortly before 8 p.m. to avoid setting off any alarms, impose a curfew. The witness testimony is intended to support this narrative. One witness stated that they saw Blessie alight from the bus at Brookdale and walk away quickly. They also saw a white sedan-like vehicle overtake the bus and speed down Salesbar Road. The court heard from an 11-year-old girl who lived on Salisbury Road. She stated that, on the night of May 24, while cooking dumplings with her sister, she heard the sound of a car and a high-pitched scream around 7:30 p.m. Her testimony described how she was driving up the hill from Eskdale when it came to a stop. Then I heard a high-pitched scream from a lady, followed by silence. The girl went on to say that the car then drove off towards Brookdale Road. Inside the courtroom, the prosecution claimed that when Tony returned to his apartment, he parked his car in the garage beneath it and proceeded to commit heinous acts against Blessie. According to their case, Tony raped Blessie, strangled her, and brutally stabbed her in a frenzied and violent manner before striking her in the throat. The prosecution also claimed that early the next morning, Tony wrapped Blessie's lifeless body in a bedsheet, placed it back in his car, and drove to Eskdale Cemetery to bury her. They speculated that the timing was deliberate, allowing Tony to avoid violating his curfew. A forensic scientist testified that luminol testing conducted in the area where Blessie's body was discovered revealed a blue path, indicating that a blood-stained object was most likely dragged through the grass. The evidence suggested that Blessie's body had been transported through different parts of the cemetery before being placed on the ground and dragged to the spot where it was discovered. Dr. Carl Y. Grin, a pathologist, presented details about the injuries in court. He testified that Blessie had multiple deep stab wounds, one of which was so violent that it embedded links from her necklace. Dr. A. Grin also stated that when Blessie was stabbed in the throat, her windpipe was damaged. He emphasized that all of Blessie's injuries occurred while she was alive, as evidenced by the blood in her lungs. Pathologist Dr. Carl Walgren testified that Blessie suffered numerous injuries, making it difficult to pinpoint a single cause of death. He suggested that her death was caused by a combination of factors, including strangling, blunt force trauma from being hit by a car, stab wounds, and incised wounds. Dr. Walgren expressed difficulty attributing death to a single injury, but believed that the stabbing hastened her death. Blessie was found to have suffered a variety of blunt force trauma injuries, including broken ribs, legs, teeth, and abrasions consistent with postmortem dragging. Dr. Walgren proposed that Blessie was strangled first to subdue her, followed by stabbings and incised wounds. Evidence of manual strangulation was found, including bruising on her neck, a fractured thyroid, and broken capillaries in her eyes. According to Dr. Y, a Grin Blessing could have survived being hit by a car with prompt medical attention. However, she sustained additional injuries, including sharp force injuries that resulted in significant bleeding. When asked about defensive wounds, Dr. Wagner stated that there did not appear to be any explanation to the jury that such an absence is not uncommon in cases where the victim succumbs to violence. Dr. Walgren also informed the court that DNA tests on Blessie's body revealed the presence of Tony's seminal fluid. This testimony provided critical forensic evidence for the prosecution's case. The court was informed that Tony, who was wearing a GPS anklet at the time, had visited Eskdale Cemetery hours before the murder. The prosecution claimed that Tony was scouting for a location to hide a body, which indicated premeditation. They claim that he planned the murder in advance, choosing the burial site before deciding on his victim. The DP's data also revealed Tony returning to the cemetery early the following morning, leading the prosecution to believe he dumped Blessie's body at that time. Crown Prosecutor Michael Walker emphasized the significance of these visits, claiming that they demonstrated the defendant's intent to kill someone and that the trip to the cemetery was to determine where to dispose of the body. The court heard that blood was found in Tony's car, and a knife and some of Blessie's belongings were discovered buried in the back of his property. The knife contained traces of Blessie's blood. Tony's BMW was damaged, and evidence of this was presented in court. Detective Constable Shane Page testified that the vehicle had recently sustained damage. The majority of the rear passenger seatbelt was missing. When I dismantled the seatbelt as the anchorage point, I discovered that about a meter, or 940 mm, was missing. It'd been cut. The detective also testified about additional damage inside Tony's car, such as cuts and scratches on the leather seats in the back. He discovered a significant amount of replaced foam in the back seat, as well as blood on the passenger seat and in the trunk. The auto glazier told the court that, on May 26, he was summoned to Tony's home to repair a broken BMW windshield. He found it strange that the windscreen had already been removed from the car, and he discovered blood inside. When asked about the cause of the damage, Tony claimed it occurred while he was joking with friends. According to Tony, a friend slipped on the bonnet and crashed through the window. A sergeant from the serious crash unit testified that he thought Blessie was intentionally struck. He speculated that she was struck while walking on the pavement, citing the discovery of a tire imprint on the verge near where her belongings were discovered. In the defense's case, Tony admitted to causing Blessie's death, but claimed it was unintentional and not planned. According to his defense, Tony claimed that he panicked after accidentally hitting Blessie and then inflicted the injuries on her body to make the incident appear random. He claimed that all injuries were inflicted post-mortem. During the trial, Tony fired his legal team and decided to defend himself. Tony told the court that he denied the prosecution's version of events and stated that he panicked following the accidental collision. He claimed that putting Blessie in his car and driving home was only to comply with his curfew. "I put a strain on my car to meet my curfew of 8 p.m. and remained there until 6 a.m. Tony contended that the prosecution was incorrect and claimed premeditation, citing the lack of witnesses to the car accident. He explained his presence at the cemetery on May 24 and 25 by claiming he was attempting to purchase illegal substances. Tony argued that the DNA evidence was microscopic, making it difficult for scientists to isolate and test. The defense presented opposing views on Blessie's injuries from another pathologist, Dr. Chapman, who disagreed with Dr. Wagner's findings. Dr. Chapman's report read in court suggested that Blessed's neck injuries, particularly the fractured thyroid, could have been caused by another blow to the area. The report stated that the bruising on Blessie's neck did not appear to be caused by her fingertips. Dr. Chapman's differing views, particularly on the likelihood of Blessing inhaling her own blood, supported Tony's claim that he caused the stab wounds post-mortem to simulate a random attack. During his testimony, Tony stated that when he placed Blessie in his car, he assumed she was already dead. He claimed that he staged the scene to appear like a random attack because he was under the influence of methamphetamine at the time. Tony also denied the rape allegations, claiming that the DNA evidence found on Blessie's body, specifically his seminal fluid, was contaminated and caused by police malpractice. However, the jury rejected Tony's version of events and found him guilty of rape and murder. Tony was sentenced to life in prison, with a 24-year minimum non-parole period and preventive detention for the rape. In New Zealand, preventive detention is an open-ended jail term that can be extended indefinitely or recalled at any time. Tony appealed the verdict, claiming that Blessie's death was an accident and that the jury should have been given the option of convicting him of manslaughter. The appeal was denied, and a subsequent Supreme Court attempt was also unsuccessful, as it was determined that Tony had not presented any evidence during the trial to suggest that a charge of manslaughter could be considered. He was denied further leave to appeal Tony's criminal history, which was revealed after his sentencing, providing a stark context for his actions. Tony was granted name suppression during the trial, which concealed his previous convictions for child sexual offenses. The details of his criminal history were kept from the jury. In 2005, when Tony was only 18, he committed a heinous crime. Tonga kidnapped and molested a 5-year-old girl. Local officers suspected Tony's involvement and tracked him down with the girl, where they discovered the distressing scene with the child's pants down. Tony was convicted of 7 charges, including indecent assault and attempting to abduct 2 other children. He was sentenced to 8 years in prison for these offenses. Tony was released in December 2013, just 5 months before Blessie's tragic murder, and he violated his release conditions twice in a short period. As a result, he was deemed a danger, prompting an extended supervision order that required a decade of monitoring and a 24-hour GPS tracking system. The judge overseeing this case, Cleat Justice Edwin Wiley, expressed serious concerns about Tony's proclivity for violence. "I'm satisfied that Mr. Robertson poses a significant risk. I believe he will commit indecency against a child under the age of 12 and abduct a child for sexual purposes. The evidence leads to the conclusion that he is impulsive and unable to control his anger and aggressions. Mr. Robertson has a preference for, and proclivity for, sexual offenses. He has expressed no remorse. Indeed, he still denies it." The tragic circumstances surrounding Tony's release from the monitoring order, as well as the subsequent violent attack on Blessie Goding, caused her family great pain and anger. The fact that Tony, despite being monitored with a GPS anklet, was able to commit such a heinous crime exacerbated Blessie's family's grief, as they believed the system had failed them. A government report was conducted to look into how the police and corrections departments handled Tony's case. However, the report found no fault with their actions and concluded that Tony was solely responsible for the blessing. Despite the lack of blame placed on the authorities, the report made 27 recommendations to improve the management of high-risk offenders. Blessie's husband, Antonio, expressed disappointment and devastation with the inquiry's findings, claiming that corrections lacked the capacity to manage high-risk sex offenders, and that, in his opinion, the offenders controlled the system. The Minister of Corrections stated that Tony had served his full 8-year prison sentence for the previous offense and had been denied parole several times due to his lack of remorse. Residents of Birkdale, Auckland, were not notified of his release into their community. In a statement released by New Zealand police, Antonio expressed his family's profound loss. "Blessie is the light of our home, and without her, we would be lost in the dark. Right now, we're just trying to pretend everything is fine. But deep down, we are heartbroken. We've been robbed. She has left too soon." Share your opinion with us in the comments, and subscribe to the channel for more. Our story begins with Annie, a beautiful girl. Annie's family and friends described her as a bright, beautiful, and sociable girl. Vinod Hindosha, Annie's father and the son of a successful merchant, left the Indian state of Gujarat as a young man for Europe. The family settled in Mariestad, a small town in Sweden. Vinod started his own business, and the family became wealthy. After graduating from college, Annie moved to Stockholm and worked in the marketing department of Ericsson's, a mobile phone manufacturer. Annie's father gave her a new car and an apartment in a prestigious neighborhood of the city. After 25 years, Annie started looking for a husband. She frequently flew to London and stayed at the homes of wealthy relatives. Her maternal uncles owned the British pharmacy chain, and she spent her weekends communicating with her extended family. She decided that her husband would be Hindu. One of Annie's relatives met Shireen Dewaney at a party in London and admired his background, social standing, upbringing, and manners. She then set up an informal meeting between Sherwin and Annie at a cafe. The young people liked each other, so they went on their first date in September 2009 with Syed Dewaney. His family, like Annie's, were Gujarati and had moved to Europe and England. Syed's father established a pharmacy in Bristol as well as a nursing home. Syed graduated from an elite school in Bristol, studied accounting at Manchester University, and then relocated to London to work for the accounting firm De La Suite. After a year, he left his job to help run the family business. At the age of 33, he was already a millionaire. Following their dating, they decided to move in together and share a home in Bristol, United Kingdom. Sheen elaborated on the instant allure he felt for Annie, emphasizing her ambitions while mirroring his own, fostering eager anticipation for the collaborative construction of their future life together. Their relationship was not without challenges, necessitating collaborative efforts to overcome obstacles that occasionally led to disagreements. Sheeran revealed that he had abnormally low hormone levels, which reduced his chances of having children and prompted his decision to undergo testosterone replacement therapy. Despite the difficult challenges they faced during this time, Sean believes their bond grew stronger, culminating in his decision to propose to Annie a little more than a year after their first meeting. Sean arranged for Annie to travel to the romantic city of Paris via private aircraft, where he proposed marriage. Following her affirmative response, he planned an elaborate stag party in the vibrant city of Las Vegas, located in the United States. The matrimonial union was celebrated in the opulent city of Mumbai, India, with an extravagant wedding costing an estimated $250,000. As a result, the newlyweds planned and postponed their honeymoon, instead choosing to spend several weeks in the picturesque setting of Cape Town, South Africa, indulging in the luxury and opulence of a five-star resort. Sheeran and Annie went out to dinner on November 13th at a hotel in Cape Town. Others noticed them posing for pictures at their hotel. They seemed like any other couple on their honeymoon. They held hands, kissed, and laughed. But their joy would not last. They waited for their cab at their hotel and then used Google Maps to navigate through a township near Cape Town. At midnight that night, a distressed shepherd requested assistance. He was apprehended in Harare, and he told police that the taxi they were riding in had been hijacked. The driver was removed from the vehicle, and two men entered Sri Lanka. An army was detained at gunpoint. The men were released on treason charges, but they still had Annie, and he had no idea where they were during the police interrogation. Soren recounted his encounter with Zola Tongo, a taxi driver. Zola allegedly claimed to be an executive tour guide, prompting Sheeran to seek his assistance with currency exchange and the arrangement of a private helicopter flight. Sherwin also requested Zola's services as a local tour guide. According to the Sheeran statement, the trio decided to take an impromptu tour of the area after dinner with Annie, with no firm plans for the rest of the evening, expressing a desire to discover what Africa is truly like. According to Sheeran's account, the pivotal moment occurred when they deviated from a motorway. The next thing I remember is banging noises coming from the front and right sides of the car. There was a cacophony of shouting in a language I was unfamiliar with. As a result, I recall the presence of someone next to me instructing me to lie down. This person wielded a firearm. However, the specific hand that held the weapon escapes my memory. The gun was raised in the air, accompanied by fervent shouts, "Look down, lie down." I was overcome with terror. Annie and I promptly followed these instructions. Annie, I found myself partially reclined at the top, while another person took control behind the wheel. Sheeran told authorities that one of the individuals confiscated his mobile device and brandished a firearm near his head. The assailant sternly warned him against falsehoods and threatened to use the weapon. Simultaneously, pedestrians continued their journey in the car, coming to a halt at a narrow thoroughfare. The perpetrators instructed me to exit the vehicle. Shane requested that Annie also be allowed to leave. However, the response indicated that they intended to accompany her to a law enforcement facility. Shane was clearly warned that non-compliance would result in gunshots, forcing him to disembark. He described the incident to the police as follows: "I attempted to open the door, but it would not open. Keep track of when the window opens." I remember hitting the ground and the car speeding away. The last thing I told Annie was to be quiet and not say anything. I told her this in Gujarati after he left. Sheeran stated that he was unaware of the car's subsequent trajectory other than the presence of two people retaining Annie inside. His testimony informed the authorities that he requested assistance by knocking on doors. As a result, law enforcement officers were summoned, and he was taken to a police station. A day after these events, the vehicle was discovered, with Annie's lifeless body found in the back seat of the cab. She had received a gunshot wound to the neck. Subsequent police investigations revealed that Annie's Giovanni Armani wristwatch, a white gold and diamond bracelet, her handbag, and her BlackBerry mobile phone were missing, leading authorities to believe that they were stolen during the incident. The stolen items, which included a wristwatch, bracelet, handbag, and mobile phone, were estimated to be worth approximately 90,000 South African rand, or $6,089. The investigation then shifted to understanding the rationale behind the captor's decision to release Sheeran while retaining and eventually killing and eventually killing Annie, Sheeran returned to the United Kingdom not long after his death. The investigation moved quickly at first, with Annie's lifeless body discovered only 3 days later. Zalil Mangini, 26, was apprehended and formally charged with murder, aggravated robbery, and kidnapping. The discovery of his palm print on the vehicle served as a critical lead that led law enforcement to his arrest. In the following days, more arrests were made, including 31-year-old Zola Tonga, the cab driver, and 26-year-old Mziwamadota Quabe, both charged with murder, aggravated robbery, and kidnapping. An informant's tip helped locate Mziwamadota. Zola initially denied any involvement, claiming that he was ambushed and forced out of the vehicle. However, when confronted with incriminating evidence, he eventually admitted his involvement in the criminal activities. The trio, which included Zola and Mangini, initially provided an account to law enforcement, claiming that the intended plan was a robbery that had gotten out of control. According to their story, Annie was shot accidentally during a struggle over her handbag. Later, a fourth person, Monde Mbalombo, was apprehended for his role in orchestrating the robbery. The men later revealed to the police that Sheeran Duaney was also involved in the crime. Zola told police that he met Sheeran, who allegedly offered him 15,000 Rand $100 to orchestrate Annie's death. According to Zola, he then approached a friend about hiring a hitman and was put in touch with Zalil and Mziwamadota. The statement astounded Shireen's family. However, further investigation revealed that, while the couple appeared to be happy on their honeymoon, this was not the whole story. Annie's emails to Shane revealed frequent disagreements with her, expressing her dissatisfaction and desire to end the relationship. A perplexing question emerged: what drove Shin to seek Annie's demise? Further investigation, he discovered Sheeran's lifestyle, which revealed his involvement with male prostitutes via gay websites. Shane admitted to these activities while asserting his bisexuality, expressing love for his wife and denying any involvement in Annie's murder. Sheeran was arrested in the United Kingdom on suspicion of a murder conspiracy, as requested by South African authorities. Sheeran vehemently denied involvement and fought extradition, resulting in protracted legal proceedings. Before Shane was extradited to South Africa, the other men were sentenced for their roles in the crime. Zola was sentenced to 18 years in prison. Mziwamadota received a 25-year sentence, while Zalil was sentenced to life in prison. It was determined that Zalil fired the fatal shot at Annie. And during his sentencing hearing, the judge referred to him as an evil person. Extradition proceedings in the United Kingdom took 4 years to complete. Sheeran's lawyers argued that he couldn't travel to South Africa because he was suffering from acute stress disorder. The court heard that he had consumed a cocktail of 46 pills, including diazepam. The extradition was finally completed after the court determined that his depression had subsided. He was extradited to South Africa, where his trial began. The prosecution claimed that Sheeran lived a secret life with other men in order to avoid his marriage. According to their case, he orchestrated a contract killing and enlisted Zola to plan a hijacking with the intention of freeing himself and killing Annie. During the trial, the court was shown surveillance footage of Sheeran handing money to Zola. Sheeran looked up at a security camera in a hotel before leaving the frame. Additional footage showed him carrying a bag containing money as he approached a small room with Zola. Later footage showed them conversing at the opulent Cape Grace Hotel, where Sheeran requested privacy from a window cleaner. The prosecution's argument was based primarily on the testimony of 2 of the 3 men who were already serving prison sentences. Mziwamadota claimed that he was instructed to stage the incident as a hijacking. The court learned that these individuals provided evidence as part of plea bargain agreements, which resulted in reduced sentences for them. The pathologist, Dr. Jeanette Verster, testified about Annie's post-mortem examination. The court was informed that Annie had gunshot wounds in her left hand and neck, resulting in significant blood loss. Dr. Verster emphasized that Annie could have passed away in a matter of heartbeats. She also stated that the fatal shot was fired at close range, acknowledging that Annie may have been holding on to someone or something when shot. In response, the defense argued for the case's dismissal and formally requested it. Sheeran didn't take the stand. However, a statement was presented in court revealing his admission to being bisexual and engaging with male prostitutes. He expressed his deep love for Annie and spoke about the profound impact his wife's tragic murder had on his life. Sharon's attorney presented two scenarios that could have resulted in Annie's death. To begin, he suggested that it was a botched robbery, supported by forensic evidence indicating that Annie was accidentally shot during an attempt to snatch her handbag by one of the hijackers, bruising on her inner leg indicating a struggle, and the defense argued that the bullets passed through her left hand into her chest, with the neck wound implying an exit in unintentional shooting. The second scenario proposed was a failed kidnapping and ransom attempt. Bernard Mitchell, a criminal, claimed that Zola later told him about the plan while in prison. According to Mitchell, the intention was to kidnap Annie for ransom, but the plan failed. The court learned about that tree and did give Zola 15,000 rand in cash, but the defense claimed it was for a helicopter ride, not payment for orchestrating his wife's death. The defense requested that the case against Soren be dismissed due to a lack of substantial evidence linking him to the crime. The judge agreed with the defense's arguments. The judge stated that it was the prosecution's responsibility to prove that Sharon conspired with the three other men to murder Annie, and they fell short of meeting the required level of evidence in such a case. The judge emphasized that Zola, as the sole accomplice witness, had agreed to a plea deal, making his testimony suspect and requiring corroboration. The judge noted Zola's details, such as the locations where he picked up and dropped off Sharon, but Annie did not provide the necessary corroboration. Furthermore, the judge criticized the three men's testimony, describing it as riddled with inconsistencies and so improbable that distinguishing between lies and truth became difficult. The judge informed the court that the evidence linking Sharon to Annie's murder was of such poor quality that only Sharon's confession would have resulted in a conviction. As a result, the judge ruled that he was not required to provide evidence and could be discharged if there was no chance of conviction unless he incriminated himself on the witness stand. Following this ruling, he left South Africa and returned to the United Kingdom as a free man, with the murder charge against him dropped. According to Annie's family, Sherwin has never contacted them to tell them everything he knows about what happened to her. They have many unanswered questions. And his father said, "We still don't know the whole story of how it happened. We wanted Soren to tell the court, in his own words, that he was her husband and was present. His lawyers repeated the words, 'My client will tell the court during his trial,' like a mantra, but the judge dismissed the case without Sharon testifying. We never had the opportunity to hear what he had to say. My family would like to talk with him. If he has any respect for us, he should come to see us and speak with us. After all, I'm still his father-in-law, and I gave him my daughter. He needs to help us." According to the information available, Shireen Dewaney is still living in the United Kingdom. Zalil Manjini, one of the individuals involved in the case, died in prison in South Africa in 2014. His cause of death was a rare brain tumor. Share your opinion with us in the comments and subscribe to the channel for more. On the evening of January 31, 2019, 21-year-old Libby Squire, a philosophy student at the University of Hull in East Yorkshire in England, reluctantly joined her friends for a night out at home. She didn't want to disappoint her friends, even though she had an early morning lecture the next day. Libby stayed in shared housing near the university. Libby spoke with her boyfriend James Pye throughout the evening. The last text message he received from her was at 10:30 p.m. The following day, February 1, James Libby's friends and family tried but failed to reach her. They went to her house only to find that she wasn't there. Law enforcement interviewed Libby's friends and discovered that she had not been with them when they left the club that night. According to her friends, Libby was turned away from the Welly nightclub in Hull because security suspected she was intoxicated. To ensure her safety, her friends called a cab to take her back to her Wellesley Avenue home. Following the investigation, police conducted a search of the area, which resulted in the discovery of Libby's house keys in a neighbor's garden. Authorities collected CCTV footage from the area and interviewed numerous witnesses. They determined that Libby had arrived home in the cab, but when she exited, she walked down the street without entering her house. Based on CCTV footage and witness statements, the police were pursuing a specific lead in Libby's disappearance, and they were confident they had identified the person responsible. Despite their knowledge of the individual involved, they had no idea where Libby was. 7 weeks after her disappearance, 26-year-old Powell Relowis discovered her body in the Humber estuary. between Spurn Point and Grimsby and was later arrested. He was questioned a few days after Libby was reported missing, but was released. Powell, originally from Poland, lived in North Yorkshire with his wife and 2 young children and worked as a butcher for Caro Foods in Malt. He told police that he saw Libby crying in the street and offered to drive her home. He claimed to have dropped her off near some playing fields because she was ill. This was the last time he saw her. He told the cops, "I had nothing to hide. Just check the cameras." The police examined the surveillance footage and charged him with rape and murder. Powell pleaded not guilty to the charges against him. According to the prosecution, Libby arrived home that fateful night in a very vulnerable state. The weather was bitterly cold, and she found herself alone and intoxicated, having accidentally dropped her house keys in her neighbor's garden. The prosecutor emphasized to the court that Libby was most likely experiencing hypothermia and distress at the time. She was in tears after losing her house keys, and she kept falling to the ground while attempting to walk. Libby was confronted by several witnesses who saw her in distress that night. During the trial, jurors heard from several witnesses who saw or interacted with Libby after the cab dropped her off outside her home. The court was informed that a student named George Thompson saw Libby exit the cab and described how she fell flat on her face, remained on the ground for about 10 seconds, and struggled to walk, stumbling everywhere. Libby's neighboring students had a right, and Emma Hall Shaw encountered her after she exited the cab. They heard her crying and sobbing outside her house and invited her to come inside. However, Libby chose not to testify against Roland Jacobs, and Alan Jones revealed that they stopped their car on their way home from a darts match when they noticed Libby on the ground. They approached her, concerned about her well-being, and offered to help. Roland mentioned that Libby mumbled, making it difficult to understand her words. She once asked him to lie down with her, and when she asked for a hug, he refused, prompting her to use offensive language. Despite spending about 10 minutes attempting to help her, they felt powerless and eventually left. Lorna Allen described seeing Libby lying on the floor, crying and screaming near a bus stop just before midnight on January 31. Lorna described Libby as slurring her words, talking to herself and appearing very intoxicated. During the trial, the court was told that while Libby was wandering the streets in distress, Powell was driving around the area looking for an opportunity. The prosecution claimed that Powell saw Libby just after midnight. The jury was shown CCTV footage obtained by the police, which showed Powell's silver Vauxhall Astra driving around in circular patterns at times. The prosecution claimed Powell was driving around that night, looking for a victim to spy on and satisfy himself. The jury learned about Powell's history, which included several sexually motivated burglaries in the months preceding Libby's disappearance, during which he kept stolen items as trophies. When police arrested him for Libby's murder, they discovered underwear and intimate toys stolen from women. They discovered a bag in his car containing these items as well as photographs of young women. When questioned about the bag, Powell initially claimed ignorance, before admitting that he had forgotten about it and had no idea where it came from or how long it had been there. According to court testimony, in the year leading up to Libby's disappearance, Powell exposed himself to women in public and peered through windows. The jury was told that a female student had a terrifying experience when she saw a man's face peering through her window while she was dressing. The man's face was only inches from the window, which terrified her. She recognized this individual as having power. Another woman said she saw Powell at her window, observing her during an intimate moment with her boyfriend. When her housemates returned later that night, they discovered a used contraceptive hanging on the front door, along with women's underwear in the letterbox. Another victim discovered an unwrapped contraceptive and a pair of women's underwear alongside her child's toy. During the trial, forensic scientist Nikolai Taylor testified that Powell's DNA and bodily fluids were found on the woman's underwear. She told the jury that this finding implied intimate contact with the underwear, possibly indicating that Powell had worn them. According to the prosecution's evidence, Libby entered Powell's car after midnight and was driven to the Oak Road playing fields. While CCTV footage captured Libby getting into the car, no additional footage was available once she arrived at the playing fields. The prosecution claimed that Powell sexually assaulted Libby before either killing her or leaving her to die in the cold waters of the River Hall. They believe that Libby's body then drifted out to sea from that location. To bolster their claim that Libby was sexually assaulted on the playing fields, the prosecution summoned Sam and offered him as a witness. Sam, who lives near the playing fields, testified that he heard a woman's desperate screams coming from the direction of the river. According to court documents, a man was later seen emerging from the darkness and fleeing the scene. The prosecution claimed that the woman screaming was Libby and the man running away was Power. Notably, Libby was not seen on any additional CCTV footage after the playing fields. The prosecution also claimed that Powell had visible scratches on his face, which were inflicted by Libby while she fought for her life. The prosecution summarized their case, telling the jury that the evidence supported the conclusion that Libby was raped by a man whose sole motivation for coming into contact with her that night was to take her away from safety to a remote area well known to him and subject her to his uncontrollable sexual urges. The prosecution faces difficulties in ascertaining the exact cause of Libby's death. As emphasized during the trial, Dr. Matthew Lyle, the medical examiner, testified that the cause of Libby's death could not be determined conclusively. Her body had been submerged in water for nearly 2 months, making it impossible to tell whether she was still alive or dead when she entered the water due to decomposition. Notably, an obvious bruise was found on the inside of her right thigh. Further examination revealed lacerations inside her upper lip, indicating blunt trauma. Small hemorrhages were discovered around her mouth, which the court was told could indicate squeezing or compression of the neck or mouth cover. However, it was also stated that these lacerations could have occurred in the water or in life near the time of death. Dr. Lyle stated that there could have been additional injuries to her body, but we can't see them. The court heard testimony about 3 potential causes of death for Libby: hypothermia, drowning, and asphyxia. In terms of hypothermia, Dr. Lyle explained to the court that in a community setting, death by hypothermia can occur if an individual is inadequately clothed, their clothing becomes wet, or they consume alcohol. Toxicology tests revealed that Libby had 198 drinks per 100 and may have been ill of blood, exceeding the legal driving limit of 80 mugging. Dr. Lyle was unable to definitively attribute Libby's death to hypothermia, but he could not rule it out. Dr. Liesel stated that establishing drowning as a cause of death can be difficult, especially in cases where it is not witnessed firsthand. The classic signs of drowning include froth or foam coming from the mouth, well-expanded lungs that obscure the heart, and a crackly quality to the lungs. Dr. Lyle described Libby's lungs as having a slightly crackly feel, but not being wet or very expanded. Furthermore, no froth appeared from the mouth. As a result, Dr. Lyle could not definitively state that drowning was the cause of Libby's death. Certain findings emerged from an examination of Libby's injuries in light of the possibility of asphyxia as the cause of death. There was no evidence of bleeding in the brain or skull, and the facial bones, including the horseshoe-shaped bone behind the tongue, were still intact. Injury, such as abrasions on Libby's forehead, nose, and eyelids, was determined to be consistent with post-mortem body movement and water. Dr. Liesel testified that there were no tiny pinpricks of bleeding in the eyes or inner surface of the lips, which could indicate physical interruption such as asphyxiation or strangulation. However, their absence did not rule out asphyxiation because such indicators tend to fade quickly, particularly after death. In conclusion, hypothermia, drowning, and asphyxia were all considered possible causes of death, but the true cause remained unknown. Swabs from inside Libby's body also contained seminal fluid cells that matched Powell's DNA profile, according to the court. During the trial, the court heard testimony from individuals close to Powell, who provided potentially incriminating information. Powell's friends stated that Powell told him about offering a ride home to a girl at the bus stop who claimed to have made advances on him. Powell's colleague also testified that Powell offered to drive a girl home, but she began acting strangely and undressing in his car. Powell allegedly instructed her to leave. Another piece of evidence came from Paul's neighbor, who spoke on behalf of the prosecution. He claimed to have seen Powell cleaning the mouths of his car on the afternoon of February 1, describing it as unusual for such a cold day. Professor Charles Deacon provided expert testimony that night, stating that Libby's ability to defend herself would have been limited. He explained to the jury that Libby's alcohol consumption would have caused numb hands and impaired coordination, making her unsteady on her feet and prone to fatigue. Furthermore, her judgment, balance, and ability to flee potential threats would have been severely hampered, leaving her vulnerable. During the closing arguments, the prosecutor urged the jury to consider Libby's state that night, intoxicated and cold, visibly distressed and in need of assistance. Witnesses reported seeing her cry, lie on the ground, and shiver. The prosecutor asked the jury to consider what might have happened after Libby entered Powell's car. Was it plausible that, in her vulnerable state, she would willingly leave the warmth of the car to lie in the cold snow and engage in consensual activity with Powell? The prosecutor emphasized to the jury that we propose a nonsense proposition, which strengthened the case. The prosecutor reminded the jury of Powell's background, emphasizing that he was not a saint, but rather a person seeking to satisfy his own sexual desires. The defense argued that Powell encountered Libby that night, offered her a ride home, and engaged in consensual activity with her. They claimed he stopped at the playing fields because she was feeling ill. As he left, she was still alive. The defense raised the possibility that Libby committed suicide. Powell testified during the trial. According to his account, he offered Libby a ride home after seeing her crying on the street. Out of compassion for her, Powell stated that he found her crying and shouting on Beverly Road's pavement and wanted to help her. He claimed that their sexual encounter was consensual. The jury was shown CCTV footage of Libby and Powell walking along Beverly Road before driving to the Oak Road playing fields. Powell admitted to driving around that night, hoping to find a woman for her. He also confessed to stealing women's underwear and intimate toys, as well as spying on people through windows. Powell explained that he initially withheld this information because he was concerned it would cause problems in his marriage. According to Paul's testimony, Libby's behavior appeared unusual, and he suspected she had ingested something or had something put in her drink. When he offered her a ride home, she extended her hand, and they walked to the car. Powell noticed that she seemed more at ease inside the warm car. However, while driving, he claimed that Libby made gestures indicating her desire to vomit, prompting him to pull over near the Oak Road playing fields. Powell described how, when the car came to a stop, Libby attempted to exit but fell kneeling in the snow and cried. According to his testimony, when he drove away, Libby was walking on the sidewalk, and he never saw her again. Powell returned home, took a bath, and then watched a movie, concerned for Libby's well-being. He returned to the playing fields to ensure she wasn't lying somewhere, but he discovered nothing. The court learned during the trial that Libby had previously struggled with mental illness. Lisa Squire, Libby's mother, read a statement in court detailing her daughter's history of mental health issues, including an eating disorder and depression. Lisa, on the other hand, stated that her daughter has been afraid of water since she was a child, avoiding swimming pools even on vacation, and is generally afraid of darkness. Lisa didn't believe her daughter would commit suicide. The court was shown excerpts from Libby's medical records that confirmed her depression and anxiety issues. It was also revealed that Libby had researched various methods of suicide and had considered suicide, including the possibility of throwing herself in a river. Even Powell's own legal team described his previous behavior as gross and terrifying. However, the defense claimed there was no evidence of a violent attack on Libby. Powell's attorney claimed that while Powell took advantage of Libby and engaged in deception, he did not commit rape or murder. The defense suggested that Libby could have committed suicide by falling into the river. In his closing statement, the attorney urged the jury to consider whether Powell's lies could have an innocent explanation, stating that even those who are not guilty may lie. He acknowledged that Powell should not have left Libby alone that night given her condition, but speculated that Powell may have lied about meeting her to protect his family. The attorney's closing argument sought to cast doubt on the prosecution's case, emphasizing the lack of conclusive evidence linking Powell to the alleged crimes. The jury was asked to deliberate, but they were unable to reach a unanimous conclusion. So Judge Mrs. Justice Lambert informed the jury of 7 women and 5 men that she would accept a majority verdict of 10-2 or 11-1. They unanimously convicted Powell of rape and later found him guilty of murder by a majority of 11-1. Lisa Squire, Libby's mother, said there are no words to describe the agony of living without her. Not only have I lost my firstborn child, with whom I shared a special bond, but I've also lost the opportunity to be a grandmother to her children. Knowing that in Libby's final hour, she needed me, and I wasn't there for her will haunt me for the rest of my life. Because of what happened to Libby that night, I now exist in 2 worlds. Lee, there is one world in which I am a mother, wife, and employee, but there is also a dark and lonely one. In this world, I wish to die so that I could be with my girl one more time. Russ, Libby's father, also testified in court, expressing his difficulty viewing photos of his daughter after her death. During the sentencing, the judge addressed Powell, emphasizing how, leading up to Libby's murder, his criminal actions grew in audacity and confidence that he would not be apprehended. The judge noted Powell's blatant staring at women, even after they had noticed it. The judge was certain that Powell's intention was to hide Libby's body, with the hope that it would be carried out to sea and never discovered. Powell received a minimum sentence of 27 years for murder and an additional 18 years for rape. Share your opinion with us in the comments and subscribe to the channel for more. On Wednesday, September 14, 2016, a fire broke out early in the morning at Acorn Woods near Grapevine Lake in Texas, United States. Firefighters successfully extinguished the fire, and during their investigation, they discovered what appeared to be a melted child's paddling pool with a charred body. The individual's gender could not be determined at that point. A subsequent fingerprint analysis identified the deceased as Jackie Vandergriff, a 24-year-old licensed esthetician studying nutrition at Texas Woman's University in Denton. Because she had not been reported missing, law enforcement believes she died shortly after her last known sighting. Jackie was last seen on September 13, one night before her charred body was discovered. That evening, she went to two bars in Denton, Fry Street Public House and Shots and Crafts. Jackie had been mutilated as well as burned. She'd been dismembered. The need to apprehend the perpetrators of such brutality was paramount. Following numerous tips about a man seen near the fire, law enforcement obtained footage of Jackie on the night of September 13. The footage showed her interacting with a man. Further investigation revealed that this man had given his business card to one of the women in the bar that night, claiming to be a fitness instructor and offering his services as a personal trainer. His name was given as Charles Bryant. Jackie and Charles had only met on the night of September 13 through a chance encounter. According to police, Jackie had gone to the bar with the intention of looking for work and meeting someone from Tinder that night, but she changed her plans. While at the bar, she conversed with the bartender and Charles, a 31-year-old man. They eventually joined a group of women and spent time together. Jackie's friends described her as sociable, frequently interacting with people she met on a night out. Charles had been at the Fry Street Public House since around 7 p.m. That evening, he had been with friends earlier, but he was alone in the bar when Jackie arrived around 8 p.m. She asked the bartender about job opportunities and lingered for a while, speaking with both him and Charles. The footage obtained by the police from inside the bar suggested that Jackie was having a good time. Surprisingly, just 45 minutes after her arrival, she tweeted, "I'm glad I decided to leave Tinder and walk to a bar." Jackie, the bartender, and Charles left the original bar around 9 p.m. and went to another nearby establishment. At the next bar, they met a group of women who stayed for about 45 minutes. As inclement weather, including heavy rain, set in, the patrons began making their way home. Jackie then left the bar with Charles and went to the store. This was Jackie's final appearance alive. Charles Bryant had a troubled past, which Jackie was unaware of on that fateful night. In the weeks before their meeting, Charles had been arrested 3 times. His only reason for being in the Denton area was Caitlin Mathis, his ex-girlfriend. Despite living 20 miles away in Hazlet, Charles's ex Caitlin had recently moved to Denton to attend the University of North Texas and was living on campus. Caitlin had taken legal action, filing a restraining order against him. Caitlin ended the toxic relationship in August 2016, just a few months before the tragic events unfolded, citing Charles' manipulative behavior and narcissism. Even after Caitlin ended their relationship and relocated to Denton, Charles continued to disrupt her life. Police stopped him on campus, resulting in a ban. After yielding, he kept attempting to communicate with Caitlin. Despite the campus ban, he showed up at the restaurant where she worked on August 31 and at Caitlin's door on September 6. Caitlin refrained from answering, fearing for her safety, and immediately contacted the police. Charles left flowers and a letter on her doorstep, prompting authorities to arrest him for trespassing. Charles posted a bond shortly after being arrested, which secured his release. Almost immediately, he contacted Caitlin via a newly created email address, writing, "Here I am, heartbroken, and with a criminal record for bringing the girl I love flowers." In response to these concerning developments, Caitlin obtained an emergency protective order to protect herself from further harassment and potential harm. Despite previous stalking arrests, Charles continued to attempt to contact Caitlin after another stalking arrest. He was released on bond 2 days later. On September 13th, a week after his most recent release, Charles returned to Denton, specifically to the Frey Street public house, which Caitlin frequented. Although law enforcement was aware of Charles and Caitlin's troubled history, there was insufficient evidence linking him to Jackie's murder. While it was determined that he was with Jackie on the night of her death, more evidence was required. The opportunity to question him arose shortly after Jackie's body was discovered, when Charles attempted to contact Caitlin again, violating the restraining order. He was brought in for questioning on September 18, 2016. In the case of Jackie's death, the police had already gathered surveillance footage, interviewed people who were present at the bars, and tracked Charles' movements. Their investigation revealed that on September 14 at 4:41 a.m., Charles went to Walmart and bought a shovel. In addition, a children's paddling pool was discovered missing from his backyard, adding to the concerns surrounding the investigation. When questioned by the police, Charles initially claimed that he had only seen Jackie at the bar. However, as the detective presented a comprehensive and chronological overview of the evidence, it became clear that Charles understood he couldn't deny being with Jackie that night. Eventually, he admitted that Jackie died accidentally while they were together during a consensual but unconventional sexual encounter. Charles told the detective that after they left the bar, Jackie asked him to choke his car with a zip tie. Despite having a zip tie in his vehicle, the police questioned his story, leading to charges of murder and tampering with or fabricating physical evidence against him. The prosecution claimed that Charles and Jackie met that night, went to a second bar, and then returned to his home. During the trial, the medical examiner informed the jury that tests on Jackie's remains found no evidence of sexual assault. The prosecution claimed Jackie's death was not the result of a sexual encounter, but rather of a brutal assault that included strangulation with a zip tie, dismemberment with a knife, and subsequent incineration. According to the prosecution's narrative presented to the jury, the evidence would show that Charles and Jackie met at a bar on September 13th and left together in his car with no one else present. The prosecution emphasized that various pieces of evidence, such as items discovered in DNA testing, would confirm Jackie's presence inside Charles' home. The jury was shown surveillance footage from the bars, and testimonies from bar patrons and employees corroborated the claim that Charles and Jackie were together. The footage showed them leaving the bar at 9:46 p.m., getting into Charles' car and remaining in the parking lot for another 30 minutes before leaving. Subsequent surveillance footage from a dented gas station showed Jackie inside Charles' car at 10:30 p.m., the last confirmed sighting of her alive. Furthermore, Jackie's phone activity indicated a connection to a cell tower in Hazlet, Texas, at approximately 1:30 a.m. on September 14th, as well as the area surrounding Charles' residence. The jury learned that Jackie was carrying a Texas Woman's University bag at the bar, and a matching bag was discovered at Charles' home. A hair-covered zip tie was also discovered in the trash can outside his home. Notably, in Charles' backyard, there was a blue children's paddling pool similar to the one found burned. A circular barren spot near the pool hinted at the presence of another pool. Police discovered a knife inside Charles' home, which they believe was used in Jackie's stabbing and dismemberment, as well as a stun gun in his car. Both items were officially recorded as evidence. During the court proceedings, the medical examiner stated that Jackie died as a result of homicidal violence. It was noted that there was no soot in her airways, indicating that she had died, ceased before her body was set ablaze. The medical examiner also testified that Jackie's hyoid bone had fractures as a result of upper neck force. A forensic anthropologist explained to the court that the hyoid bone is a U-shaped bone deep in the throat that acts as an anchor for the tongue. The forensic anthropologist testified that Jackie had a broken hyoid bone and fractured ribs. The injuries were found to be more likely to occur near the time of death and were not related to dismemberment. The anthropologist determined that the hyoid bone injury was consistent with strangulation, as it required direct pressure, which is typically caused by manual strangulation or the use of ligatures. However, because Jackie's soft tissue burned during the fire, it was impossible to say definitively whether the fracture was caused manually or by a ligature. The expert agreed that a zip tie could result in such an injury. Furthermore, Jackie sustained a head injury from blunt force trauma that was ruled unlikely to be post-mortem due to significant hemorrhaging stab wounds on her body that appeared unrelated to the dismemberment procedure. And the state's expert claimed that the wounds appeared to have been inflicted while Jackie was still alive, the expert explained. The fact that there was some bleeding around those stab wounds indicates that she was alive when they were received, so they could have bled. The jury discovered that Jackie's body sustained injuries after her death, including the opening of her chest and the removal of her heart, as well as multiple rib fractures. A DNA profile extracted from the zip tie, stun gun, and knife made it nearly impossible that the sample came from anyone other than Jackie. The DNA analyst testified that DNA was found on the stun gun, recovered from his car, and Jackie could not be ruled out as a major contributor. The defense presented its case, arguing that there was no evidence to support the claim that Jackie's death was caused by Charles' violent actions. Instead, they claimed Jackie died during a consensual sexual act. According to the defense, Charles, in a panic, attempted to dispose of Jackie's body. During the trial, defense witnesses discussed the concept of erotica asphyxiation, claiming that those who engage in such activities derive pleasure from depriving their brains of oxygen. The defense argued that a zip tie was used around Jackie's throat as part of a consensual sexual act, which led to her death. According to their account, Jackie's body went limp, which caused Charles to freak out. The defense argued that the subsequent dismemberment and burning of the body were impulsive and chaotic actions motivated by panic and intoxication. Joette Keene, Charles's attorney, acknowledged in her closing arguments that Charles made a terrible mistake, stating that he is guilty of making a horrible mistake when something goes wrong. There was no reason for a good-looking guy to kill that good-looking girl. In contrast, the prosecution's closing statements called into question the defense's narrative, claiming that there was no evidence to support the claim that Charles and Jackie engaged in sexual activity. They dismissed the defense's argument that Charles' panic is illogical, emphasizing the gravity of his actions. The defense claims he freaked out, but their own experts determined it was homicidal violence. Why cut out the heart? What is the significance of body disposal? He slashed her heart out. I want that image to sink in. The jury had to decide whether Jackie was murdered, killed on purpose, or died as a result of a consensual sexual act. They convicted Charles of murder and tampering with evidence. He was sentenced to life in prison for murder and 20 years for tampering. The sentences will be served concurrently. Prior to the trial, there was much speculation as to the possible motive. Prosecutors are concerned if there is no clear motive, as jurors prefer to hear a complete story and explanation of what occurred. They must be certain of their verdict before being convicted. And, in many cases, a motive strengthens the prosecution's case. In this case, the prosecution had no motivation. But does it matter? When does the evidence become clear? Do we require a motive? In cases like this, the motivation is usually sexual. However, the prosecution argued that there was no evidence of sexual activity. We don't need to know what went through Charles Bryant's mind that night. Did he want to do it? And he did. Jackie's parents have partnered with Texas Women's University to establish an endowment in her memory. Share your opinion with us in the comments and subscribe to the channel for more. On Saturday, June 28, 2014, Erin Corwin, 19, informed her husband Jonathan John Corwin that she planned to hike some trails in Joshua Tree National Park. Her mother, Laura Evelyn, was due to visit the following week, and Erin expressed a desire to go on some walks together. Erin and John had been married for over a year and had known each other since 5th grade when they met in Oak Ridge, Tennessee. When Erin turned 16, John asked her parents and Bill for permission to date her, and they agreed. John appeared to be a good match for their daughter, with gentlemanly characteristics. The couple married in November 2012 and moved to California in September 2013. John lives at the 29 Palms Marine Base, where he served as a Marine. Two other young couples, Connor and Isley Malachi, live next door to John and Erin, sharing a downstairs apartment with their son Brian. While Chris and Nicole Lee lived next door with their daughter Liberty, Erin and John had a difficult start to 2014 as Erin miscarried. Seeking solace, She volunteered at the White Rock Horse Rescue Ranch, where she cared for horses and made friends. Erin discovered she was pregnant again in April 2014, which excited John on the morning of June 28. When Erin left early, John expected her to return later in the day. However, as the day went on without her, he contacted her best friend to inquire about her whereabouts, but she had no idea. Concerned, John reported Erin missing to the police on the morning of June 29, claiming she had left around 6 or 7 a.m. on June 28 to explore some trails. He mentioned that she had expressed love before leaving, and he returned to sleep after seeing her off. Erin has not communicated since then. When John informed Erin's parents about her disappearance, their first concern was that she might be lost in the vast desert. Without provisions, you will face harsh conditions. Military troops joined the search, conducting a massive operation across 300 rugged acres of desert. The San Bernardino Sheriff Search and Rescue Team worked with Nancy's agents to navigate the treacherous terrain, which included over 1,000 abandoned mines. Questions arose about John's decision to wait 24 hours before reporting Erin missing. He then underwent a polygraph test, which he passed, allowing the police to rule him out as a suspect. Erin's car was discovered 20 to 30 miles east of the military base, parked quite far from the Joshua Tree National Park entrance. Authorities were perplexed as to why Erin did not park closer if she intended to explore the nearby trails. Notably, shoe prints were discovered leading from the driver's side of Erin's vehicle to a location where investigators suspected another car had been parked. The question arose, had Erin gotten into another vehicle? According to John's information, Erin intended to go alone that day and had not mentioned meeting anyone else. Lore, Erin's mother, contacted one of her best friends, Jessica, who revealed that Erin had planned a special date at Joshua Tree National Park on June 28th. Erin was secretly having an extramarital affair, which shocked her. It seemed at odds with Erin's apparent devotion to John, as she had written him love letters and poems. Jessica informed the authorities that Erin intended to meet Chris Lee, a Marine living next to John, and that Erin lived with his wife Nicole and their 6-year-old daughter. When police approached Chris and asked about Erin's whereabouts, he initially claimed he didn't know her well and that they had only exchanged brief greetings. Chris claims that on the day Erin went missing, he was coyote hunting near Gold Crown Road and had no contact with her. The police then brought Chris to the station for further questioning. Following a series of questions, Chris admitted to having a close relationship with Erin, acknowledging that they were romantically involved. However, he claimed that their physical interactions were limited to kissing and no sexual intercourse occurred. Despite his familiarity with Erin, Chris insisted that he was unaware of her current location. Chris was released from police custody without being charged. The search for Erin persisted. But, given the large number of mines in Joshua Tree National Park and its surroundings, hope faded. Erin's remains were discovered on August 16th, nearly 2 months after she disappeared. A caver alerted by a strong gasoline odor investigated one of the mines and discovered Erin's body within. A tire, a homemade torch, and a bottle of Sprite sat beside her. The autopsy determined that Erin's death was a homicide, with strangulation as the cause. She was choked to death with a homemade garrote, and her body was dropped 250 feet down the rows of the Peruman shaft while the garrote remained around her neck. Police discovered a propane tank inside the mine, indicating an attempt to burn her body. Because of Erin's advanced state of decomposition, it was impossible to say for certain whether she was pregnant. The garrote found around Erin's neck was made from 2 rebar handles and paracord. The autopsy revealed several skull fractures, one of which happened shortly before or during her death. In addition, fractures to her left collarbone and left rib were discovered shortly before or during her death. The remaining skull fractures were caused post-mortem, most likely during the process of dragging or throwing her into the mine. DNA testing on the items discovered alongside Erin's body in the shaft produced significant results. Chris's DNA was discovered on the shirt tied around the torch, and the Sprite bottle, which still had the lid on, contained both Chris's and Erin's DNA. Chris was arrested and charged with first-degree murder. With the added circumstance of lying in wait, Chris pleaded not guilty to the charges following his arrest. The prosecution claimed that Erin and Chris were having an affair, and when Erin discovered she was pregnant, she confided in Chris. According to police, Chris, unwilling to jeopardize his relationship with his wife, considered a drastic solution to the problem: murder Aaron. The prosecution claimed that Chris meticulously planned the murder over several weeks, researching effective methods for disposing of a body. He had a plan in place. He allegedly enticed Aaron to the desert and killed her with a garrote he had brought with him. They claimed that the murder was premeditated. During Chris's arrest, officers discovered 2 spools of paracord and a blue climbing rope in his car. The paracord matched the cord around Aaron's neck. Aaron had told her friend Jessica that Chris was the baby's father and that she loved him more than John. She even expressed a desire to move to Alaska, Chris' hometown, to be with him. The court heard that their affair became public in April 2014 when their neighbor Islington saw them kissing. Nicole informed John, who confronted Chris, explicitly stating that he did not want to see him near Aaron again. During the trial, Islington testified for the prosecution, stating that Chris frequently discussed murder, mentioning it more than I can count. She remembered him talking about hiding a body in the desert corner. Ling's husband also testified that Chris had discussed murder with him. Just a few weeks before Aaron disappeared, Chris allegedly told Connor that if you put a body in a fire with tires, it will disintegrate, and that they would be unable to find anything. Another Marine, Andrew Johnson, testified about his conversation with Chris in June 2014. Chris reportedly inquired about nearby chloride plants, specifically how a body could be destroyed using chemicals found there. Chris also inquired about the presence of security cameras in those locations. Andrew stated that he did not find the conversation unusual at the time because his experiences in Afghanistan had desensitized him, and he knew Chris felt the same way. The court learned that a propane tank and a tire were discovered inside the mine shaft, next to Aaron's body. The prosecution informed the court that Chris borrowed a propane tank from a horse ranch, and a fellow Marine discovered one in Chris's car on the morning of June 28. When questioned, Chris allegedly told the Marine he planned to blow up a mine shaft. The jury was presented with compelling evidence about the DNA found on the shirt and Sprite bottle, as well as incriminating Google searches like how to dispose of a body. The prosecution urges the jury to consider these elements and convict Chris, claiming that the evidence strongly points to him as the sole person responsible for Aaron's death. They urge the jury to investigate Chris's actions, including previous conversations, research, and the weapons he brought, to determine whether the murder was premeditated. In a significant turn, Chris may have recognized the weight of the evidence against him and initially pleaded not guilty. He later recanted during the trial and admitted to Aaron's murder. However, he claimed that the action was impulsive rather than planned. This admission complicated the trial, forcing the jury to consider the degree of premeditation in Chris's actions leading up to Aaron's tragic death. The defense presented its case by admitting Chris was responsible for Aaron's death. In contrast to his previous denials, Chris now admits to having a sexual relationship with Aaron. The defense told the jury that Chris, wanting to save his marriage, but unwilling to let go of Aaron, planned to meet her on June 28th to discuss their situation. According to Chris, the original plan was for Aaron and others to go hunting, but when the others were unable to attend, the meeting became an opportunity for a private conversation. Chris claimed that on that day, he planned to blow up a mine shaft with tires. In preparation, he brought gasoline and diesel fuel to the desert, as well as a propane tank. He described how he threw these materials into his mind, realizing he had used up all of the gasoline for God to apply to the torch. When he realized he couldn't carry out the plant explosion, he also discarded the torch in his mind. This, according to Chris, these items were discovered inside the mine shaft. The defense called only one witness, Chris, who claimed that Aaron occasionally babysat his daughter. According to Chris, during their time in the desert together, Aaron discussed their future as a family and expressed a desire to care for his daughter. Chris described an incident in which his wife Nicole expressed concern for their daughter's well-being, implying that Aaron may be engaging in inappropriate behavior. In response to these concerns, Chris claimed that he confronted Aaron while they were in the desert and asked her directly, "Have you ever touched Liberty? Have you molested my daughter?" According to Chris's testimony, Aaron's admission to touching his daughter elicited a strong emotional response. He described feeling an overwhelming surge of hatred and rage, as if someone had rammed a red-hot knife into his heart. During this intense emotional turmoil, Chris claimed to have picked up a garrote from his car. I felt so much hatred and rage. I grabbed it, stood up, and noticed she had turned around at some point. I couldn't think clearly. I just felt a lot of hatred, and I came up behind her, put it around her neck, and my training kicked in. Then I turned around and began pulling, but I couldn't pull hard enough because I was so angry. Chris went on to explain. I just continued choking her. I'm not sure how long it was. It could have been 5 minutes or 10 minutes. It seemed like forever, and I just kept choking her. After Erin stopped moving, Chris admitted to using the garrote to drag her body to the mineshaft's edge and push her inside. The defense asks the jury to find him not guilty of first-degree murder based on his claim that he did not intend to kill Erin and only killed her in the heat of the moment. The prosecution strongly contested Chris's defense, claiming that it was a fabrication. The emphasis emphasizes that no one had previously expressed concern about Erin's behavior. The alleged abuse was not reported to police, and Chris and his wife did not seek medical attention for their daughter as a result of the alleged abuse. The prosecution claimed that Chris made up this story during the trial in order to get a lesser charge of involuntary manslaughter, with the expectation of a shorter prison sentence due to the overwhelming evidence against him. The prosecutor pointed out that Chris only admitted his involvement in front of the jury, implying a calculated move for attention. The prosecutor addressed Chris directly, saying, "You chose to do it in front of the jury. It's about you. You sought attention." Ultimately, the jury did not believe Chris's defense. They quickly returned a guilty verdict for first-degree murder with a special circumstance. Chris was sentenced to life in prison without the possibility of parole after a 15-minute trial. Share your opinion with us in the comments and subscribe to the channel for more. It was the 3rd of November, 2006. Justine Abshir, 27, was in the honeymoon period of her marriage. As a newlywed, she had much to look forward to. Justine wanted to have children. Justine adored her husband of just 5 months, Eric Abshir, who had 2 children from a previous relationship. They met in 1999 while both working at Loa's home improvement store. Justine was a cashier, and Eric was her manager. She was only 20 years old. He was 26 and informed her that he had 2 young daughters. Following Eric's military service in the Marines, they married, and he started his own hauling business driving a dump truck. Justine also found a suitable position as a kindergarten teacher at Emerald Hill Elementary in Culpeper, VA. Justine went to work on November 3, but her colleagues noticed something was wrong. They noticed her seemingly swollen eyes and assumed she was crying. Justine, on the other hand, assured them that her condition was the result of allergies. Later that day, while pursuing her master's degree at UVA, she ran into her classmates again. She arrived 30 minutes late and wore sunglasses inside. When the class ended at 7 p.m., Justine left immediately. Her co-workers had no idea that it would be the last time they saw her. A distressing 911 call was received at 1:57 a.m. from Taylorsville Road in Barboursville, Virginia, reporting a hit and run. When the police arrived, they found Eric in a state of hysteria, cradling his lifeless wife, Justine, in the middle of the road. Unfortunately, Justine had died as a result of a car accident. Eric told the police that Justine called him at 1:19 a.m. to report a car breakdown and request assistance. She was approximately 5 miles from their home. Eric jumped on his motorcycle and rushed to the location she specified, only to find her lying on the road. Eric sat with Justine, covering her with his jacket, before setting out to find help. He approached several nearby houses and knocked on doors, hoping to find help. At 1:57 a.m., one of the homeowners called 911. Eric later admitted to the police that he had his cell phone in his pocket, but he hadn't realized it at the time, while on paper. Initially, the scene appeared to be a hit-and-run case. That viewpoint shifted very quickly. The police investigation revealed a lack of typical evidence related to a hidden run on Taylorsville Road in Barboursville, Virginia. Despite her severe injuries, Justine and her clothing showed no broken glass, skid marks, tire marks, debris, or blood. This absence led authorities to suspect that her death was not the result of a random collision, but rather of a deliberate act. The situation becomes even more complicated. Despite Eric's claims of mechanical problems, the police discovered that Justine's car was in good working order with no defects. This inconsistency raised questions about the veracity of Eric's account. Justine was very close to her parents, Haiti and Stephen Swartz, as well as her sister, Lauren Swartz, and they were devastated when Eric's brother called to tell them that Justine had died. Their shock and devastation turned into confusion. They knew Justine well. She was afraid of the darkness. She was even described as afraid of her own shadow, so they couldn't understand why she would choose to drive alone at night. The perplexity grew when her body was discovered 600 feet away from her car, which contained her purse, coat, and keys. This raised questions about why she would leave these belongings and walk away from the vehicle, especially after calling Eric to come and pick her up. Only 2 days after Justine's memorial service, an important revelation occurred. Heidi, Justine's mother, entered a restaurant and burst into tears. Sensing Heidi's distress, a compassionate restaurant employee offered to help, prompting Heidi to tell the heartbreaking story of Justine, the kindergarten teacher who was killed by a car. To Heidi's surprise, the woman revealed an astonishing fact. Justine had not died in a hit and run. She had been murdered, and her husband, Eric, was the primary suspect. It turned out that some people believe Eric was involved in Justine's death. When questioned by the police, Eric gave a detailed account of the evening, claiming that everything was normal. According to him, Justine returned home after 7 p.m., and he arrived shortly thereafter. He mentioned being with Justine for a while before getting a call from Martha Jefferson Hospital, where his ailing mother was. The call brought the distressing news of his mother's deteriorating health. Eric told the police that he returned to the hospital and remained there until 11:30 p.m. He did not return home immediately. Instead, he went to their storage unit on Route 33 in Rockfordville and stored his motorcycle. Eric left his car in the storage unit, took out his motorcycle, and went riding. He told the cops he wanted to clear his mind. According to Eric's account, he returned home around 12:30 a.m. when Justine was awake and ready to talk. However, an argument arose between them when Justine wanted to discuss his mother's health, which Eric was hesitant to discuss. He informed the cops that he felt the need for solitude. In response, Justine allegedly said, "Well, maybe I need to be alone too." According to Eric, Justine left and drove away in her 2002 Ford Mustang. Eric told the cops he was unconcerned because he expected Justine to return and was casually watching television. His next contact with Justine came at 1:19 a.m. when she called him and was angry. She explained that her car had broken down and asked him to pick her up, specifying the exact location. He stated that it took him approximately 10-15 minutes to leave the house after receiving Justine's call, as he needed to put on his shoes, grab his jacket, keys, and helmet. Eric stated that he found her between 1:39 a.m. 1:44 a.m. The police found Eric's account suspicious, especially given the crime scene and Justine's injuries. This prompted them to conduct a thorough investigation into the events surrounding Justine's death. It will take 4 years, but the police will eventually have enough evidence to charge Eric. He was charged with first-degree murder of his wife. The prosecution claimed that Eric committed the murder with the intent to end his marriage and for financial gain. The court was informed that Justine had undergone a significant transformation in the months preceding the November incident. She stopped meeting with friends, ignored calls, and even turned down a friend's housewarming gift of flowers, citing Eric's ban on accepting gifts. The prosecution claimed Justine was killed somewhere else and then dumped on the road where she was discovered, as part of Eric's hit and run scheme. Their argument was that this was done to secure a $1.05 million insurance payout. According to the prosecution, Justine's injuries contradicted the theory of a vehicular collision. She suffered 113 blunt trauma injuries, including several broken bones, lacerated organs, and 23 head wounds. Surprisingly, there was little blood at the scene. The prosecution presented testimony from 2 medical examiners that called into question the notion that Justine died as a result of being hit by a car while standing on the road. Instead, they claimed that she was brutally assaulted, strangled, and then run over after death. Dr. Todd Loka-Civic, who conducted Justine's autopsy, testified that his findings were consistent with manual strangulation. He discovered deep tissue bruising in the neck muscles and hemorrhages in the eye and lip. He testified that Justine had sustained numerous severe internal injuries. Some wounds did not bleed, indicating that they occurred after Justine's death. He reported finding less than half of the blood he expected in her chest and abdominal cavities. The second medical examiner pointed out that the average female body contains 5 liters of blood, but Justine had less than 1 liter. This inconsistency, according to the prosecution, contradicted the scarcity of blood found on the road, supporting their claim that she was killed somewhere else. Susan Crawford, Eric's high school girlfriend and mother of his 2 children, testified that less than 2 hours before he discovered Justine on the road, he inquired about their future together. They exchanged 43 calls that day, during which Eric expressed his feelings for Allison. In court, Allison stated that he asked if there was any hope for our relationship, revealing Eric's admission of regret for marrying Justine. Another witness testified for the prosecution. Cecil Roebuck stated that he was on Greene County's side roads late that night looking for a school bus. He explained to the court that he was unfamiliar with the roads and pulled his car into a driveway to turn around. Cecil claimed that a man approached him and informed him that his wife's car was nearly out of gas. He asked Cecil to follow him to a gas station, but before they arrived, the man pulled over and informed Cecil that his car had run out of gas. He asked Cecil for a lift back to his house, and he agreed. Cecil stated that he did not associate the incident with Justine's case until 2 years later, when he saw a program about her death. He told the court that he thought the man was Eric and that he had helped him stage the hit and run, albeit unbeknownst to him at the time. The court was made aware of Eric's financial difficulties during the proceedings. Justine's father, Steve Swartz, testified in court and revealed that his daughter was the couple's primary credit holder, and at the time of her death, they owed $85,000. The insurance claims adjuster has testified about several policies with Eric as the beneficiary. Less than a fortnight after Justine's death, Eric filed an uninsured motorist claim that, if approved, would have awarded him $100,000, with the possibility of an additional $1.05 million if the commercial aspect was approved. Notably, Justine's name appeared on the insurance for one of the dumpster trucks. In 2009, Eric filed for bankruptcy and received $330,000 to pay off his outstanding debts. This financial backdrop enriched the court's understanding of the case. During the trial, some evidence was presented in the absence of the jury, including allegations about an affair Eric allegedly had a month before his wedding and 3 days after Justine's death. Furthermore, it was suggested that he had explicit photos of a woman, but destroyed them to avoid negative perceptions. The prosecution claimed that Eric's cell phone records contradicted his claim of being at Martha Jefferson Hospital, claiming that he was actually at home during critical periods. This, according to the prosecution, gave him enough time to commit the crime. They told the jury that 2 periods late in the evening and into the following morning were particularly important, beginning at 10:04 p.m. until 11:20, 3 p.m., until 11:23 p.m., and from 12:08 a.m. When a call came in from Justine's phone at 1:19 a.m., the cell phone record showed that he was at home, not in the hospital. The prosecution emphasized to the jury that Eric used his phone 157 times on the day of the incident, making his claim of only realizing it was in his pocket after discovering Justine's body highly implausible. Furthermore, the prosecution highlighted Eric's background as a Marine with key PR and first aid training, claiming that despite this training, he made no attempt to assist Justine. The prosecution revealed a compelling and unsettling detail. Eric had a derogatory nickname for Justine, calling her Thing. The defense maintained that Justine's death was the result of a hit-and-run accident. They maintained that Eric's alibi was credible, claiming that he was at Martha Jefferson Hospital until 11:30 p.m., visiting his mother, and then went to a storage unit to get his motorcycle. The defense argued that the prosecution's timeline did not allow Eric enough time to kill Justine and stage a hit and run in support of their claim of a happy marriage. The defense presented Eric's brother as a witness who had lived with the couple for some time. He testified to the genuine happiness in Eric and Justine's relationship, emphasizing his positive interactions with Justine to refute the prosecution's claim. The defense challenges the credibility of witness Cecil. They suspected he was motivated by a $50,000 reward for information offered by Justine's parents, as well as a desire to receive favorable treatment in relation to 2 felony fraud charges he was facing over a $10,000 debt. The defense sought to undermine Cecil's credibility as a witness, questioning his motives and potential bias. Despite the defense's efforts to challenge the case, including claims about the medical examiner's alleged failure to perform a specific procedure, the jury ultimately found Eric guilty of first-degree murder. The decision was made using the evidence presented at trial, which included the prosecution's arguments about the nature of Justine's injuries, the timeline of events, and Eric's actions. Eric was sentenced to life in prison after being found guilty of the charges. During Eric's sentencing hearing, the court heard moving victim impact statements, including one from Justine's sister, Lauren. Lauren stated that for the 7 years preceding her death by Eric, "I watched my sister's life deteriorate. She became quiet, withdrawn, poor, scared, and a victim of domestic violence, all of which I witnessed firsthand. In retrospect, I feel like I witnessed her death." Lauren's testimony at the sentencing hearing painted a distressing picture of Eric and Justine's relationship. She claimed that she saw Eric physically shove Justine before they married. Justine also confided in her about several other instances of abuse. Justine's family and friends noticed a shift in her personality in the months leading up to November 28th. Justine had always been kind, loving, and friendly, and while she retained those qualities, she stopped meeting with friends and colleagues for social occasions. She was withdrawn and silent, a shell of her former self. The testimony also revealed that Justine, driven by a sense of worthlessness, went to great lengths to please Eric. Even on their wedding day, there were signs of discord. Eric was distant, preferring to go out on his motorcycle alone. Justine missed several wedding-related activities, including lunch, and spent the second night alone in the hotel. Notably, Eric's violent past came to light during the hearing. He had previously been charged with malicious wounding and was under a protective order from the mother of his 2 children. Eric claimed that this was the result of a verbal disagreement that escalated into a physical altercation, in which she attacked him and hit him in the face with a remote control. Through self-defense, he claimed to have grabbed her shirt and throat. Throughout the 4 years that police investigated the case, Justine's family fought tirelessly to ensure that justice was served. Her father, Steve Swartz, stated that in addition to wanting Justine's case resolved, he sincerely hopes that no one else is hurt before that occurs. Share your opinion with us in the comments and subscribe to the channel for more. On May 28, 2008, a seemingly ordinary Wednesday, Moira Jones' life took an unexpected and tragic turn. Moira, a vibrant 40-year-old woman, went out on the town that evening with her boyfriend of 4 years, Paul Thompson. Moira chose Glasgow, Scotland, and the United Kingdom as her home. Her flat overlooks a lovely park in Glasgow's south. In 2003, she left her previous life in London to work as an executive at Britvic. Glasgow quickly captured her heart, and she formed strong bonds with the city and its residents. Moira's fondness for Glasgow stemmed from the residents' warmth and friendliness, as well as their infectious sense of humor. The city, with its abundance of outdoor opportunities, proved to be an ideal place for someone who cherished the open air, trails, hills, glens, and beaches of Moira, providing her with numerous opportunities to explore and enjoy her love of the outdoors. Moira had intended to stay at Paul's house that fateful evening. She arrived with an overnight bag ready for a shared night. However, their argument changed her mind. Determined to sleep in her own flat, she set out for home, not realizing it would be a journey she would never complete. On the morning of May 29, 2008, a grim discovery was made in Glasgow's Queen's Park. A park ranger discovered a lifeless woman's body concealed behind a privet hedge. The tragic scene was nothing short of terrifying. The woman lay face down in the bushes, her lower body exposed, wearing only a pair of socks. Her jacket and bra had been torn, and her trousers were discarded between her legs. Moira's name and personal information were discovered nearby, leading the police to her apartment. To their dismay, there was no sign of Moira at home. They were concerned that the lifeless body they discovered could be hers. The authorities took immediate action and contacted Moira's parents, Beatrice, Bea, and Hubert Hugh Jones, who lived in Weston, Staffordshire. The agonizing message they delivered was that they believed Moira's body had been discovered, but they couldn't be certain. They needed the bereaved parents to identify their daughter with heavy hearts and unfathomable grief. Beatrice Bia and Hubert Hugh Jones made the somber trip to Glasgow. Their worst fears were confirmed when they saw the lifeless body. It was Moira, their beloved daughter. The unimaginable had become a harsh and cruel reality. Moira not only died tragically, but she also suffered the most horrifying fate. She was raped and beaten to death. Moira's younger brother, Grant, who lives all the way in Perth, Australia, received heartbreaking news of his sister's tragic death. He boarded the next available flight back to the United Kingdom, driven by a desire to be with his family during this extremely difficult time. As the investigation into Moira Jones's murder continued, the police faced a perplexing challenge. They had positively identified Moira, but her assailant remained unknown, elusive and unidentified. DNA evidence found on the lawyer's body had definitively ruled out her boyfriend, Paul, as a suspect. Nonetheless, the DNA profile obtained from the crime scene did not match anyone in the United Kingdom's extensive database. In their search for answers, the police cast a wide net, investigating the activities of 22 registered sex offenders living in the area and conducting interviews. They also spoke with people who had committed crimes near the park and underage drinkers who were known to frequent the area. Unfortunately, none of these conversations resulted in significant progress in the case. However, the investigators were able to piece together a timeline of events and obtain crucial CCTV footage showing a man in Moira's company. This unidentified man became the focus of the investigation, and police were eager to find and question him. The investigation's turning point occurred during door-to-door inquiries. When the police spoke with a woman named Lucy Pechlova, her information would prove to be the key to unraveling the mystery surrounding Moira Jones' tragic death. Lucy's account to the police revealed the presence of a man named Marek Harkar, a 6'3" old former Slovakian soldier. Lucy and Marek previously worked together in Liverpool in 2007. Marek arrived in Glasgow on May 18, 2008. When he needed a place to stay, Lucy offered him her bed on Queen's Drive. Marek's visit to Lucy's house, however, was not productive. Although he was supposed to be job hunting, he instead drank heavily and watched explicit videos. Marek left the bedside around 10 p.m. On May 28, allegedly drunk, and informed Lucy that he was going out to find a lady of easy virtue. Marek returned to the bedside around 3:15 a.m. According to Lucy, he looked different the next morning and appeared to be afraid of something. Surprisingly, Marek left the bedside on June 1, abandoning all of his belongings without warning. Later investigations revealed that Marek flew to the Czech Republic and then traveled by bus to Slovakia. Lucy handed over Marek's possessions to the police, who conducted DNA testing and discovered a crucial link to the crime, marking a significant breakthrough in the case. A Marek's black leather jacket was discovered to contain traces of Moira's blood, providing compelling evidence with significant implications for the ongoing investigation. Marek Harkar's arrest and extradition to the United Kingdom marks a significant development in the Moira Jones case. He faced a number of serious charges, including murder, rape, and robbery, and his trial began on March 12, 2009, in Glasgow. Throughout the proceedings, Marek maintained a not guilty plea to all charges. The court heard that Marek arrived in the United Kingdom in 2007. Morris had been in Glasgow for only 10 days when he was tragically murdered. The prosecution's case centered on Marek as the perpetrator. They presented a compelling story, alleging that on the night of May 28, Moira was on her way home from her boyfriend's house. But Marek had completely different plans. He had been drinking heavily, including beer and vodka, and was overheard saying he was going out to find a woman. Moira returned to her flat, where she had originally planned to spend the night, carrying a large black overnight bag and parking her car about 60 yards away near Queen's Park, according to the prosecution. It was approximately 11:30 p.m. The prosecution claimed that at this point, Marek approached Moira and forced her to walk along a path with him. CCTV footage obtained from a passing first bus captured two people crossing Langside Road and walking along the perimeter of Queen's Park, providing crucial evidence. The jury noticed a stark difference in height and stature between the two figures in the footage. Moira, who stood only 5 feet, 4 inches tall and weighed less than 9 stone, appeared much smaller than the man accompanying her. The prosecution claimed that the towering figure was Marek, who, at 6 feet 3 inches and a kickboxing enthusiast, had a significant physical advantage over Mara. The prosecution also outlined the written Marek allegedly forced Moirado to accompany a witness who reported seeing a man and a woman near a holly bush near the tennis courts, where 6 buttons from the wire top and a cigarette buttock bearing Marek's DNA were found. Furthermore, CTV footage captured a man exiting the park near Queen's Park Baptist Church on Ballvicker Drive at 2:15 a. The prosecution claimed that this individual was Marek, who had been alone at the time. The prosecution's case painted a bleak and distressing picture of the events at Queen's Park. According to their account, Mark Harker forced Moira into the park, assaulted her violently and sexually, and stole some of her belongings. The autopsy findings revealed the horrific extent of Moira's injuries and shed light on the harrowing attack she had to endure. Moira's autopsy results indicated that she did not die from her injuries before 2 a.m., implying that she may have survived her ordeal for about 2.5 hours. Moira had sustained 65 distinct blunt force trauma injuries as a result of punches, kicks, and stomps, according to the examination. These injuries were the result of severe and sustained blunt force trauma. A forensic pathologist identified 65 external injuries, including a broken nose and 2 black eyes. Moira suffered brain damage, fractures to her right cheekbone and larynx, and bruised ribs. She had extensive bruising on her head and face, and one of her front teeth had been knocked out. Bruising spread to her chest, back, legs, and buttocks. Dr. Black's compelling testimony, which revealed the tragic details surrounding Moira Jones' death, captivated the courtroom. Dr. Black, an expert witness, revealed that Moira's head and neck injuries were the primary factors contributing to her tragic death. In a chilling revelation, she suggested that small hemorrhages in Moira's eyes indicated a possible asphyxiation factor in her death. The presence of bruises on the backs of her hands and arms raised additional concerns, which Dr. Black described as common defensive injuries. Dr. Black's expert testimony also highlighted the distressing aspect of the case. There was no evidence of a weapon being used in the attack. Instead, she believed the injuries were caused by physical blows to the fists or feet. Moira speculated that the extensive bruising on her neck was caused by an arm, leg, or knee compressing more of his neck while she was on the ground. As Dr. Black described additional distressing findings, the courtroom atmosphere became increasingly somber. Moira's brain was bleeding between layers, and there was a moderate amount of blood in her windpipe, indicating the gruesome ordeal she had been through. It was later discovered that she had swallowed some of the blood during the attack. Dr. Black also revealed that Moira had consumed other items during the assault, including bark fragments, grassy fragments, plant cuticle fragments, and leaf skeleton fragments. The implications were chilling, implying that Moira had been forced to consume these items while alive. The final damning piece of evidence was the DNA discovery. A vaginal swab yielded a semen sample from the boy's body, and DNA found on more of his clothes and body matched Marek's DNA, with the jury being told that there was a 1,000,000 to 1 chance that it belonged to someone other than Marek. The courtroom was packed with witnesses, each contributing their own piece to the chilling puzzle of Moira Jones' murder. Several residents near Queen's Park reported hearing disturbing noises on the night of May 28. One woman who lives in a flat overlooking the park recalled a chilling incident in which a loud scream pierced the night, only to be abruptly silenced. Other couples strolling through the park reported hearing Moira's obvious distress. Even a cab driver turned to his partner and said, "If there was a murder, we just heard about it." It was a shocking revelation that, despite the busy street and the large number of people who heard a woman screaming and in distress, no one intervened or called the police, allowing the tragic events to unfold in silence. In addition, a neighbor who lived near the bedside where Marek stayed provided compelling testimony. He described how Mara approached him on the night of May 28th, frantically saying, "I'm looking for a woman." In her closing statements, the prosecutor urged the jury to convict her based on the evidence presented. The prosecutor painted a chilling picture of the heinous murder witnessed by Moira Jones, pleading with the jury to base their decision on evidence, rather than the overwhelming emotional horror of the event. On the other side of the courtroom, the defense vehemently claimed that the police had charged the wrong man. They claimed that 3 other men were involved in the murder, despite Marek's innocence, and that one of these men, Jason Mulrin, a convicted sex offender, was at Lucy's bedside during the crime. They pointed out similarities between his previous criminal acts and Moira's attack, emphasizing his lack of an alibi on the night Moira was killed. The defense also claimed that Jason confessed to the murder to his ex-girlfriend, who became so concerned that she reported it to the police. However, when Jason testified in court, he categorically denied any involvement in Moira's rape or death, contradicting the defense's allegations. The defense urged the jury to find Marek not guilty and to consider the possibility that another man was responsible for the murder. They also emphasized the importance of skepticism when evaluating the prosecution's DNA evidence, reminding the jury that scientists can only provide probabilities and that DNA should be viewed as one piece of evidence among many. Marek Harkar's fate now lay in the hands of the jury, which had the difficult task of determining the truth in this complex and chilling case. The trial lasted 20 days and kept the courtroom in suspense. However, the jury delivered its verdict quickly, finding Marek guilty of all charges in less than 2 hours. The judge imposed a harsh sentence, sentencing Marek to life in prison with a minimum of 25 years. In the aftermath of Moira's tragic murder, her family turned their grief into a noble cause. They founded the Moira Fund, a charity that helps families in the United Kingdom who have been bereaved by murder. The charity provides grants to cover a variety of expenses, including funeral costs and transportation to court, assisting those in need during their darkest hours. Moira's memory continues to provide comfort and support to others who have experienced similar tragedies. Share your opinion with us in the comments and subscribe to the channel for more. On the fateful day of May 31, 2007, Alan Bailey's heart was filled with unease after seeing his daughter, Kate Beagley, brimming with excitement as she prepared for a night out. Little did he know that this ordinary evening would turn into a terrifying mystery. Their last encounter occurred on May 30. Kate's excitement about her plans became contagious around 6:30 p.m. Alan smiled as he left her, unaware that it would be his last time seeing her. But on May 31, as the day progressed without Kate's presence, concern began to grow. Kate was a dedicated and driven woman who was 32 years old at the time. She had a degree in sports administration and had spent a decade climbing the ranks at British Gas, demonstrating her dedication and ambition. Her strong work ethic and vibrant personality made her a popular figure at her workplace. What set Kate apart was her unwavering bond with her loved ones. She was the type of person who stayed in touch, providing a reassuring presence in the lives of her friends and family. When she did not show up for appointments or work on May 31, her father became concerned. Alan felt uneasy about his daughter's character. It had been less than 24 hours since they had last seen each other, but something felt off. Kate's absence was out of character, and the silence in her Walton-on-Thames apartment spoke louder than words. Unable to ignore his instincts, Alan took the step that no parent wants to take. He reported his daughter missing to the authorities, setting off a chain of events that would eventually solve the mystery surrounding Kate's sudden disappearance. The story takes a chilling turn when Kate's friends reveal crucial information to the police. They told the police that on that fateful night of May 30, she agreed to a first date with a man she had met a few weeks before. This man was Carl Taylor, a 27-year-old fitness trainer. Kate Carl's paths crossed in central London on May 18. When they met at a club, Carl approached her with charm and charisma, and Kate gave him her contact information. In the days that followed, they exchanged text messages and eventually agreed on a date of May 30. Kate was open with her friends about her plans, including her upcoming date with Carl. They were going to meet at the Roebuck Bar, which had a beautiful view of the Thames. The night went as planned, and Kate texted several of her friends throughout their date. But, as the evening progressed, those messages would be her last known communication. After that, silence enveloped her, and her whereabouts remained a haunting mystery. The police naturally questioned Carl Taylor about Kate's disappearance. Initially, he claimed ignorance of her whereabouts or what had happened following their date. However, his account quickly began to shift and fluctuate. He claimed that Kate had dropped him off at Twickenham after their date. However, his story kept changing, and he remained uncooperative, refusing to answer some questions, leading to his arrest on suspicion of kidnapping. As the investigation progressed, Carl Taylor eventually dashed any remaining hope that Kate was still alive. He admitted to a heinous crime, stabbing Kate to death while they were sitting on a bench on Richmond Hill. He then revealed that he had taken her lifeless body to a nature reserve in Hertfordshire, where it was partially concealed near a car park. Following his confession, Carl led the police to the grim location where he had disposed of Kate's and their bodies among the nettles. They discovered a tragic truth. Despite his confessions to police, Carl Taylor shockingly entered a not guilty plea when charged with murder, setting the stage for a tumultuous legal battle and a search for justice in a case. In court, the prosecution presented a compelling case against Carl Taylor, alleging that he went on a date with Kate Beagley with the sinister intent to murder her and steal her car. The narrative presented to the court unfolded as follows. On the night of May 30, their date began as scheduled. They drove to a picture-perfect spot on Richmond Hill with stunning views of the Thames and entered the Roebuck Bar. They went there to buy drinks and spend some time. They then moved outside to a bench, as is customary in the scenic area, where people often gather to admire the breathtaking views. The court heard this while they were inside Roebuck Bar. Kate didn't seem to be interested in Carl. The court heard critical testimony from a woman named Maureen Rong Khan, who was present at the bar that evening. Maureen stated that as soon as they sat down, the girl had her head down, texting on her mobile phone. There was no conversation, only he spoke to her. She continued texting. She was still texting as they left. The prosecution claimed that once they were outside and away from potential witnesses, Carol launched a vicious, frenzied attack on Kate, which resulted in her tragic death. Carl, according to the court, came prepared for this heinous act, having stolen scissors and a carving knife from a friend's house prior to the date. Surprisingly, he had kept the knife hidden up his sleeve while in Kate's company at the bar, an unsettling detail that would later become a critical component of the case. The prosecutor informed the court that Carl gave the police varying accounts of what happened that night. In one of these accounts, Carl admitted to stabbing Kate during an argument and saying the chilling words, "All I want is your car." He then revealed that she pushed me away. She grabbed me, so I stabbed her in the throat. I constantly hurt her neck because she was aiming for my face. The gruesome reality of the situation became clear when the court learned that Kate had 31 stab wounds on her face and neck. Further disturbing revelations gripped the courtroom, as it was revealed that Carl Taylor brutally stabbed Kate to death before placing her lifeless body in the trunk of her own car and driving through London's streets. As he drove, he had a phone conversation with his girlfriend Lauren. Sean Luck. Lauren had no idea where he had been or what had happened. The jury was presented with compelling evidence, including CCTV footage that captured Carl's calculated actions at 12:20 on May 31. The footage showed Carl driving Kate's car into a garage and then refueling the vehicle. Surprisingly, he interacted with other drivers on the forecourt, appearing relaxed and unconcerned. Despite the grisly secret hidden in the car's trunk, Carl removed Kate's clothing and attempted to meticulously wash away any potential DNA traces from her body using bottles of mineral water found in her car. In a chilling display of detachment, he disposed of Kate's lifeless body among the nettles in the woods. Carl returned home and shockingly displayed Kate's stolen car to friends and family, flaunting it. He also sold Kate's phone to an acquaintance and generously distributed Marks and Spencer gift cards found in Kate's car's glove box to friends. During the subsequent investigation, police were able to locate Kate's car and recover the knife used as the murder weapon. They also recovered Kate's clothing and personal belongings, which added to the evidence of a cold-blooded crime. The courtroom drama surrounding Kate Beagley's tragic death took an unexpected turn when the defense presented a vastly different view of the case. Despite Carl Taylor's conflicting statements to the police, the defense claimed he was not responsible for Kate's death. Instead, they claimed Kate killed herself because of her alleged dark and cold side. In an unexpected twist, Carl testified at the trial that Kate committed suicide by intentionally moving her head onto his knife. He claimed that just before this tragic incident, Kate confided in him about her problems. Carl admitted to bringing the knife that night because he was feeling suicidal. According to his account, when the knife fell from his sleeve, Kate grabbed it and started prodding herself in the neck. Under cross-examination by the prosecutor, Carl was asked to describe and demonstrate how Kate could have inflicted 31 injuries on herself. He hesitated and declined to give a detailed account, citing emotional distress. However, the judge in the case reminded him of his responsibility as a witness to answer the questions posed. The judge insisted Carl show the jury how Kate met her tragic death, saying, "You are not going to boss us around. You are not there to dictate terms. You are there to show how she lost her life." To demonstrate the events, the prosecutor created a makeshift paper knife about 6 inches long and asked Carl to reenact the scene. Carl cautiously pried himself in the neck with the paper knife, recounting how he had discovered Kate had died. He described breaking down in tears and lying on the grass, staring at the sky. The prosecution argued that Carl's claim that Kate remained standing while inflicting these wounds was implausible. Among the 31 injuries she'd sustained, some had severed her carotid artery and jugular vein, making it extremely unlikely that she would have remained on her feet. The prosecutor also questioned Carl about his background as a fitness instructor with martial arts training, asking why he didn't intervene to assist Kate. Carl's response was simple: it was an awkward situation. The jury deliberated for only 2 hours before reaching a guilty verdict. They found Carl Taylor's latest account of events that night unconvincing, and he was sentenced to life in prison with a minimum of 30 years behind bars. Alan Beagley's moving words following Carl's life sentence revealed the deep pain and sorrow that his family has experienced. On Wednesday, May 30, 2007, I left my only daughter, Kate, looking forward to an evening out. She was brutally murdered by the man she had gone to meet, and we never saw her again. Since then, our lives have been turned upside down. Kate was a loving, thoughtful daughter, sister, and friend who cared about us all just as much as we did her. She was a lot of fun to be around, and everyone who knew her will miss her greatly. She had a gung-ho attitude toward life and lived it to the full. We cherish and are grateful. We cherish and are grateful for all of the memories of our wonderful time together. Kate's family and friends have been devastated by her tragic and unexpected death, and I speak for everyone when I say that our lives will never be the same again. Our family has been devastated, and life without Kate feels empty and meaningless. The worst episode of our lives has now been resolved through the judicial system. However, we must now rebuild our lives around the void left by Kate's tragic death, recalling the positive impact she had on all of us. Share your opinion with us in the comments and subscribe to the channel for more. On a fateful November morning, a chilling and mysterious crime took place in the quiet suburbs. An apartment complex was on fire, and a 911 call would set off a terrifying chain of events. Today was a tragic day. Nobody suspected that this fire was anything more than an unfortunate accident. It concealed a sinister story of murder, betrayal, and meticulously planned cruelty. The tragic events of November 28, 2014, in Fort Worth, Texas, provide a chilling picture of a heinous crime. Ashley Ann Harris, a 31-year-old apartment complex resident, was the target of a brutal and deliberate attack. The sequence of events on that fateful day raised disturbing questions about the motivation behind this heinous act. The incident began with a 911 call from a concerned resident of the same apartment complex. They reported a fire in one of the units, which prompted emergency personnel to rush to the scene. They had no idea that this would escalate into a murder investigation. Ashley and Harris were the tenants of the apartment that caught fire. At first, no one could tell whether Ashley was inside the burning apartment or not. Firefighters bravely battled the blaze and eventually brought it under control. Only after the fire was extinguished did the horrifying truth become apparent. Ashley Harris had been inside her apartment the entire time, and her body led police to believe that the fire was not an accident. Ashley's lifeless body was covered in a pool of blood, indicating that she had been brutally beaten. Her hands and ankles were bound with duct tape, leaving her defenseless. The signs of violence did not end there. Her body was covered in burn marks, and she had gone through the agony of strangulation. To make matters even worse, there were knife wounds in the throat. As investigators dug deeper into the case, it became clear that this was no ordinary tragic accident or random act of violence. It was a meticulously planned and horrifically carried out murder. The evidence indicated that someone intentionally set fire to the apartment after committing this heinous crime. The perpetrator had poured rubbing alcohol throughout Ashley's apartment, including her bed, in an attempt to erase any evidence of their actions. The fire, however, had failed to conceal the gruesome truth. One perplexing aspect of this case was the apparent lack of any motivation. Ashley's keys were the only thing missing from her apartment, leaving investigators perplexed. What could motivate someone to commit such a heinous and merciless attack on an innocent woman? The investigation into Ashley and Harrison murders would undoubtedly be difficult and heartbreaking, as law enforcement sought answers, justice, and closure for her bereaved family members. The police went on a search for answers. Their journey started with interviews with Ashley's neighbors. Among them was Stephen Lee, a man who lived in the next apartment. He described a peculiar sighting at around 6:30 a.m. the fateful morning. While having a cigarette on his balcony, he noticed an unfamiliar car parked nearby. The vehicle in question was a sleek black Infiniti Gay 35, a rarity in their quiet neighborhood. This observation would prove to be a critical clue in the ongoing mystery. However, Stephen Lee's account was not the only piece of the puzzle. Another neighbor, Patrick Sweet, lived directly below Ashley's apartment. He made a chilling revelation to the police. At around 7:30 a.m., Patrick was startled out of his morning routine by a blood-curdling scream from above. Alarmed and disturbed, he heard a series of unsettling noises, including what appeared to be a heavy thud and frantic gasping breaths. Fear gripped him, but the blaring alarm of his carbon monoxide detector jolted him into action. He realized there was a fire going on, so he called 911 right away to solve the mystery surrounding Ashley's death. The police meticulously tracked her movements on the day in question. Ashley worked as an assistant manager at an American Eagle store inside the Hulan Mall. Their investigation revealed that on Thanksgiving Day, she dined with her close friend Alexis Torres and a group of acquaintances in one of their complex's apartments. Ashley left for work after finishing his meal. The Black Friday sales frenzy made for a long and demanding night. During Ashley's work shift, Alexis graciously took on the responsibility of caring for his beloved dog, Nala Ashley. Ashley returned home in the early hours of the morning. Around 3:15 a.m., Alexis paid a brief visit before leaving after 4 a.m. It was at this point that the timeline became crucial to the investigation. Ashley's untimely death was believed to have occurred between 4:15 a.m. and 7:30 a.m. Given the urgency of the situation, authorities were eager to find and speak with the owner of the mysterious black Infiniti D35. I hope to shed light on what occurred during those fateful hours. The search for answers had only just begun, and the peace of the small towns was at stake. When the police learned about the black Infiniti D35, they decided to question Alexis, Ashley's friend, who claimed she didn't know who owned the vehicle. However, a tip from Ashley's boss, Christopher "Chris" Gravy, piqued their curiosity. He told the cops he knew someone who drove such a car, a woman named Carol Cervantes. Carter had previously worked at the same American Eagle store as Ashley, but was let go in August. With this lead in hand, the police began surveillance on Carter's home. Their patience paid off the following Saturday at 8 a.m. when they saw Carter leave her apartment and get into her Infiniti 35, accompanied by a man. The man then drove her to Hulan Mall, where he dropped her off at the entrance before parking. The police approached him for questioning and discovered that he was Clarence David Mallory Carter's boyfriend and a former employee of the same American Eagle store. Clarence was arrested after failing to produce his driver's license upon request. Officers at the police station noticed unusual details about him. He was wearing a brand new ski mask with no visible wear, and the plastic price tag fastener was still attached. Furthermore, there appeared to be a recent injury to his lower lip, which was visibly swollen. Despite their arrest, Clarence and Carter were not found inside the mall. Despite being seen entering, she was later located at her apartment complex, where she appeared to be doing laundry. Taken in for questioning, she initially claimed not to have left the apartment complex that day. Surveillance footage, however, contradicted her statement by clearly showing her leaving the mall and heading home. The police suspected that she had seen them talking to Clarence in the mall parking lot and then decided to walk the 2 miles home. Notably, they found superficial scratches on her arms. As the pieces of this puzzling story fell into place, the police faced the daunting task of determining whether Carter and Clarence were involved in Ashley's tragic death. And if so, determining the motive for the tragic events that had occurred. The ongoing investigation into Ashley's tragic death took a chilling turn as new evidence surfaced. painting a disturbing picture of the events leading up to the crime. The discovery of Ashley's missing keys was a watershed moment in the investigation, as it was revealed that these keys also provided access to the American Eagle store where she worked. This revelation led the police to believe that Carter and Clarence had planned to kill Ashley because they knew her keys could open the store's safe. Their sinister plan appeared to involve stealing tens or thousands of dollars, most likely from Black Friday sales. On a fateful Saturday morning, they carried out their plan with Ashley's keys. However, when they arrived at the store, they discovered an unexpected obstacle. The locks had already been changed. The wording of the robbery attempt, as well as the search of Carter and Clarence's apartment, turned up additional incriminating evidence. They discovered a plastic tub filled with bungee cords and a rope. A kitchen drawer contained a lock, a TASR box, and discarded duct tape strands. They also discovered a damaged deadbolt lock on other locks, which appeared to have been used for practice. Each is labeled as a lock-picking practice lock, with the black Infinity D35. A vehicle central to the investigation also harbored sinister secrets. Inside the car, police discovered a plastic bag hidden within a black trash bag, as well as a sharpening stone, most likely used for a knife, a 9mm cartridge, a cell phone, a walkie-talkie, and a buck knife with a sheath. Notably, they discovered a toboggan with a hole cut in it, an unopened tarp, and a kitchen knife. Perhaps most concerning was the discovery of a loaded Glock 19 with a bullet in the chamber concealed beneath the driver's seat. These compelling pieces of evidence painted a troubling picture of Carter and Clarence's roles in Ashley's murder. Both individuals were charged with capital murder, and the state chose not to pursue the death penalty, instead seeking life imprisonment without the possibility of parole for both defendants. Despite the overwhelming evidence against them, Carter and Clarence maintained their pleas of not guilty, setting the stage for a tense legal battle that would determine their fate. The legal proceedings in the cases of Carter Cervantes and David Mallory were conducted separately, but the prosecution presented a largely consistent narrative for each defendant. However, since Carter's case was heard first, the emphasis was on establishing her as the alleged mastermind behind the crime. In the eyes of the prosecution, Carter and Clarence had multiple reasons for wanting to harm Ashley. For starters, they assumed the pair wanted Ashley's keys, which would grant them access to the store's safe and the large sum of money they assumed was inside, especially after the lucrative Black Friday sales. Furthermore, the prosecution claimed that Carter and Clarence sought vengeance on Ashley. They blamed her for their job terminations, adding to the personal animosity in the situation. The court proceedings delved into the backgrounds of the parties involved. In June 2014, Ashley had been appointed to manage the store temporarily while Chris was on medical leave. Her supervisor, Carter, and the store's assistant manager had all played important roles in the operation. Significantly, she had also hired her boyfriend to work with her at the same establishment. On August 24, 2014, a sum of $18,000 mysteriously vanished from the safe at the American Eagle store. Carter became suspicious when Ashley, who was in charge of locking up the store that night, discovered that the back door had been left unlocked. Clarence was identified as the person who accessed the safe and stole the money, according to surveillance footage. This discovery sparked a series of events that would eventually lead to a tragic outcome. Chris, Ashley's supervisor, found out after the theft that Carter had hired Clarence. Surprisingly, Clarence had previous experience with the American Eagle brand, having worked at an Amarillo location. However, his record in the American Eagle system was marked as non-rehirable, indicating that he should not be employed at any of the brand's locations. Chris made a startling discovery. Carter had manipulated the Clarence personnel file by changing his social security number and name in the system to avoid detection and red flags. This revelation indicated a disturbing level of collusion between Carter and Clarence. As tensions rose, it became clear that Carter and Clarence had planned to kidnap Ashley and take her keys. Their cell phones held incriminating evidence, including photos of Ashley's apartment door, and vehicle. Furthermore, police found latitude and longitude coordinates on their cell phones. Detective Cedillo's testimony added to the chilling story. He revealed that one of the Clarence text messages contained coordinates that, when entered into Google Earth, led to a location near Louders, Texas. Detective Cedillo made a chilling discovery at this location: a 6-foot-long, 2.5-foot-wide, 3-foot-deep hole. The prosecution claimed that the initial plan was to kidnap Ashley, threaten her with a pistol, and then kill her in a different location. However, their intentions changed when Ashley refused to allow them into her apartment, resulting in her tragic death on the premises. More unsettling evidence emerged. When police searched clearances in Cadillac, they discovered 2 shovels, a box of plastic sheeting, and a box of Craftsman sockets, indicating a sinister and premeditated intent. These revelations painted a disturbing picture of a well-planned crime, with Carter and Clarence allegedly motivated by both financial gain and vengeance. The prosecution called witnesses to shed more light on the tragic events leading up to Ashley's death. One such witness was Jeff Kaiser, Ashley's close neighbor and friend. Jeff described the terrifying morning when he was jolted awake by the blaring sound of fire alarms. When he realized Ashley's apartment was in danger and saw her car still parked outside, he sprang into action. He rushed upstairs without hesitation and bravely kicked down Ashley's apartment door. When Jeff entered, he was met with a scene of chaos. The apartment was filled with smoke, and water poured from the sprinkler system, creating a dangerous and disorienting environment. Despite the perilous conditions, Jeff attempted to crawl toward the kitchen to reach Ashley. However, the thick smoke quickly overwhelmed him, forcing him to retreat for some fresh air. Undeterred, he made 2 more valiant attempts, but the smoke was too dense to navigate. Fortunately, firefighters had arrived on the scene to take over the rescue efforts, and an arson investigator provided crucial information about the cause of the fire. He testified that he identified several points of origin for the fire, including the bed, Ashley's body, and the closet. A particularly disturbing discovery was that the smoke detector had been purposefully removed and was hidden beneath the mattress. These findings suggested a sinister and deliberate act aimed at concealing the fire and complicating Ashley's chances of survival. The courtroom drama continues with a string of compelling events and testimonies. The prosecution presented surveillance footage from the front of the American Eagle store, which showed a mysterious figure attempting to manipulate the gate lock around 2 a.m. On November 29, the person's face was concealed, but the prosecution claimed it was Carter. It was clear they were attempting to unlock and raise the gate, but their efforts were futile because the locks had been changed. This suggested that Carter's intentions were related to the store or the crime. The court heard that Carter and Clarence returned to the mall at 8 a.m. On the same day, they were unknowingly under police surveillance. This raised questions about their actions and intentions, especially given their previous unsuccessful attempt to enter the store. Clarence was arrested in the mall's parking lot and during his interaction with police. He claimed Carter had entered the mall to get some documents. However, when the police searched the mall, Carter was nowhere to be found. She was eventually found at her apartment complex, raising questions about her whereabouts and movements. Dr. Richard Fries, a deputy medical examiner with the Tarrant County Medical Examiner's Office, provided crucial information about Ashley's injuries. The autopsy revealed a harrowing picture of her physical injuries. Ashley suffered numerous injuries, including lacerations to her scalp, cheeks, and the left side of her face. Her right side was marked by a patterned bruise, and there were other bruises between her eyes and around her left eye. She had scrapes and laceration marks on her lip, as well as a chin scrape. Perhaps most disturbingly, there was a star-shaped laceration with a bruise behind her left ear, which the medical examiner determined was caused by a pistol blow. The testimony painted a bleak picture of Ashley's ordeal, implying that she had been brutally beaten. Ashley sustained several injuries, including a knife wound to her neck, as well as bruises and abrasions on her neck, chest, and right arm. Dr. Fries, a witness in the case, testified that Ashley's facial injuries were caused by multiple blows. He also mentioned the presence of Paddock A in Ashley's eyes, implying asphyxia or strangulation. He concluded that Ashley died from asphyxiation and blunt force trauma to the head and neck, ruling her death a homicide. The courtroom drama surrounding Carter's trial was both captivating and heartbreaking. Her defense strategy was based on the claim that she had no role in Ashley's tragic death. In a courageous move, she took the stand to testify in her own defense, revealing the layers of fear and manipulation that had shrouded her life. Carter's testimony painted a disturbing picture of her relationship with Clarence, describing him as controlling and menacing. She revealed that he had chilling control over her daily life, even dictating when she could eat and drink. The courtroom hung on her every word as she admitted to attempting to rob the American Eagle store. but she insisted that the crime was coerced by clearances and menacing threats. She described a terrifying moment in which he brandished a gun and ordered her to commit the theft. To add to her anguish, he claimed that there was a lurking danger outside her parents' house, threatening their lives if she refused to steal the money. Carter's story became darker when she described a horrific incident in which she claimed to have been raped by two unknown men. Clarence, she claimed, allowed these assailants into her apartment, and she was subjected to unspeakable brutality. Carter maintained her innocence on the night Ashley was murdered. She testified that she was in her bed, sound asleep, and had no knowledge of Clarence's whereabouts at the time. She vehemently denied any involvement in Ashley's death and insisted that she had no role in the tragic event. Despite Carter's compelling testimony, the jury remained skeptical in a remarkably swift decision. They arrived at a guilty verdict after only 2 hours. Carter was sentenced to life without parole. The case did not end there. Clarence will appear in court, maintaining his innocence in Ashley's murder. His claims, however, were met with similar silence. The jury, clearly unconvinced by his claims, found him guilty as charged. Like Carter, he was sentenced to life in prison with no possibility of parole. Share your opinion with us in the comments and subscribe to the channel for more. The Irene Cortez case, a tragic accident or a planned murder of a mother of many. A scorned woman is said to be capable of unpredictable and desperate acts, the most fearsome of which is cold and cruel revenge. But what about the scorned man? Many people believe that an offended man will either resort to physical violence, drown his sorrows in alcohol, or combine the two. Men, on the other hand, tend to hold fewer grudges and can be more inventive when it comes to vengeance. The case of Irene Cortez, a Spanish citizen who died mysteriously during a trip to Colombia, is complex and ambiguous. While her assailants were apprehended, convicted, and are currently serving lengthy sentences, the deceased woman's family claims the true perpetrator is still at large and portraying himself as a victim. Let us begin by delving into this complex story and determining whether a third party was involved or if the murder was unintentional. It's worth noting that each party is still attempting to prove their version of the truth. Who was Irene Cortez? Irene Cortez, born Lucas, was born in 1980 in the sunny city of Granada, Spain, which is the capital of the same province. She grew up in a wealthy family with a brother and sister. Her parents operated a small but profitable business. According to some reports, her father died young, but her mother, Maria Lucas, took over the business, expanded it, and made sure her children had everything they needed. Maria's older brother, Uncle Pedro Lucas, was also very helpful. Irene was the oldest of the 3 children. A beautiful and sociable girl, she enjoyed being the center of attention and was drawn to boys from a young age. She married shortly after finishing school and was already pregnant. She gave birth to her first child at the age of 17, and 2 years later, she had her second. Despite being a young mother, her mother and uncle provided her with significant support, allowing her to continue her education. Irene relocated to Malaga, a resort city, with her husband and 2 children in early 2000. She opened an entertainment venue, which quickly became popular and profitable. Originally a small disco bar, it grew into a full-fledged nightclub in Malaga. The couple had their 3rd child, and life appeared prosperous and stable. At the age of 25, Irene's husband was arrested and sentenced to 5 years in prison for trafficking illegal substances. Tragically, he died in prison under mysterious circumstances. Irene was solely responsible for raising her children. Irene was determined to persevere after witnessing her mother raising 3 children on her own. She ran her business successfully, made good money, and had big plans for the future. Relationship with Farid Linus Ariza. Farid Linus Ariza, a native of Barranquilla, Colombia, was born in 1976. He grew up in a large, impoverished family as the youngest of 6 siblings. His parents divorced in the early 1990s when he was still a teenager. His older siblings had become self-sufficient by then, so Farid remained with his mother. Farid moved to Spain with his elderly mother in 2001 at the age of 25 in search of a better life. They settled in Malaga, and Farid worked any job he could to support himself and his mother. In 2005, He began working as a waiter at a nightclub owned by Irene. Irene immediately recognized Farid's dedication and dependability. She was also attracted to him, and Farid did his best to please her. Irene's husband was incarcerated at the time, and she had planned to file for divorce, but was unable to do so before his untimely death. Irene and Farid's employee relationship quickly developed into romance. Farid was not put off by Irene's 3 children from previous relationships, nor was Irene concerned about Farid's humble background as a waiter whose salary she paid. Within months of starting their relationship, the couple decided to live together. They moved into Irene's spacious apartment, and soon after, Irene became pregnant with Farid's child. They had 2 children together. It's unclear whether they were legally married, but Irene retained her first husband's surname, while Farid's children took the surname Alinus Ariza. Surname: imprisonment and infidelity. In 2009, Irene's past appeared to repeat itself. Farid, like her first husband, was arrested for distributing illegal substances and sentenced to prison. Irene was once again left alone, but this time with 5 children. Farid was sentenced to 3 years, but served only 1.5, being released early due to good behavior and cooperation with the investigation. However, shortly after Farid's imprisonment, Irene found solace in the arms of another man and lived with him for 1.5 years. Farid learned of her infidelity only after he was released. Understandably enraged, he threatened Irene and her lover and nearly assaulted the man, narrowly avoiding another legal scuffle. They eventually reached a peaceful resolution to the situation. Farid forgave Irene for the sake of their children, and they resumed their relationship as if the imprisonment and infidelity had never happened. Irene's relatives were always skeptical of Farid. Her mother and uncle disapproved of their relationship, believing Farid was only interested in Irene's money. Furthermore, Irene's older children from her first marriage rejected Farid, whereas the youngest, whom Farid had raised since the child was 2, saw him as a father figure. A fateful trip to Colombia. Farid, Irene's husband, expressed a desire to return to Colombia due to his father's serious illness in early 2011. According to reports, Farid's estranged father has been diagnosed with advanced cancer, and his sister in Barranquilla informed him of the dire situation. Irene, who had long wanted to visit Farid's homeland, agreed to accompany him. She was excited to meet Farid's father, whom she had never met before, as well as participate in the legendary Barranquilla Carnival, which takes place in late February. Furthermore, Irene, who had not taken a vacation in years, due to her commitment to her job and raising her 5 children, saw this trip as an opportunity for a much-needed break. The couple planned a 10-day trip across the ocean, with Irene's mother and younger sister agreeing to look after her children during this time. Despite her mother Maria Lucas's attempts to dissuade her from the journey due to a bad omen, Irene ignored her fears. At the same time, the family was experiencing financial difficulties due to a seasonal downturn in their business. Despite this, Irene had personal savings of $3,000 in cash hidden at home, but on the eve of their trip, she discovered the money had mysteriously vanished, nearly derailing their plans. Irene quickly borrowed the money from her uncle and close friends. She also reserved their flight tickets in a hotel in the city center, thoroughly preparing for what would tragically be her final journey. Mysterious murder. On February 27th of 2011, the couple arrived in Colombia. The flight was uneventful, and they immediately checked into their hotel. Irene called home to reassure her mom. However, 2 days later, Farid informed Irene's eldest son, 14, that his mother had died. Farid initially claimed an accident, but it was later discovered that Irene was murdered during a robbery at a Barranquilla entertainment venue. The case quickly became a major headline in Colombia. The story was that Irene, a Spanish tourist, was murdered by robbers who fled the scene, sparking a citywide police manhunt. However, the circumstances surrounding the robbery and murder appeared unusual and suspicious. The attackers did not appear to be attempting to steal anything. Instead, they shot Irene in the heart and fled quickly. Police and local media representatives arrived quickly. Despite the fact that Farid witnessed his partner's shooting during an interview with journalists, he appeared calm, not like a grieving widower. The Spanish embassy in Bogotá confirmed the murder and stated that Irene's remains would be repatriated following the necessary investigations. Investigators are still determining the exact events of the night of March 2nd. In the meantime, authorities are actively pursuing the perpetrators of this senseless crime. Surveillance footage. The case of Irene Cortez's mysterious death appeared to be gaining clarity. After reviewing surveillance footage from cameras installed at the murder scene on March 1st, Irene and her partner, Farid Alinas Ariza, had arranged to meet Farid's brother, sister, and their spouses. The 6-person group attended the carnival, walked around town, and then went to a local bar for dinner and entertainment, as suggested by Farid. By 1 a.m., Irene, Farid, and his relatives were the only customers at the bar. According to surveillance footage, around 2 a.m., 2 young men sitting away from the crowd entered the bar. They didn't order anything and didn't appear to be comfortable, which drew the bar manager's attention due to their suspicious behavior. Furthermore, their young appearance prompted the manager to inquire as to their legal age. The young men refused to show their IDs, and when asked to leave, one of them pulled out a gun and pointed it at the manager. His accomplice produced a knife, but quickly retreated out of the camera's view. The armed assailant pushed the manager aside and approached Irene's table, announcing the robbery and demanding mobile phones and cash. His knife-wielding partner reappeared, presumably to collect valuables, while the gunman continued to threaten the group. However, he did not have the opportunity to act, confronting Irene. The gunman instructed Farid to stand for a pocket search. As Irene reached for her purse, the assailant lunged at her while holding the gun. As he grabbed the purse, he fired a shot that struck Irene directly in the chest. She collapsed on the floor as the assailants fled without taking anything. Farid and his brother pursued them while his sister attempted to stop Irene's bleeding and his brother's wife requested emergency assistance. Unfortunately, the criminals were too quick to apprehend. The men returned to the bar and attempted to help Irene, but it was too late. Emergency personnel arrived quickly, but Irene died from her injuries en route to the hospital, leaving behind a perplexing case and a bereaved family. The manhunt for the perpetrators, arrest and trial. Following the robbery and homicide that claimed Irene Cortez's life, law enforcement deployed all available resources. The city was teeming with tourists for the carnival, so ensuring their safety was critical. A reward of $10 million, or approximately $3,500, was announced for information leading to the culprits. The first suspect, gunman Brian Dario, was apprehended the following day. He promptly implicated his accomplice, Juan Carlos. Juan, 18, surrendered to authorities, hoping for leniency. During interrogation, Dario claimed that dire financial straits, debts, and a sick child in need of costly treatment drove him to commit the crime, which his relatives later confirmed. He insisted that Irene's shooting was unintentional, occurring while attempting to steal her purse. Juan Carlos claimed he was an unwitting participant. He claimed Brian did not reveal his plans, but rather requested backup in a job for which he claimed to have only a small knife for intimidation, not harm, and fled the scene when he realized Brian's intentions. However, surveillance footage contradicted his claims, revealing that he returned to Brian with both perpetrators in custody and their confessions. With prison sentences looming, the court found Dario guilty of robbery and homicide in aggravating circumstances and sentenced him to 23 years. Carlos was sentenced to 17 years for complicity in these crimes. Farid is accused, and new details about the crime have emerged. The family of the deceased woman accused Farid of orchestrating his wife's murder from the start of the investigation. Irene's mother and uncle hired a detective to conduct an independent investigation, gathering additional materials and evidence to hold the man accountable and prove his role in the crime, starting with the previously mentioned disappearance of year 3000 from Cortez's hiding place. According to Maria Lucas, Farid was the only one who knew about the money and could have discreetly taken it. The woman told her daughter about this from the start, but she refused to listen. Now, she believed her son-in-law used the money to pay Dario to murder his wife. Another compelling argument was the man's father's fabricated illness, which he was eager to see. The elderly parent was not diagnosed with cancer, and he appeared to be in good health for his age. Farid made up this story, which served as the main pretext for the trip to Colombia. Furthermore, it was Linus Arizo who initiated the visit to that fateful establishment. Furthermore, he insisted on continuing the feast late into the night, when all of the other visitors had left and their company was alone in the hall. Furthermore, the The detective conducted a detailed analysis of the camera recordings, assessing what was going on and drawing his own conclusions. He noticed that the criminals behaved strangely. Juan was obviously terrified, and he most likely had no idea what was happening. While Brian approached, the company approached Farid and raised him without directly threatening him with a gun. It appeared that the men knew each other and acted together. Then Farid moved strangely behind Irene, who was sitting at the table, and reached into her bag for her wallet. The criminal with the gun stared at the man, as if waiting for a signal. It's unclear whether he received any kind of sign when the victim and her husband returned to the camera after the shot. The man chased the killer, but the expert believes he intentionally let him escape. However, the latter statement may be considered controversial because Brian was armed and Farid could reasonably fear for his life. The man's behavior was also called into question. After his chosen one was declared dead, he willingly gave interviews to the arriving correspondents, discussing the details of what happened while remaining composed and not appearing upset or depressed. Another important question is why, after the tragedy, Linus Ariza called her 14-year-old son rather than Irene's mother, uncle, or any other adult relative. According to Maria Lucas, he intended to personally inflict pain on the teenager, punishing him for failing to recognize the stepfather's authority and treating him disrespectfully. The woman's uncle was the first to give an interview to the press, openly discussing his suspicions and the findings of the investigation. Pedro Lucas was certain that Farid had planned the trip in advance, effectively luring Efrain into a trap. The money stolen from her was used to pay for the services of a hired killer, and after her death, he intended to establish guardianship over the children and take over his wife's business. Farid's mother did not stand silently by as her son was accused of a heinous crime. Instead, she openly defended her son. The woman claimed that her offspring adored Irene and her children and would never harm them. However, the parent inadvertently said that the chosen one did not have to cheat on Farid, which greatly offended his pride. In addition, an unpleasant detail emerged about Linus Ariza leaving Spain on fake documents because he was not permitted to leave the country after being released from prison on parole. The man denied this information, claiming that he left legally and Irene served as his guarantor. Funeral without the widower. Irene's body was returned to her native Spain 12 days after the tragedy occurred. The funeral was held with a closed casket because the remains had begun to decompose after such a long time. Hundreds attended the funeral. Family, friends, neighbors, and even those who didn't know Cortez but had heard the moving story wanted to send their condolences to the family. Farid was the only person who did not attend the farewell ceremony because he was afraid of retribution if he returned from Colombia. Farid claimed that his late wife's relatives had repeatedly threatened both him and his elderly mother. As a result, before flying back to Spain, he planned to appeal to the authorities to ensure his safety. He sought a protective order so that he could attend the funeral, but his request was denied, and Linus Ariza decided not to take the risk. In response, Farid filed a court complaint against his deceased wife's relatives, alleging that they obstructed his return home. Maria and Pedro Lucas, on the other hand, denied his claims, stating that their primary concern was his return to Spain to face trial. Additional court proceedings, with new circumstances and accusations against Farid, further investigation and court proceedings were launched. Dario and Carlos, who were already serving their sentences in a Colombian prison, were questioned about their relationship with Linus Ariza and a possible premeditated conspiracy. However, Brian categorically rejected this assumption. He insisted that the murder was an accident caused by a failed robbery attempt. He claimed he had never met Farid before, let alone hired him as a hitman for his wife. The accusations appeared to be grasping at straws, with no conclusive evidence of premeditation or a contract killing, only assumptions and interpretations of the events on the recording. Dario also admitted to being under the influence of alcohol and prohibited substances that evening, which explains his poor recollection of the events. Carlos insisted that his friend had not included him in his plans, and that everything that happened in the bar was as shocking to him as it was to those they assaulted. Juan appeared to be telling the truth, but Brian's statement about who fired the fatal shot raised some doubts. Consider this: he failed to commit the robbery, was imprisoned, and his sick child received the necessary expensive treatment. Brian claimed that when kind-hearted people discovered his motivation, they helped him. However, The Lucas family's lawyers attempted to show that the year 3000 stolen from Irene, which Farid paid for her murder, was spent on treatment. Brian allegedly agreed to sacrifice himself and go to prison to save his child while secretly passing the money to his wife. This version, however, was never verified. Returned to Spain. Linus Ariza only decided to return to Spain after obtaining a court order guaranteeing his safety. A few months had passed since the tragedy, and the media frenzy had subsided. When he returned, Linus Ariza claimed to have brought investigation materials that proved his innocence in his wife's murder. He stated that his main reason for returning was to care for the children he shared with Irene, who had been cared for by the deceased's relatives while he was away. 6 months later, Farid decided to give a major interview, in which he revealed that he had lost almost everything. He was unemployed, and his passport had been revoked, preventing him from leaving the country. To make matters worse, his friends abandoned him, and his late wife's mother and uncle forbade him from seeing his children. Linus Ariza confronted Maria and Pedro Lucas in court several times. He claimed they threatened him while trying to prove his involvement in Irene's murder. However, neither side could back up their claims. Finally, the children remained in the care of their grandmother and uncle, and the widower was unable to claim any of his late wife's belongings. Share your opinion with us in the comments, and subscribe to the channel for more. Where is the line that cannot be crossed again? How does an ordinary woman go from being a loving wife and mother to a cruel murderer capable of dividing a country into two opposing groups? And how did her name become a hot topic among locals and make newspaper headlines for years? Roxana Valdez could respond to this question. Murderers do not stand out in a crowd, are unrecognizable at dinner, and may even live under the same roof without revealing their true identity. They are indistinguishable from those who have never crossed the line. Thus, no one could have predicted what Roxana did on the spring evening of April 5, 2014. And when they found out, they couldn't believe it. But let us start at the beginning. Roxanne died, and little is known about her. Despite the efforts of numerous Chilean reporters who competed to tell her story, they were unable to find much information about her. Her criminal record provided little information beyond the fact that she was born in 1957 in a small village in Chile's Punta Arenas province. That was it. Perhaps the lack of information was due to journalistic ethics, as the locals, known for their fiery tempers and unique customs, may have retaliated against Roxana and his relatives for her crime, potentially turning their lives into a living hell. Valdez married a man whose name, for unknown reasons, is either unknown to the press or not disclosed. She had a son with him, but it's clear that her marriage was not the dream every girl hopes for, as the couple split up in 2011. As a single mother in a small village with few jobs, Roxana faced significant challenges. In such communities, the primary occupation was growing and selling fruits and vegetables, and even local educational institutions emphasized agriculture. Roxana found work at the Don Gregorio boarding school, where students were trained to become agricultural technicians. She worked as a night supervisor at the school, ensuring that students slept and did not engage in disruptive activities. Her responsibilities did not include the actual care of the children. Roxana's son also attended this boarding school because she worked in the fields during the day and was unable to give him the attention he required. Claudio Munoz Ramirez, who worked at the same boarding school as Roxana, was the head of grounds maintenance. His duties often required him to work at night, which is how he met Roxana. Despite being 14 years younger than her, they had a lot to talk about. Roxana would spend entire nights discussing school issues and her own failed marriage to Claudio. They also shared similar experiences in their personal lives. Claudio had 2 daughters that he adored, but he felt disconnected from their mother and considered divorce several times. However, he stayed in the marriage because of a promise he made to her late father. Claudio appears to have forgotten his promise and began spending his free time with Roxana, away from his family. Finally, he made a decisive move. He did not explain himself to his wife. Claudio gathered his belongings and left the house. He clearly went to Roxana, who gladly accepted him into her life. Their relationship developed quickly and effectively. Roxana invited a man she barely knew into her home, with whom she had only shared nighttime conversations. She seemed to overlook the fact that there were children nearby who required constant attention. Amid these enjoyable and heartfelt conversations, Roxana failed to notice his true personality. He was actually quite temperamental and sometimes even cruel. However, it was probably too early to say who was more cruel of the two. Claudio's first serious outburst of aggression occurred inside the boarding school. On a scheduled community cleanup day, students were given different areas to clean up. Brooms, buckets, dustpans, and rags were distributed to ensure a thorough cleaning. As is often the case, some students protested and refused to participate. Claudio, who was in charge of cleanliness but had no teaching experience, became enraged by these students and threatened to beat anyone who refused to participate in the absence of teachers at night. It is unclear whether he would have carried out this threat, but the students eventually began cleaning and later complained to the principal about Claudio's threats of physical violence. The principal was displeased and requested Claudio's voluntary resignation. It's worth noting that the Don Gregorio boarding school was practically the only place in the area that provided stable and reasonably paid employment. Claudio spent some time looking for work, fields, and fruit, but it became clear that his efforts had been in vain. He and Roxana decided to seek a better life elsewhere, leaving her son at the boarding school to complete his education. They thought it was too risky to go on this adventure with him. To avoid relying on employers after being burned once, the couple decided to start their own small business, a fruit kiosk, and relocated to a favorable location, the commune of Molina, a few hours' drive from Chile's capital. This region is well known for its vineyards, which produce renowned wine brands that are exported around the world. Roxana and Claudio bought a kiosk near their new home, found suppliers for vegetables and fruits, and began their small family business. Claudio oversaw the purchase and transportation of products from suppliers to the kiosk, while Roxana was in charge of sales throughout the day. Hiring an employee was not feasible due to the additional costs. Furthermore, they feared that an employee would fail to closely monitor the perishable goods, resulting in additional losses. Claudio was visibly upset and even angry when he learned that Roxana was expecting their first child together. Perhaps it was a moment for serious thought. But Roxana, perhaps blinded by her new relationship and their thriving business, did not oppose her husband's viewpoint. She agreed that once the child was born, they would quickly turn it over to her relatives for upbringing. Unfortunately, there was no child to give away. Claudio's behavior has dramatically changed since then. He frequently yelled at his wife and occasionally resorted to physical violence. Neighbors from nearby houses, irritated by their noisy new neighbors, frequently called the Chilean police, the Carabineros, to intervene and settle domestic disputes. When the Carabineros arrived in response to a call, they saw Roxana in tears and nearly half-naked running out of the house, followed by Claudio. Roxana confessed to the officers that she had been the victim of systematic domestic violence, which had resulted in a miscarriage. She even required psychological assistance following the incident. However, as time passed, the grievances faded and the troubled couple resumed their normal lives together. Following the incident, Claudio should have faced criminal charges, but a compassionate Roxana decided to give him another chance after obtaining a promise that it would be a one-time occurrence. Claudio promised never to repeat such behavior. His previous actions with his ex-wife, however, suggested that his words may not be taken seriously. Unfortunately, history repeats itself. Claudio temporarily stopped physically abusing Roxana, but he developed the habit of leaving the house at night to binge drink in local bars. He spent a significant portion of their family budget not only on alcohol but also on local women of questionable character. Roxana tolerated her husband's behavior, believing that Claudio would calm down once they had a child together. In a sense, she was correct. After Roxana gave birth to a healthy child in 2013, Claudio stopped carousing and fully immersed himself in their business, which needed to expand. They purchased another kiosk in the surrounding area, as well as a vehicle for product transportation. Roxana also invested in firearms for protection because they lived and worked in dangerous areas. The family's wealth rose dramatically, but only on paper. Claudio reverted to his old ways, squandering money on drinking and committing domestic violence against Roxana. In her testimony, Roxanne described the escalating abuse in her relationship with Claudio. Claudio's drinking was infrequent at first, but it quickly became more frequent. He would return home and accuse Roxana of imagined infidelities, resulting in physical and sexual abuse. Despite her pregnancy, Claudia's actions appeared deliberate, culminating in a miscarriage in August 2012 that sent Roxana into a deep depression. Claudio went out to a local bar one night and did not return home until the following morning, as is his usual routine. Roxana was used to his behavior but still worried about him. Claudio had stolen 5 million Chilean pesos, approximately $6,000, from Roxana's sale of her mother's house to spend on alcohol and brothels. This betrayal shocked Roxana because the money was for their joint business and was hidden in their daughter's room. Claudio eventually returned home late that evening. Roxana confronted him over the missing money. Claudio, uninterested in discussing the matter, hit her and admitted to squandering all of the money. This was the final straw for Roxana. Without saying anything, she went into their bedroom, retrieved a revolver meant for protection against local criminals, and shot Claudio in the chest. He died instantly, stunned by her drastic action. Roxana, equally shocked by her own actions, attempted to stop the bleeding from the fatal gunshot wound, but it was too late. The close, range shot with a .38 caliber bullet was fatal. Roxana's desperate act was a tragic culmination of ongoing domestic turmoil. Roxana's testimony reveals her deep regret and awareness of the immorality of her actions. She admits that when she reached for the revolver, her intention was not to intimidate Claudio, but to kill him. She recalls Claudio abusing and assaulting her numerous times, as well as her failure to report him to authorities or retract her complaint due to fear. She dreaded being alone even before they had a child together. After shooting Claudio, Roxana's immediate concern was the potential impact on their daughter, particularly if Roxana was imprisoned and the child was placed in an institution. That night, Roxana determined that the best way to handle the situation was to dispose of the body and report Claudio missing. He was aware that the police knew about his frequent disappearances during drinking binges. Disposing of the body was a difficult task for Roxana, a delicate woman who decided to remove it piece by piece. She began by severing the limbs and head with kitchen knives designed for cutting meat. This process required 5 knives because they kept doubling. Then she boiled the dismembered parts in the largest pots she had, all while playing with her young daughter, who was completely unaware of her mother's actions and her father's fate. Roxana's calculated approach to disposing of the body while maintaining a sense of normalcy for her daughter exemplifies the complexities and desperation of her situation. The day following cooking and cooling of the body parts, Roxana organized them into plastic containers by hand, leg, head, and torso. The containers were then placed in garbage bags. She loaded the bags into her car and drove to St. Lucia, where she scattered them on a vacant lot. Before leaving, she thoroughly cleaned her home with bleach. Despite finding a suitable location, she lacked the courage to dispose of the bags from her car once she arrived in St. Lucia. Roxana's testimony revealed her internal conflict. "It's strange that I had the courage to commit such a heinous crime and dismember a human body like it was a piglet. But I couldn't bring myself to get rid of the evidence. I was nervous the entire drive, fearing that police would stop and search my car at any turn. This fear caused panic, despite the fact that I had a backup plan in place, which involved my daughter pretending to rush her to the hospital if she was stopped. I even considered pinching her to make her cry more loudly." Unable to discard the remains, Roxana returned home with them and hid the bags in the garage. She cleaned the interior of her car with bleach again and went to see Claudia's relatives, claiming that he had stolen a large sum of money and hadn't been home in days. They simply shrugged in response. She then went to see her mother and brother. Her mother was extremely concerned about Roxana's behavior. She was not eating, had a glassy-eyed expression, and kept asking the same questions. The only question she promptly answered was about Claudio's absence, stating that he had gone to buy goods for their store, but was delayed due to a flat tire. Returning home, alone with her thoughts and the hidden evidence, Roxana broke down and called her brother for assistance. When he arrived, she confessed all and showed him the containers. Her brother was understandably shocked. Roxana called her brother to vent and share the nightmare years she had with Claudio, but most importantly, she needed his assistance in disposing of the containers containing the body. However, her brother refused, fearing police involvement and being charged as an accomplice. He urged her to confess to the Caribou Narrows, with Chilean police insisting he would do it if she refused. She was disappointed but realized she had no other option. Roxana complied. That night, Roxana went to the 4th police station and announced her intention to make a significant statement. Officers who knew her assumed she wanted to report her troublesome husband. However, they were taken aback by her confession. Roxana was immediately arrested. The news quickly spread throughout the area, attracting a large number of journalists to the station. They waited eagerly to photograph Roxana as she lay down, hoping to capture a few images, and, if they were lucky, ask her some questions in front of the officers. As the journalists waited, Roxana was eventually brought out handcuffed and in distress. She stated, "I'm afraid he'll kill me one day," before being led into a police car. The case appeared straightforward. Roxana had confessed, provided evidence, and voluntarily surrendered. However, prosecutor Monica Ballesteros requested a more thorough investigation. She was skeptical of Roxana's easy confession and requested an extended arrest to conduct a forensic examination. Ballesteros wants to prove that Claudio was still alive during the dismemberment, which would significantly increase Roxana's sentence. The judge authorized a 60-day detention for further investigation. Meanwhile, Roxana's attorney, Carolina Gutierrez, claimed that Roxana acted out of extreme emotional distress, which was likely exacerbated by postpartum depression and chronic domestic abuse. She highlighted Roxana's cooperation and voluntary confession as mitigating factors. However, the prosecution's theory that Claudio was alive during dismemberment crumbled when forensic results revealed that Claudio died from a gunshot wound to the chest. The bullet from the .38 caliber revolver ruptured the heart and damaged vital organs, disproving the prosecution's initial hypothesis. Given the developments, the aggravating circumstances were dismissed. Another lawyer, Juan Pablo Cardenas, who sought to make a name for himself in this high-profile case, stated that the firearm used in the murder was legally registered. He also mentioned that Roxana's first report of domestic violence to the police was filed only 20 days after the couple began living together. Following a medical examination, psychologist Rodrigo Valenzuela presented documents to the court indicating that Roxana was severely mentally unstable at the time of the crime. This meant she wasn't fully aware of her actions, and her emotional instability was linked to the deaths of 2 children, one in August 2012 and the other only 3 weeks before the crime. Furthermore, a forensic examination requested by the prosecutor revealed that Claudio had a high blood alcohol level of 3 grams per liter at the time of his death on April 17, 2015. Following a year of various examinations, investigations, and evidence gathering, Roxana's trial began. The media frequently sensationalizes tragedies and dubbed the case the Molina Cooks case, alluding to Roxana's dismemberment and boiling of her former husband. Some unscrupulous journalists, seeking to draw attention to their publications, even made up stories that Roxana had eaten a portion of the remains, despite the fact that this was purely a product of their imaginations. Roxana refused to make any statements during the trial, citing her awareness of the media portrayal and her deep distress over it. The prosecutors attempted to persuade the judge that Roxana committed a serious crime under Chilean law and patricide standards. However, they were unable to prove that the murder was premeditated. The defense attorney argued that his client acted in self-defense, protecting herself from a brute who had brutally mistreated her for years. The court hearing lasted several weeks, and the entire Chilean population followed the case closely. Prosecutor Monica sought a 15-year prison sentence for the accused. However, after carefully listening to the defense and the jury's opinions, the judge sentenced Roxana to 6 years in a lenient correctional facility. Claudia's relatives, who had already protested when they heard the prosecutor's request for only 15 years, were utterly disappointed by the final court decision. They attempted to deny any family violence and claimed that Claudio, as a businessman and financially independent, could not have stolen $6,000 from Roxana. They also claimed that Claudio had admitted to them that Roxana frequently took out the revolver from the closet and told her husband that she would kill him someday. In an interview with the press, Claudio's sister attempted to blame Chile as a state, claiming that there is no justice and that the judicial system is completely corrupt. Given that such brutal criminals receive such short sentences, equivalent to minor robberies, even Giselle Claudio, his first wife, defended her ex-husband, assuring everyone that there could not have been any violence on Claudio's part. She had lived with him for years, and he had never dared to touch her. Meanwhile, Roxana frequently instigates arguments out of jealousy and possessiveness. Regarding Roxanne's subsequent imprisonment, she served only 2/3 of her sentence in the colony before being transferred to a semi-open education center in Tulsa due to good behavior. Roxana was able to communicate with her daughter and was eventually released early. The press, of course, became interested in this case again, and the public was outraged that the cook from Molina was released so early. However, there were those who, while considering Roxana a murderer, justified her actions by viewing her as a victim in the overall situation. The case is still being debated in the country today. Overall, this story highlights the serious consequences that can occur if domestic violence is not addressed early on. Share your opinion with us in the comments, and subscribe to the channel for more. Nolan Buchanan, 16, remembers Monday, September 14, 2015 as the best day of his life. The day before, he had spent Sunday with his girlfriend, doing traditional morning math with her family, followed by a social gathering with friends and a wonderfully romantic evening. When the teenager awoke on Monday morning next to his favorite girl, he felt like a free, successful, and influential businessman with the entire world in front of him. After all, he now owned Buchanan Construction. The young man was about to inherit cars, a house, land, and monetary assets, and he planned to manage the family business on his own, and certainly better than his father, who had brought the company to bankruptcy. It appears that what could go wrong? The El Dorado County Sheriff's Office arrested Nolan Keith Buchanan on October 1, 2015, at Bonita High School in Bonita, California. Nolan was held at the Juvenile Treatment Center JATS in South Lake Tahoe until June 13, 2018, when an El Dorado County jury of 7 men and 5 women found Buchanan guilty of 3 charges. The jury took only 2 hours to reach a decision. The young man was sentenced to 150 years in prison, with the possibility of parole starting in the 25th year. This is how his attempt to take over the family business failed. Nolan was praised by neighbors and classmates as a model student. As far as I know, he was a good kid, but as a high school student, Campbell Ruxton would later say in an interview, he was always concerned about school. He appeared to be very kind, and he was even surprised he was arrested. But what exactly happened in the Buchanan family? Let's go over this horrific case in detail. Molly first met Adam when she applied for a position as an office manager at his firm. By the time they met, Adam was already divorced and raising his son Nolan from a previous marriage by himself. The cheerful, sociable, and cheerful blonde immediately caught the attention of the company's owner. The interest was mutual. Molly fell in love, began a romance that evolved into a serious relationship, and moved to Adam. Molly wished for a loving, friendly family and worked hard to foster a positive relationship with her stepson. She soon became pregnant. Gavin was born. People who knew the Buchanans said they were a close-knit family of 4. The family's head, who owned a construction company, made enough money to live comfortably. The family also purchased vacation property in El Dorado County, California. A small cabin sat on 19 acres in Greenwood with no electricity, water, sewer, or gas. Adam, who worked in construction, took an active role in remodeling the house, and the family began visiting their office on September 13, 2015. At 10 a.m., members of the Garden Valley Fire Department responded to a wildfire in Greenwood Township, western El Dorado County, on Highway 193 between Cool and Georgetown. Upon arrival, they discovered that the fire had destroyed 10 acres of the property. A cabin on the property was still smoldering, but had burned down. The fire department personnel discovered charred remains among the assets. The fire scene remained intact. At 11 a.m., firefighters called the El Dorado County Sheriff's Office. Nobody had realized what was going on. Firefighters were almost certain that the wildfire killed a pet trapped inside the house. The arriving coroner faced a daunting task. The remains of the house were still smoldering, and there was no way to examine the inside of the house without waiting for the flame to die down and the temperature to drop slightly. As the coroner examined the house, he detected the sweet odor of burnt flesh and discovered a human skull and a burned chest. It appeared that the tragedy had taken someone's life. The officer requested backup, and officers from the sheriff's office arrived to conduct a thorough investigation of the scene. The conclusion was obvious. The small, secluded, and remote cabin was not the owner's primary residence. It was more likely a country cabin where people came to vacation. A Dodge truck and trailer were discovered on the property next to the cabin. It was possible to run the license plates and determine who owned the car. The owner may have been a victim of the wildfire. It didn't take long to discover that the vehicle and trailer belonged to Buchanan Construction, which is owned by Adam Buchanan. The man in question lived in Bonita, California, 160 miles from the accident scene and about 3 hours away. This information confirmed the police's assumption that the house was simply a country retreat for those who wanted to get away from the hustle and bustle of the city. It remains to be seen whether Mr. Buchanan or someone else was inside. The name of the company's owner provided the detective with their first clue, prompting them to begin their investigation. The Bonita police officers were tasked with checking to ensure that all of Buchanan's family members were safe and at home. They went to the correct address and soon arrived in the Buchanan's driveway, where they noticed a white Ford pickup truck and a knock on the door. Adam's 16-year-old son from his first marriage has come out. He greeted the uniformed officers with surprise and inquired as to why they had come to him. To avoid frightening the family, the officer decided to first determine who was present in the house. Perhaps the company car was taken by someone from the company rather than the owner. Nolan Buchanan stated that his father Adam had gone away for the weekend to his country estate 160 miles away with Molly and their 8-year-old son Gavin, and that they were expected back in the evening. According to him, his father had left him to care for the house. Investigators did not have enough evidence to believe the remains in the cabin belonged to the Buchanans, but the information they received and the discovery of the remains led them to believe they belonged to two people. By the evening of September 13, it was sufficient to report the family missing in the El Dorado County fire. The following day, September 14, El Dorado County Police went to Nolan's house to speak with him further and determine who had died in the fire. Howard and Susan Buchanan, Adam's parents, met with the officers. They stated that their son, the owner of the burned-out cabin, performs his own home repairs and thus travels there frequently. The parents were extremely concerned because they had been unable to contact their son or daughter-in-law until now. The officers learned from the story that the house is powered by generators. However, there was no electricity at the time of the tragedy. There were gas cylinders inside this Cave 2 series, so the fire could have been accidental or intentional. By September 15, the fire had subsided, allowing investigators to collect evidence, including debris from a nearby fire pit. According to Denton James Peterson of the El Dorado County Sheriff's Office, new remains were discovered, which changed the course of the investigation. Police discovered a piece of skull with a bullet hole. At that point, we all realized there had been a homicide. According to the sheriff, the fire was not an accident. The remains were collected and sent for forensic DNA analysis. In the first set of remains, the bullet was lodged in the victim's thigh. The skull with the bullet hole, based on its size, belonged to a child. The version of a fatal accident dropped on its own. Murder became the dominant narrative. No one doubted that the fire was intended to destroy the evidence of the crime. It remained to determine under what circumstances the crime had occurred. Was this a botched burglary? Or did the family deliberately end their lives? But who committed the crime and why? Could it be related to Buchanan Construction, where Adam Buchanan was president and chief operating officer, and someone held a grudge against him because of a working relationship? Initially, investigators focused solely on the latter theory. They also investigated Molly's life to see if she had any enemies capable of the crime. When those lines of inquiry stalled, officers turned their attention to issues in Molly and Adam's marriage. There were plenty of them. Investigators discovered that Molly and Adam's relationship deteriorated over time, and at the time of the crime, they had been sleeping separately for quite some time. Molly's diary was discovered, in which she described abuse from Adam. Witnesses interviewed reported rough treatment and abuse. They claim Adam was rude not only to Molly, but also to the children. Molly's mother, Susie Flankers, admitted to investigators that there were times when she was afraid they'd kill each other during an argument. Molly did not end her relationship with Adam, but would occasionally take her son and leave to go to her parents' house, returning a few days later until their next fight. It also turned out that the couple enjoyed hunting in the area surrounding their country house. Since everyone was armed, the investigators assumed that during another argument, one of the spouses grabbed a gun and shot, and when he realized what he had done, he committed suicide. However, there was an inconsistency. If the tragedy occurred as a result of a conflict between husband and wife, the instrument of crime must have been near the remains of one of them, which it was not. Investigators speculated that the weapon may have been damaged in the fire and did not appear as obvious as anticipated. Over the course of 5 days, the forensic team members took turns removing assets from the house. The search was conducted with surgical precision, but the results were not as expected. There were no weapons found in the house. By this time, the forensic examination data had arrived. The DNA found in the bodies belonged to Adam Buchanan, Molly McAfee, and their 8-year-old son. All 3 victims had suffered gunshot wounds prior to the fire, and the angle of the bullet wounds ruled out the possibility that someone committed suicide. The lack of firearms indicated that there was another person in the house. A 4th person was found to have shot the Buchanans, and the investigation had to restart. Police had no choice but to turn to the deceased 16-year-old son. Nolan told officers that the family left in an old Dodge truck. According to the son, his father chose to use the company vehicle over his personal Ford, which was parked in the driveway because he had loaded the truck and trailer with rocks to decorate the area near his country cabin. Police discovered this truck near the burned structure. When asked why Nolan did not take a vacation with his relatives, as in the first interview, the young man stated that he was responsible for the house and garden, while his father and stepmother were away. Nolan also stated that they had a neighbor growing forbidden grass on the Buchanan property, which caused his father to have frequent disagreements with his neighbor, demanding that he stop planting the grass and threatening to call the police. When discussing the family business, Nolan stated that things were not going well. The company was downsizing, and the number of employees was reduced to 5. According to his father, the number of deaths associated with the business was rapidly increasing. So now the investigation had a wealth of useful information, and the detectives had a suspect, a neighbor, which was especially important given that violent crime in that area was frequently associated with illegal herb cultivation. Detectives believed that the threat of going to the police could have resulted in the murder of Buchanan and his family. The problem was that no one knew which neighbor they were talking about. Investigators canvassed the neighborhood, interviewing all of the homeowners in succession. The tactic was successful. They discovered a man who confirmed the story of a fight with Adam over growing a forbidden crop. However, he stated that the conflict had been resolved following a heated discussion. The neighbor had an alibi, and another version proved to be untenable. What remained to be addressed was the financial crisis that had affected the family's business. On September 18, police officers went to Adam's company and interviewed the employees. Nolan's words were correct. The company was in a sorry state. It was threatened with bankruptcy because the debt exceeded $30,000. As a result, several employees were fired. It turned out that some of the former employees were extremely dissatisfied with the reduction and thus could have been involved in the crime. And that's where the investigators got lucky. Over the weekend, the local high school organized a community cleanup day, with students clearing debris from a business park less than a mile from Adam's construction company. It was present on September 19. A small purse containing a wallet and identification cards belonging to Molly McAfee and Adam Buchanan was discovered under one of the bushes. A .22 caliber rifle was lying nearby. Detectives rushed to the scene of the discovery. The county sheriff's office made a new assumption. The perpetrator used the found rifle to murder the Buchanan family and then stole their documents from the crime scene to cover his tracks. The discovery was significant because it indicated that someone had traveled all the way to Greenwood to murder the family and then returned to Bonita, dispose of the bag and murder weapon. It appeared to be a Bonita resident. The evidence found near the Buchanan construction site strengthened the theory that the boss was murdered by one of the disgruntled employees. Detectives placed the firearm in the bag of documents for examination and requested a warrant to search the company's records and premises. The investigators got lucky again. During the search, they gained access to a video surveillance camera located on the firm's premises. By happy coincidence, the camera's lens was pointed at the center of the parking lot rather than the company's territory. Following this discovery, the case was only days away from being solved. Because it was already known that the family had left town on Friday, investigators examined Friday's footage and were surprised to discover that Adam had attached a trailer loaded with rocks to a Ford F-150. It was not a Dodge truck, as Nolan had told them. Detectives discovered that the young man had deliberately manipulated the investigation. If the white Ford towed the rock trailer to the cabin, it must have been driven back and parked in the Buchanan family's driveway. Investigators interviewed Nolan to keep him safe while gathering as much information as possible. Nolan recounted his weekend, where he went, and who he saw. But this time, they asked him what movie they had seen at the cinema, how he had paid for his mall shopping, and how he had paid for dessert on a date. Nolan, who had no idea, responded with his father's credit card number. The officers then applied for a warrant to search Buchanan's Bonita home, vehicles, and financial records. The Ford automobile remained parked in the driveway. It was thoroughly inspected, and they discovered reddish soil stuck to the wheels. This is similar to what happens in Greenwood. If the Ford had been used for a trip last weekend or earlier, traces of soil might have remained, but they would not have been as visible. Unfortunately, the fire destroyed the wheel tread marks near the country house. However, the dirt buildup indicated that the car had most likely been in Greenwood recently. Detectives tracked the bank card payments and discovered that Adam Buchanan used his credit card on Friday, September 11. He stopped at Taco Bell on his way to Greenwood. Nolan, on the other hand, claimed he stayed at home, did not accompany his parents, and had the credit card in his possession. Detectives went to the diner to check the security cameras. They saw exactly what they were expecting: a white Ford instead of a truck. When detectives searched the Ford, they discovered a Taco Bell receipt dated September 11 that included not 3, but 4 beverages. 4 drink cups were also identified in evidence collected at the fire scene, so Nolan was inside the car. The next credit card transaction occurred on Saturday, September 12, at the Valencia Club Bar in Penryn, about 30 minutes from the cabin. Adam's parents had previously informed detectives about the bar. They stated that their son and daughter-in-law frequently visit after the cabin has been renovated. Security cameras recorded when the couple left the bar, and traffic cameras on the highway assisted in tracking the couple's route. On the day of the fire, a Ford F-150 drove toward the Buchanan cabin around 2:30 a.m., then reversed direction at 3:30 a.m. In the first instance, the camera captured Adam and Molly in the vehicle, while in the second, it only captured Nolan. Several hours later, on Sunday morning, September 13th, Adam's credit card was used to pay at 3 of Benitez's locations: Starbucks, McDonald's, and a gas station. The bank confirmed to investigators that you can only have one bank card, which contradicted Nolan's claims. By this time, the forensic results had been returned. Nolan's fingerprints were found on the gun. He was arrested while in the middle of a high school class. Nolan Buchanan has pleaded not guilty to the charges against him. He attempted to distort the story by claiming that his father shot the family, after which he pointed a rifle at him and, in self-defense, took away the weapon. After accidentally shooting his father, Nolan claimed it was self-defense, blaming the fire and subsequent lie on panic and extreme fear. That's why he used gasoline to set fire to the house, making it appear as if nothing had happened. The defense repeatedly focused the jury's attention on Adam's abuse of his own son and other family members. The medical examiner questioned the verdict because the bullet wound mark on a piece of Gavin's skull corresponded to a shot fired at nearly a 90-degree angle. Nolan, on the other hand, claimed that his and his brother's beds were next to each other and that the noise and screaming had woken them up simultaneously. Nolan claims to have seen someone enter the bedroom and shoot Gavin just as he awoke. The shooter then pointed the rifle at Nolan, who miraculously pushed the attacker away. Under this scenario, the shot would have been fired at about a 45-degree angle, which contradicted forensic findings. The prosecution concluded that Nolan shot his brother when they were alone in the house while their parents were at a bar. After waiting for his father and stepmother to return, Nolan shot them as well. According to where the bodies were discovered, Adam was killed first, followed by Molly Nolan, who took the rifle. His parents burned their papers, doused the bodies in gasoline, and set fire to the house. Then he went home, met his girlfriend, and spent the day with her, establishing an alibi for himself. On July 13, 2018, a jury convicted Nolan of 3 counts of first-degree murder. As a result, he was sentenced to 150 years in prison, with the option of parole after 25 years. Judge Kingsbury. The sentence announcement reflected on verbal and physical abuse. Nolan testified that he massacred his brother because he did not want him to experience the same horror or be forced to live with what his father had already done to him. However, as he did so, he also listed facts about the premeditation of the crime and subsequent arson. the creation of alibis, and Nolan's plans to run the family business, which he had discussed with family members. The judge cited Nolan's failure to follow rules and deviant behavior as observed by staff at the South Lake Tahoe Juvenile Treatment Center, where he went after being arrested. Everyone has the ability to change. Judge Kingsbury told Nolan, "I hope he will do everything in his power to do so, if you behave properly. According to the Senate bill and Supreme Court rulings, you will be eligible for parole after 25 years in prison. You decide whether or not to take that chance." Nolan continues to insist that he is innocent. If he is ever released on parole, he will be required to pay significant compensation to the victims. The payout amount is currently unknown. Share your opinion with us in the comments, and subscribe to the channel for more. Domestic violence was not uncommon at all times, and victims frequently choose to silently tolerate this attitude toward themselves and the domestic tyrant, believing his impunity allows him to cross any boundaries. The worst thing about such situations is that children may become victims. The case of young T.L.A. Palmer made headlines across Australia a few years ago due to its extraordinary cruelty and monstrous coincidence of circumstances. When a child from one dysfunctional family moved to another, the situation became even more terrible and cruel. The girl's birth mother, in an effort to protect her only daughter from her tyrant husband, gave her to another family with the best intentions. However, as it turned out, she placed T.L.A. in the hands of death itself. The case in question is quite complex and ambiguous. There were several criminals, all from the same family. At the same time, the investigation determined that nearly all of them were victims of domestic tyranny. And now I'll tell you everything in order. T.L.A. Alyssa Rose Palmer, a girl from a dysfunctional family, was born in a small Australian town, Logan City, Queensland, in April 2003. Unfortunately, the girl grew up in less than ideal conditions. The family's head abused hot drinks, and the man was hot-tempered and aggressive. He repeatedly beat his wife in front of the child and, on occasion, the daughter herself. The girl was constantly stressed and lived in a state of fear and depression. It is not surprising that she began to flee from home on a regular basis in order to avoid hearing the endless scandals of her parents and coming under the hot hand of the father. We can only speculate as to why the girl's mother, Cynthia Palmer, did not leave the man who abused her and her daughter. However, the young woman decided to give her only child to another family, believing that this would be better. Cynthia later stated that it was a forced measure and that she was deeply sorry for it. However, she was unable to do so at the time because she was held hostage by the circumstances. However, the dysfunctional family's neighbors have a different story. According to some reports, Cynthia is an alcoholic. She attempted treatment, but overcoming addiction was not easy, and after another escape from home, when she was discovered wandering the streets on the other side of the city, the Palmer family became very interested in child protection services. Representatives from the service came to the family home and offered assistance, and Cynthia did not refuse to have her daughter temporarily placed in a foster home, given the environment in which the girl was raised. It's no surprise that she grew up to be a difficult teenager with a difficult personality. As a result, finding her a foster family proved difficult. She was always running away, loitering and begging on the streets. She disobeyed her guardians and did everything her own way. T.L.A. did not stay with her first two families for long because her foster parents simply couldn't handle her. She didn't commit any serious crimes, but she was frequently accused of lying. The girl desired the comfort of home, but had no idea what it should be, and any disagreement with the household inevitably resulted in the child's escape from the Thorburn family in early 2015. Kylie appeared to have found her ideal foster family, who were eager to welcome her. Rick and Julia Thorburn, along with their spouses, made up the Thorburn family. We were raising two sons, Josh, who was 19 years old at the time, and Trent, who was barely 18. The family lived in a spacious two-story home with a swimming pool, located in a small country town in Brisbane's suburbs. They had their own horse farm, and Julian started a private kindergarten at home that was very popular, and local parents trusted the Thorburns with their children. The family was considered well off and prosperous, respected in their home state, and trustworthy. Furthermore, They had demonstrated a willingness to accept a troubled teenager into their care, which was unusual. Tiale was placed in a new home in January after Child Protective Services determined that this was the best option for her. At first, everything went as usual. The girl rebelled, refused to live with her guardians, and ran away several times. But each time, the Child Welfare Service found her and returned her. But as the months passed, Kylie appeared to calm down, accept her new family, and get along with them. In reality, however, the outward well-being was hit by a real drama that quickly turned tragic: Tiale's mysterious disappearance. The girl attended a local school, which was a few kilometers from her guardian's home, so Kylie's foster father drove her to school every day, and after school she made a lot of new friends who described her as a kind, cheerful, and happy girl. She continued to dream of returning home and maintained contact with her biological mother and grandmother. Tiale occasionally complained of discomfort and even fear without specifying what she was afraid of. On October 30, 2015, Rick drove to school as usual and then returned home to do chores. But he soon received a phone call informing him that his adopted daughter had not shown up for class. No one was particularly concerned because the girl had previously run away, but she usually returned in the evening or the next day. The guardians reported the incident to the police, and the search for Tiale began almost immediately. All members of the family willingly cooperated with the investigation and claimed that there had been no conflicts between them that could have resulted in a runaway for a long time. Instead, the girl was in good spirits and appeared to be quite happy. According to the family's head, he drove his daughter to school as usual, then returned home and cared for the horses until he received a call from a teacher reporting the girl's disappearance. His wife and sons confirmed these statements. The next day, the Dorburns set up a social media page dedicated to the search for Tiale. They posted information about her photos, the time and circumstances of her disappearance, and a description of what she was wearing that day. The couple asked anyone with information about Tiale's whereabouts to contact them or the police, but no one called. Police also searched the family's home in the state but discovered nothing suspicious. Although the foster parents' behavior appeared to be calm, they had essentially nothing to charge. Soon, many concerned people joined the search operation, genuinely concerned about the girl's fate. They combed the area using flyers with her photos and interviewed local residents in the hopes of gathering some useful information, a discovery on the riverbank. After a week of unsuccessful searches, the fishermen contact the police and report a terrible find. According to the men, they went to the Pimpama River in the morning of November 5. However, after barely casting their fishing rods, they noticed something unusual in the swampy, shallow water. As they came closer, the fishermen were horrified when they realized their discovery was nothing but human remains. The police officers who responded to the call reported that the body was that of a short man, but it was so disfigured that it was impossible to determine the deceased's gender. He had no clothes on, and no personal belongings could be found nearby. The body had numerous injuries that were initially thought to be caused by wild animals in the area. Furthermore, it decomposed rapidly due to heat, moisture, and a large number of insects drawn to the distinctive odor. The gruesome discovery was sent for examination, and it was determined that it was a girl aged between 12 and 16 years old. The police then gathered information on all missing young people recently, and the corpse was quickly identified. It was Tiale Palmer, whom the entire city had been searching for nearly a week. The cause of death was impossible to determine because the body had been in the water for so long. However, experts speculated that Tiale died from asphyxiation after discovering that her hyoid bone had been crushed. The most horrifying aspect, however, was that the injuries, which were initially thought to be animal bites, could have been caused by a person prior to Tiale's death. Tiale's death was clearly criminal in nature, so a criminal case was opened and a murder investigation was initiated. However, the investigation was moving very slowly because no serious leads have been found yet. This meant that the process could take months, if not years, and result in another unsolved crime. The case quickly became public, and nearly a quarter of the city's population came to say goodbye to the deceased girl. People brought flowers, soft toys, and balloons to the memorial service. On November 14, young Tiale's body was cremated. Tiale's birth mother gave a series of interviews to reporters in which he openly accused Child Protective Services of criminal negligence that resulted in the tragic store fires. The Foster family willingly cooperated with the investigation from the start, but their behavior raised some concerns. Rick was supposedly the last person to see the girl alive, but no one could confirm that he actually drove his foster daughter to school on October 30. Spouse and sons claimed to have seen Tiale enter the car. Surveillance cameras along the school route also captured the car driving in that direction. However, no footage of Tiale leaving her guardian's car could be found anywhere. No teachers or classmates saw the girl that day, either at school or on the school grounds. Tiale appeared to have vanished. Investigators had growing doubts that Palmer was even in the car. Family members occasionally aired in their testimony about the events of that day, but insisted that everything was as it had always been, and there was nothing to suggest trouble with the children's secrets. As part of the investigation, dozens of children and teenagers were interviewed, including the deceased's classmates and friends. Everyone spoke highly of her, but they did mention that Tiale had recently been concerned about something but was unable or unwilling to discuss it. Tiale requested temporary shelter from a classmate a few days prior to the tragedy. She claimed she was in trouble and that the guardians would kill her. These statements were not taken seriously, and, despite feeling sorry for her, the friend was unable to invite someone to her house for a sleepover without parental permission. The other girl mentioned that Palmer had told her secret. Trent, the youngest of the Thorburn brothers, was her 18-year-old love interest. Furthermore, she boasted that they were romantically involved and would be together in the future. The latter revelation sounded strange because Tiale was only 12 years old, and a relationship with an older brother, even an adopted one, seemed unlikely, like a childhood fantasy. Nonetheless, the information she received was definitely something she needed to look into. The Thorburn family members categorically denied all suspicions. They referred to their deceased adopted daughter as a liar who wanted to draw attention to herself, and they suggested that the girl's school friends may have made up something or fantasized. There was no solid evidence to suggest that the guardians had committed a crime against Hailey, so they remained at large and went about their business as usual. Their private kindergarten continued to accept children, the farm thrived, and they did not have to deal with the pain of loss. For several months, the investigation was essentially on the same ground. Local residents with prior convictions were questioned, and those suspected of crimes were investigated. However, the search returned no results, and no new leads appeared. Even the announced high reward for any information about the case did not expedite the process. A parallel search was carried out in the area where Tiale's body was discovered. And a month later, under a layer of silt, a backpack and a shoe presumably belonging to the deceased were discovered 150 meters away from where the body was. These items were obviously intended to be discarded so that they would never be discovered. The entire story drew a large public response. The search and investigation results were broadcast on television and published in the press, and city residents organized pickets to demand that the killer or killers be found and punished. The biological mother of the deceased Tiale organized some of the tickets. Eventually, the police appealed to potential accomplices of the perpetrator, promising them protection and immunity if they identified the perpetrator or provided any significant information. However, this appeal also went unanswered. In 6 months, no new clues or avenues of investigation have emerged, despite an anonymous call and a wiretap at the Thorburn residence. It wasn't until the summer of 2016 that police received an anonymous call that altered the course of the investigation. The anonymous caller claimed that the Thorburns were looking for a troubled teen for a reason. They were motivated by a mercantilist interest, as custody of troubled children is compensated with increased allowance. Anonymous also stated that their youngest son most likely had an intimate relationship with Tiale, which he had mentioned in passing prior to the tragedy. Of course, this information could have been false. However, detectives remembered that they had previously heard from the deceased's high school friend that Tiale and her named brother may have had an affair. The investigators decided not only to take a closer look at Trent, but also to examine him thoroughly. The interrogations yielded no results because the guy and his family members insisted on their involvement, claiming that the girl fled and then got into trouble. The family's social media pages were quietly examined, and one of the chat rooms in Trent's profile revealed an unusual correspondence. approximately a month and a half before the tragedy. He told his cousin that he had an intimate relationship with a girl much younger than him, but he did not reveal her name. Of course, the dialogue on social media could not become incontrovertible evidence, but it did allow the police to obtain permission to install listening devices in the Thorburn house, albeit without their knowledge. The wiretaps yielded shocking results within the first few days. On the recordings, family members could be heard meticulously rehearsing their versions of events, ensuring that their stories matched in every detail. The family had taught his household what to say and how to behave, and from the mother's mouth came such phrases as "Dad made this decision to save, we'll have to live with it. Never, ever tell anyone or anything, regardless of what happens." Rick threatened his family members several times, and while it was clear that they were afraid of him because they knew his father could turn words into action at any time, there was still insufficient direct evidence. However, the Thorburn Blue Card, which granted them permission to work with children, was revoked almost immediately, forcing the private kindergarten to close. The wiretap quickly confirmed that the youngest of the brothers had been intimate with Tiale. In fact, it had been happening on a regular basis for several months before he informed his mother in October that Tiale was pregnant. If Trent's suspicions had been correct, he would have been sentenced to prison for having an affair with Tiale. Julia told her husband everything, and Rick decided to take action. Julia and her sons arrived in Brisbane early on the day of the tragedy, ostensibly for business. It was supposed to serve as an alibi for them, so Rick stayed at home with his adopted daughter. When the mother and heirs returned home in the evening, it was already known that the girl had gone missing, and the family's head claimed to have solved the problem without providing any details, including arrest and investigation. Based on the information obtained, all members of the family decided to re-interview, and the police decided to search Rick's car, in which he allegedly drove his adopted daughter to school on the day she vanished. And it turned out that the car was sold almost immediately following the tragedy. The vehicle was located, and a thorough inspection revealed old, washed-out traces of blood in the trunk. DNA analysis revealed that the blood belonged to Tiale, who had been murdered. After that, any remaining doubts were dispelled, and the Thorburns were taken into custody. They were questioned separately, with Trent being the first to speak. It turned out that he had duped Tiale into seducing him by telling her about his feelings and promising that they would always be together. She fell completely in love with him, believed him, and even boasted to her school friends that she was in a real relationship. However, when she became suspicious of the pregnancy, she realized that the foster father could literally kill her and began to ask her classmates to take her in. At least for a while. Rick fought the longest, but was put under pressure by evidence and testimony from his family members. He confessed to killing his foster daughter, claiming he was only trying to protect his family. He had strangled her severely and disfigured her body in the hopes that no one would ever identify him. Rick didn't consider the possibility of DNA testing when the head of the family was formally charged with first-degree murder. He collapsed and was rushed to the hospital with a heart attack. Their doctors concluded that he had caused the attack himself by taking a large dose of powerful drugs. They fought for his life for several days so that the perpetrator could face trial and receive a just punishment. The entire country followed each family member's trial and sentencing, as well as the investigation and trial, because the Tiale Palmer case became one of the most publicized and cruel in the last decade. Each member of the Thorburn family was found guilty, but many believe their sentences were too lenient. For example, Josh, the eldest son, was sentenced to just 3 months in prison for perjury and attempting to obstruct the investigation. The court considered his genuine remorse and the fact that he was a key witness against his father and younger brother during the trial. Julia Thorburn was sentenced to 1.5 years in prison for perjury and harboring her husband and son. At trial, she admitted that she was terrified of her husband and believed he could murder her and her son. The youngest of the brothers was sentenced to 4 years in prison, which many children believe is too light a punishment for seducing Tiale. Perjury and obstruction of the investigation. In fact, the young man served just over a year before being released early. The head of the family who treated Tiale the most brutally was sentenced to life in prison. He pleaded guilty to all counts and expressed deep regret for his actions. Rick repeatedly stated that he was motivated by the desire to protect his family, but he does not understand how he could commit such a crime. Following the final verdict, Tiale's birth mother gave an interview in which she stated that none of the punishments for her daughter's killers were harsh enough. However, the day of the verdict signals the end of her quest for justice. Share your opinion with us in the comments and subscribe to the channel for more.